Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, Legacies and Book 1, The Silent Force, written by Gregory O. Scott. Years after Darth Krayt's death, Empress Miragia leads the hunt for fugitive Sith while Kay Skywalker and Anya Solo team up for one big score. However, a series of mysterious kidnappings foreshadow a crisis that will change the galaxy forever. A sequel to the Legacy and Legacy to comics and a finale for the Skywalker saga. Prelude. A long time ago, the planet called Tehasu appeared a lonely one. No moon swung around it and no cities could be seen marking its dusty yellow-orange face. A single spacecraft, elegant and long-bodied like a silver needle, fell out of hyperspace toward the planet. Strapped in his starship's cockpit, the pilot tapped his comm console and broadcast his security clearance to the surveillance devices in orbit. Free to pass, the needle-shaped ship plunged into Tehas's atmosphere, leaving a narrow trail of friction flame in its wake. After dropping closer to the surface, it leveled out above an endless sprawl of sandy plains, interrupted occasionally by juts of red stone mountains, brown trails of long-dried riverbeds, and the crumbling ruins of long-dead cities. Finally, the ship found its destination inside the heart of the kilometer-deep canyon that wound through the desert like a trailing knife wound. It set down on one of two landing pads jutting from the steep red stone wall, and a moment later the pilot stepped outside. The tall, bulbous-headed Bith wore a breathing mask over the lowest portion of his face, protecting him from Tehas's methane-rich atmosphere. The Bith took long strides toward the sealed metal door placed in the cliffside and didn't falter to see the two beings waiting for him on either side of the portal. In a galaxy filled with two-armed, two-legged, roughly Bith-shaped aliens, the Gree were an exception. Each creature was planted to the ground by four thick green tentacles, while two more were wrapped around robe-draped torsos like arms. Their oblongs had possessed pairs of large, all-black eyes while a brain sac dangled halfway down their backs. Metal sheaths were wrapped around the lower half of their faces, obscuring the layered flaps of skin used for respiration and vocalization. The Gree on the right, called Kavank, waved two tentacles in greeting and squealed into his face sheath. A cold mechanical voice translated, "Welcome back, Darth Tenebris." The Sith Lord gave each Gree a curt nod and stepped through the portal. The Gree slithered behind on their snaking tentacles and followed him down the rock-carved hall that led deeper into the facility. Once inside, Tenebris removed his mask and breathed the filtered oxygen that pumped through most of the underground chamber. "Has the Master been informed of my arrival?" Tenebris asked. The Gree called Rakatl said, "He is waiting for you in the laboratory." Of course he would be, Tenebris thought sourly. While the apprentice traversed the galaxy, secretly doing Sith business in the guise of his profane identity, Starship designer Rouge's gnome, his master rarely left his secluded research center. When Darth Bane had envisioned the rule of two over 800 years ago, he'd imagined master and apprentice fiercely pushing each other to loftier ambitions, not this. It was sad in a way, but Tenebris tried not to feel pity. It would make it harder to do what had to be done now. This facility on Tehasu was as secret as any place in the galaxy, made possible only by critical connections and hidden funds. The Gree were an incredibly ancient and notoriously isolationist race. This place had been constructed and staffed by Rakatl, Kavank, and a handful of other natives whose services Darth Acheron had purchased decades ago. Gree were a long-lived race, with individual lifespans lasting nearly a millennium, and in theory they could guard this place for centuries to come. Darth Tenebris traced the familiar path to his master's laboratory and stopped before going in. He looked over his shoulder to Rakatl and Kavank. He could make out nothing in their half-hidden, so alien faces, and when he tried to search them in the Force, he barely felt their presence. According to Acheron, the Gree, as a race, had apparently lost their ability to use the Force tens of millennia ago. His master had a theory about that, but nowadays the old Twi'lek had theories about everything, right or wrong, and Tenebris didn't bother to keep track of them all. "You may go about your business," the Sith told them. "I will speak to the Master alone." The Gree waved tentacles in front of their torsos, a respectful gesture, then turned and slithered down the hall. Tenebris watched them go, waited, and pushed his thoughts to the back of his mind, where even his master would not be able to read them. Then, finally, he opened the door and stepped into Darth Acheron's lair. As a Bith, he came from a culture with the utmost respect for science. As an engineer famous galaxy-wide for designing custom spacecraft for ultra-rich clients, he knew the value of testing every method and honing every piece of your machine. Yet it seemed to him that what Darth Acheron was doing on Tehasa, and had been doing for over a decade, approached the pedantic. Tenebris stepped across the metal grate floor, passing rows of transparent steel canisters where bodies bobbed in liquid. Next, he passed through a narrow hallway walled on either side by creatures trapped in cages. Some were living, some dead. Sentient and non-sentient life forms from across the galaxy had been gathered in Darth Acheron's menagerie. As he neared the end of the hallway, Tenebris paused for just a moment to look at another Bith, naked and curled up knees to chest, shivering in pain behind a glass wall. Her all-black eyes found his and implored. The Sith Lord walked on into the next section of the laboratory. Darth Acheron's favorite chamber had been bored straight down into Tehasa's crust. The rough stone walls of the well had a diameter 10 meters wide, and Tenebris stepped carefully down the spiraling metal walkway that corkscrewed down its outer edge. As he walked, he passed more containers keeping pieces of past test subjects, shelves full of notes written on arcane parchment, barbed and pointed tools crusted with dried blood from dozens of different species. When he reached the bottom of the spiraling ramp, 3 full rotations from where he'd entered, Tenebris found his master standing over a blood-splattered surgical table on which the body of a human child lay cooling. Tenebris' boots sounded on the grated flood, and with the rustle of black robes, Darth Acheron turned from his test subject to fix his apprentice with a one-eyed stare. His left eye, and most of that side of his face, had been scarred since before he'd taken Tenebris as his apprentice. Acheron's remaining eye was small but piercing, the same yellow color as the Twi'lek's wrinkled skin and drooping leku. The same, too, as the pointed teeth he bared in a smile. "Welcome back, apprentice," Acheron said. "I've been waiting for you. I trust you finished the work you needed to do." Tenebris nodded. He'd been on no Sith business this time, only finalizing designs for several custom starships and starting the manufacturing process. He looked down at the dead child on the table. "I see you've been experimenting without me." "Indeed. The Jedi sent a delegation to Debrillion. They brought several Padawans with them. It wasn't so hard to steal one away. We've tested the virus on Jedi before. And children. Yes, but never a Padawan this young and unformed." Acheron looked at the brown-haired human boy almost fondly, nor one with as high a midichlorian count as this. "Did you learn anything?" Acheron's smile wilted. The higher the midichlorian count, the faster the subject dies. Level of training in the Jedi arts is unrelated to the efficacy of the virus. Tenebris had already gathered as much from all their years of experimentation. Acheron's goal for over a decade had been to develop an artificial disease that would do the Sith's work for them. The weapon he and Tenebris had created could survive among hosts from nearly all sentient species and was easily passed on the air between them. Once taken into the respiratory system, it seeped into the body, attacked midichlorians, and destroyed them. With midichlorians dead, the host body died, and the more midichlorians in the host, the faster the death. The incubation period for the virus seems to be longer for younger beings, Acheron observed. This could be useful in disseminating the virus. This one lasted almost 2 weeks before showing signs. Once it did, death came within hours. One of the Twi'lek's biggest worries was that the Jedi would realize a disease was targeting their midichlorians and react accordingly, quarantining themselves until a counteragent could be found. A valid concern, to be sure, but not the one that weighed on Tenebris. As far as he was concerned, only one thing mattered about Acheron's virus, one thing that would make or break their decades-long enterprise. You wanted a child because it did not belong fully to either the light or dark sides of the Force, Tenebris surmised. Did that affect your findings? Acheron's response was a sigh, and Tenebris knew what that meant. For almost 20 years, they perfected strain after strain of the virus, testing it on live subjects ranging from kidnapped Jedi to untrained Force-sensitive strays. Thrice they captured young adults with high midichlorian counts and trained them for years in the ways of the dark side, with the express goal of testing the virus on them. All 3 subjects had died. A bioweapon that targeted all Force users would harm the Sith as much as the Jedi. Worse, as there were only 2 Sith in existence, while Jedi infected the galaxy by the thousands. The virus would only be useful if it targeted light side users alone, but despite 2 decades of experimentation, Acheron had made no progress. For midichlorians, there seemed to be no difference between drawing on the Force's opposite sides. This young one drew on the Force in his most inchoate form, said Acheron. I experimented on him, drawing him toward the light and dark. Neither made any change in the virus behavior. Of course not, Tenebrous thought. 2 decades wasted, when they should have been progressing Bane's grand design through other means. Darth Acheron was over a century old, and in his younger years he'd been a power that had left Tenebrous in awe. Acheron had killed his own master at a mere 20 standard years, and had slain Jedi on 3 separate occasions, all the while hiding his presence from the Jedi Council on Coruscant. As a xenopropologist scholar, polylinguist, and member of the Republic's diplomatic corps, he traveled to every charted sector of the galaxy, quietly building a network of allies. He'd even wooed the most secretive Gree who hosted him now. Most impressive of all, however, was the permanent mark he'd left in the Force. After joining a commercial starliner making a pleasure cruise through the Ozian system, Acheron had overpowered the crew and wrecked the ship on an uncharted planetoid while keeping the passengers alive. Acheron had spent a month on that world, killing each passenger one by one, using their successive agonies to fuel his life essence as he spread it across the galaxy and touched the very whole of the Force. By the end of that month, he'd been starved and wasted, every last passenger on that starliner dead, but their sacrifices had allowed him to access untold power. Using their borrowed strength and his own cruel determination, Acheron had rendered a hole in the fabric of the Force, afflicting the Jedi scattered galaxy-wide with some of his own dark anger and sending shockwaves of apprehension through their order. A long time ago, Tenebrous had felt honored to serve him. With every experiment we learn a little more. The old Twi'lek stroked the dead child's head, mussing his hair. And I think other possibilities are opening to us. Tenebrous didn't allow himself to hope Acheron might end this fruitless quest. What possibilities? Come, my apprentice. Acheron wagged a clawed finger. He hobbled away from the vivisection table and up the corkscrewing walkway. The Bith followed his master past the hall with the glassed-off cells, where the captive Bith still shuddered. They went through the long room with bodies preserved in liquid containers and finally into the chamber where Acheron kept his library. The Gree were the most ancient civilization still extant in the galaxy today, and though they'd fallen very far from their peak, the half-ruined archives on Tehasa contained more information on ancient galactic history than any place else, even the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, so long as one could read the various Gree languages they'd been written in, and Acheron was one of at most a dozen non-Gree in the entire galaxy who could do that. The tablets, parchments, and bound tomes that filled Acheron's library were gibberish to Tenebrous, but his master shifted through them with the familiarity of someone who'd already memorized half their contents. Consider the Rakata, Acheron said. Ancient history to us, but once contemporaries of the Gree. And if their records are to be believed, it was the Racket and Infinite Empire that broke the Gree and forced them to retreat back to the scrap of space. They were a naturally force-powerful race, and they embraced its dark side to fuel their war machine and conquer system after system. Tenebrous had heard all this before. If records from 25 or 30,000 years ago can be trusted, he said skeptically. Gree live almost 10 times longer than Twi'leks or Bith. History passes slowly for them. That's why their records are so invaluable. When it comes to the downfall of the Rakata, the sources lay different claims, but not necessarily ones that contradict. Some say the Rakata fell because of a civil war, others that they were broken by the arrival of new Force users, possibly early Jedi. Also, it was said that a great disease ravaged the Rakata, killing many of them and severing their connection to the Force. Tenebrous understood now, but he warned, "You said it's just one story among many, and the Rakata have been extinct for over 20 millennia. Yes, but secrets may remain. It's possible the Rakata were ruined by a plague that rendered midichlorians mute without destroying them entirely and killing the host body. I must spend more time working in the Gree archives to be sure." Tenebrous heard the certainty in his master's voice and felt a flush of disappointment. He'd already decided what needed to be done and inwardly committed himself to the act. Still a small part, a weak part, a very Sith-like part, had been hoping some fruit might come of Darth Acheron's final labor and give reason to spare the once great Dark Lord. Oblivious to his apprentice's thoughts, Acheron continued, "I've uncovered more interesting hints. We know the Rakata were Force-sensitive to an extent unheard of in modern races. It was not just rare individuals who could use the Force, all of them could. But I've also found suggestions that the Force was once widespread among the Gree, though they refer to its touch in archaic theological terms. There is suggestion that Force sensitivity was also universal for the ancient Qua, who predated even the Gree and Rakata." Tenebrous edged closer, feigning interest so the old Twi'lek would sink deeper into distraction. "What does all this mean? That the Force was once more common than it is now?" "Yes. And we must wonder why." Acheron looked down at the scrolls. "It's tragic we could not sample the genes of those ancient races, examine their midichlorians, and find what separated them from us. Now we must wonder why the Force touches sentience today so rarely. Perhaps the disease that struck the Rakata mutated to affect other life forms and limit their Force connection." "Yes, I have thought of that. And yet, I wonder if the Force is not acting of its own volition, withdrawing its power from us." That took Tenebrous by surprise, and he froze beside his master. "Is such a thing possible? You have not touched the Force as deeply as I have." Acheron's yellow eye turned toward Tenebrous. "When I wrenched that hole in his fabric and enacted my will upon it, I could feel some power working against me. It was not like any sentient mind I've ever felt. It was far, far greater. The Jedi talk of the Force having a will, a consciousness. The Force is a source of power. Our power," Tenebrous said. He hadn't realized his master was so far gone. "To say it has a will of its own, a sentience, is pablum the Jedi peddle to excuse their own weakness." Perhaps, Acheron looked down and thought, "But you did not feel that strength. There is something to what the Jedi say. I am certain of it. Perhaps that will has been foiling my research. I wonder if we haven't been taking the wrong approach for all these years." Enough. Tenebrous reached into his robe and plucked his lightsaber from his belt. He barely had to shift it in his hand before he tapped the button and sent a spear of humming red light through Acheron's flank, under his armpit, through lungs and heart. A tiny gasp escaped the Twi'lek's mouth. He managed to twist his head and his eye locked on Tenebrous. Lips peeled back from yellow teeth, and his mouth opened a little wider, and for one awful moment it seemed like Acheron was laughing. Then Tenebrous shut off his lightsaber. The old body tipped to one side and toppled to the floor in a messy tangle of sprawled limbs, withered yellow leku, and black robes. Darth Tenebrous stared at the body of his master, shocked breathless by how easy it had been. His heart was pounding in his chest. He half expected Acheron to spring back upright, like a puppet lifted by strings, but he lay there, chest still. Tenebrous reached out with the Force for some lingering trace of his master's life but found nothing except a dark, hollow place. Just to be sure, Tenebrous stepped over to the body and kicked it once in the chest. Nothing. The bit slumped against the table, almost knocking some of his master's precious archives off. It was done. He had fulfilled the fate of all Sith and surpassed his master. Now he would have to find an apprentice of his own to train and to use, and perhaps be used by in turn. He'd helped Acheron train dark acolytes for the sole purpose of using them as test subjects. He had no doubt he could teach a real apprentice on his own. The apprentice would be his to mold, so would the future of Bane's grand design. Tenebrous felt lightheaded, dizzy from his success, and all the possibilities that had suddenly opened before him. He wouldn't waste a single day more on Acheron's misguided virus scheme, nor would he seclude himself on Tehasa, poring over archaic tomes. Yet as he looked around the room and considered the body of his master, Tenebris admitted that there had been some virtue to Acheron's obsessions. Sith did not run from knowledge. They embraced it and used it. Genetic manipulation of midichlorians could yet hold promise. So, too, could all the ancient half-factual tales in these accumulated Greek texts. Acheron's fatal error had not been his interest, merely that he'd pursued them to the exclusion of all else. Tenebris thought on that for a time, and when he was ready he touched the communications panel by the door and called for a servant. Rakatl appeared a minute later, slinking into the room on writhing tentacles. When his blank eyes rested on Darth Acheron's corpse it gave no sound, betrayed nothing in the Force. "The Dark Lord is dead," Tenebris said simply. "I am your master now." Rakatl made a low hiss beneath his breath mask. The tinny translator's voice said, "What would you have us do, Master Tenebris?" "Dispose of the body. Burn it. I will be going soon, but I'll return from time to time. You'll continue to receive the standard payment for your services. Master Acheron's experiments are to be kept on hiatus. Continue monitoring and feeding his test subjects. If some die, dispose of those bodies too." "It will be done, Master." Rakatl's two-armed tentacles writhed in obedience. Tenebris gestured to the library's piled tomes. "While I am gone, I want you and your staff to translate these volumes into Basic." Rakatl made a high-pitched squeal. Its translator said, "Which volumes?" "All of them. Prioritize the ones most referenced by Master Acheron." "Can you do that?" He sensed some hesitation from the Gree. Rakatl said, "These archives are written in 6 distinct languages that have all gone extinct." Tenebris felt an involuntary stab of admiration for his master. "Can they be translated?" "It will take time, Master." "Then you should get started as soon as you can. As long as you continue to receive payment, you'll continue to work. I'll check on your progress from time to time, but I won't be taking up residence here like Acheron. Do you understand?" "We understand." Rakatl raised his tentacles again. "I'm glad," Tenebris said. He walked swiftly for the door, deftly stepping around Rakatl's tentacles on his way out of the chamber. Once clear, he strode out the laboratory, down the long rock-carved hall, back to the landing platform where his ship was waiting. He'd done what he'd come here to do and ended his master's foolishness. Now it was up to him to redirect the grand design to a more fruitful path, and to train an apprentice fit to carry on the legacy of the Sith. When Tenebris stepped outside, his head was lifted high in anticipation. The future was waiting to be made. Chapter 1. They'd barely gotten off the ground when things started going wrong. Free Agent was pushing out from Christophsis' biggest starport, angling skyward, and pushing toward the upper atmosphere, when another starship appeared directly behind them and began to hail. "Somebody seems impatient," Anya Solo muttered. The slim black-haired young woman, strapped in the co-pilot seat, reached over to the comm console and opened the transmission. Before she could say anything, a harsh voice crackled. "This is planetary security. You are carrying illegal cargo and are ordered to set down immediately." That was news to Anya. She looked to the ship's pilot and asked, "Are we?" "To my knowledge, the cargo we are carrying is fully compliant with local and interstellar law," said AG-37. The assassin droid's mechanical voice was cool and controlled, as always. His metal hands gripped the control yoke and nudged them further toward orbit. Salk, their Mon Calamari mechanic, was more concerned. "Maybe we'd better check." His voice trembled. "Good idea," said the ship's 4th crew member, former Imperial Knight J.O. Assam. "Let's break open those crates." As J.O. and Salk unstrapped from their seats and started for the cockpit's exit, Anya turned back to AG-37. "We'll try to stall them, right?" "I am not comfortable with flouting law enforcement," the droid said. "We have a legal cargo hauling operation. We are not smugglers." Nonetheless, he slowed Free Agent down and leveled his flight path without turning back to the surface. "Well, let's convince them," muttered Anya. She tapped the comm console again, bent close to the speaker grill, and asked, "I'm sorry if there seems to be a problem, officer. Transfer your credentials and we'll be happy to comply." Instead, the other ship barked, "We won't fall for stalling tactics. Set down now or we will open fire." Not what she was expecting. Anya had to deal with less than friendly cops plenty of times. Most relished the chance to flash their badges and show off their authority. "Listen, we've got a lot of cargo aboard right now, and if you can tell us what you're looking for." A G-37's droid fast reflexes jerked the ship's starboard just in time to avoid lancing laser blasts. Anya thought she heard someone yell back in the cargo section. "What kind of weapons does that guy have?" she asked. "Two standard laser cannons," a G-37 replied. "No warhead launchers visible." "Are you sure he's a cop?" His ship type matches the model used by Christoph's law enforcement. Refusal to provide authentication as suspect. Anya bent over the speaker grill again. "Listen, we'll be happy to sit down. Just give us your carking credentials so we know you're who you say you are." The ship's response was another hail of laser fire. Instead of slip sideways, a G-37 pulled their nose skyward and punched them toward stars. There was a crashing sound in the rear compartment, and J.O. shouted up, "Can we please get a warning next time?" "Apologies," a G-37 said. "We are currently engaged in evasive maneuvers. It would be best to restrain yourselves to avoid damage." Anya checked to make sure she was strapped into her seat as the droid threw his ship into more maneuvers. Free Agent was quick and nimble as far as cargo ships went, but it was no starfighter, and no smuggler's tramp freighter either. As a G-37 had said, they stuck to legal jobs wherever possible. They'd been contracted by a private citizen on Christophsis to run some valuable art objects to a buyer on Mon Gaza. At least, he'd said they were art objects. Twisting as much as her crash webbing would allow, Anya called back, "Hey, what have we got back there? Any surprises?" "Just looks like lots of crystal sculptures to me," returned J.O. "Nobody had tried to stick them with contraband then. Looks like our cop buddy's an art thief," Anya muttered. "Likely he is not police at all," said a G-37 as their ship flared through the planet's upper atmosphere. "I detect two more law enforcement craft on patrols in orbit. Neither are moving to intercept us." So he was a bully, pretending to be police as he tried to steal precious cargo. Anya was almost relieved. If this guy was after their crystal art sculptures, he wouldn't try to blow them up. Still, he was on their tail and catching up. As Free Agent pushed out of the atmosphere, Anya turned her attention to the nav board and began plotting a hyperspace jump, but it would be a few minutes before they cleared the planet's gravity well. A G-37 threw his ship into the best twists and turns it could manage, but laser fire from that fake cop's ship was still splattering over their shields, rocking Anya in her chair. After all she'd been through the past few years, arrest and imprisonment, being wrongfully hunted by the Empire, her uneasy alliance with Empress fell, and the search for Darth Rid, it would be really pathetic to get killed by a damned art thief. When they were just a minute away from breaching the gravity well, Anya allowed herself a tiny breath of relief. Then, as if the universe was trying to prove she shouldn't get cocky, a G-37 announced, "All hands, brace for impact." Anya barely saw the warhead coming in from the starboard side. The explosion impacted on their shields and flashed so bright she had to squeeze her eyes shut. When they popped open a second later, she saw an old tri-wing starfighter slash across the viewport and wheel around for another pass. "Looks like our guy has some friends after all," Anya gritted her teeth. "Our guy is closing fast from the rear. Our shields are nearly down," a G-37 reported. "That tri-wing is blocking our exit vector." "He would be?" Anya felt a tightening in her chest and edging toward despair. Maybe we should hail him again? Surrender. "The cargo we carry is vital to our fiscal solvency," the droid said. "Furthermore, I doubt our pursuers will leave us undamaged." "Two good arguments," she admitted. "But listen, maybe?" The ship shook again, hard. Alarms in the cockpit wailed. A G-37 reported, "We have lost particle shields. They will likely target our engines next, then board us once we're disabled." The top half of his cylindrical head spun sideways to fix Anya with one red electric eye. Rest assured, I will protect you with my life, Anya Solo. It sent a shudder through her. The droid's loyalty to her ran deep, in ways she'd never understood, for reasons she'd never fully known. Salk and Jo were like that too, each in their own way. Though Free Agent was a G-37 ship, Anya was aware that she'd fallen into the role of their misfit band's leader, not even willingly, but through the combination of unlikely circumstance. Anya had never wanted power or responsibility. More often than not, she'd run from it, but the ship and crew wouldn't be together now if it weren't for her. The lives of just 3 people, 3 friends, was a heavy thing to bear. If any of them ended up hurt or dead, she'd never forgive herself. The thought filled her with dread. It also gave her an idea. Anya was at her best in moments of crisis. "AG," she said, "we have to play dead." For a second, the droid's lower photoreceptor pulsed thoughtfully. Then he said, "Understood." When the next volley came, he nimbly twisted the ship to avoid the blast, but cut power to engines at the same time. Momentum edged them away from the planet, but the Tri-Wing and fake cop surged close from opposite sides. The familiar, angry voice blared over the cockpit speakers. "Your ship is crippled. Try to run, and we'll blow you apart. Stand by for boarding, and don't try anything funny. We're authorized to use lethal force in pursuit of criminals." "Sure you are, buddy," Anya muttered. A G-37's upper photoreceptor swung back to Anya. "I suspect you're planning to man the harpoon and tow cable." He was always a fast learner. As she unbuckled from her crash webbing, she asked, "Can you give us a hard burn and light speed when I tell you?" "It will not be good for the sublight engines, but yes. All I want is to get the hell out of here." Anya gave the droid a pat on his metal shoulder before slipping out of the cockpit, back to the cargo hold, where Salk and Jo had strapped into jump seats extending from the port side bulkhead. "Anya, what's going on?" Salk asked, blinking huge eyes. "We've stopped, but we're not damaged." "Are we?" The Mon Cal mechanic had come to master every inch of the ship over the past 2 years. If the engines had really blown out, Salk would have known from the vibration in the decks. "We're playing dead, trying to lure them in," Anya said. "Jo, can I get a little help with the harpoon gun?" Realization showed in his eyes quickly. The former Imperial Knight still didn't totally mesh with the Fringer crowd he'd fallen in with, but he'd gradually been adapting to their kind of thinking, resourceful, scrappy, often desperate. Jo unbuckled his crash webbing and hurried with Anya toward the access shaft leading to the gun turret on Free Agent's ventral side. Behind them, Salk called, "What do I need to do?" "Stay where you are for now," Anya called back. "AG's going to put us through hard sublight burn, then jump to light speed. Be ready." She heard the Mon Cal moan, mentally anticipating all the parts of Free Agent that could fail in that kind of maneuver, but she was already at the shaft and clambering down his ladder, Jo right behind her. Free Agent usually used his harpoon and tow cable to move heavy cargo. The gun was aimed and fired from a bulbous transparent steel turret that emerged from the ship's belly. Anya maneuvered herself into his control seat and Jo awkwardly squeezed into the compact space with her. She tried to ignore his literally breathing down her neck and gripped the controls firmly. Through the transparent steel bubble, she could see the ostensible police cruiser pull alongside their drifting ship and noted its lack of government markings, probably bought second-hand by someone hoping to pass as official muscle. The Tri-Wing that had ambushed them was nowhere to be seen. Anya tapped the comm control and asked, "AG, do you see that snub fighter?" "Currently holding at a dorsal position," the droid replied, "directly above our laser turret." That meant it was out of firing range too. "Think you can get past him when we burn?" "Let me worry about that. Please concentrate on the other ship." "Will do." Anya killed the comm and took a deep breath. At this range, with a little help from Jo, the harpoon should be able to punch through the whole casing around the police cruiser's thrust engines. Since those engines were cool now, it would just cripple the ship instead of triggering a catastrophic explosion. Hopefully. Either way, the harpoon itself would be forfeit. Anya would release the cable as soon as AG-37 accelerated. Right now, the harpoon gun was angled directly toward Free Agent's bow. That meant she'd have to pivot the barrel over 100 degrees to punch through the engines of the police cruiser pulled alongside them. She didn't think anyone in the cruiser could see her from this angle, but she didn't want to risk it. She'd pivot, aim, and fire all in 1 second, before the cruiser's crew had a chance to react. "You know what to do, right?" Anya asked Jo. "You're aiming for the engines." His breath tickled the back of her neck. "Right? We just want to cripple them?" "I can do that." Jo might no longer answer to the Empress, but in his heart he still thought of himself as an Imperial Knight. Anya knew that. She also knew that, as a knight, he pledged to serve the light side of the Force and thus avoided unnecessary killing, even if it was Slimo pirates. Anya wasn't quite as moralistic, but she respected his resolve. It was a nice break from the kind of people she'd known most of her life. "He's pretty close," Jo whispered. The police cruiser looked about 10 meters away from coupling airlocks. Any closer, and it would severely box Free Agent in and limit AG-37's ability to maneuver. Anya opened her comm connection to the cockpit and announced, getting ready to fire. 5, 4, 3, 2. She grabbed the direct controls tights and wrenched them sideways. 1. She squeezed the trigger. The bubble shuddered as the harpoon fired. Behind her, Jo reached into the Force and guided the harpoon, veered it fast and hard directly into the drive case in the police cruiser's thrust engines. With Jo's additional Force-guided punch, the harpoon tore through the hull and lodged itself inside the engine tube. The police cruiser shuddered and jerked away from Free Agent. As she slammed the release button, casting harpoon and tow cable free, Anya announced, "Go. Go. Go." AG-37 went. The acceleration slammed Jo and Anya hard, knocking them into each other, and both into the turret's transparent steel bubble. Stars spun around them. Through from the red bubble, Anya couldn't see much else, only blue crystossus falling away beneath them, and the sputtering police cruiser trying to lurch ahead on failing engines. A few laser blasts whipped toward them. AG-37 deftly evaded, once again knocking Anya and Jo about. She heard the pop of some explosion and felt her heart freeze. Then the stars exploded into streams of light, and then the streams became the ghostly blue-white torrent of hyperspace. Anya felt like cheering, but instead she said, "Can you move your arm?" "Sorry." Jo winced, removing his elbow from beneath her left rib cage. As they disentangled from each other, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Maybe a bruise or two. I'm just glad to be alive." It was very true. Jo climbed up the ladder first and Anya followed. Once they got to Free Agent's main corridor, she called out, "Good flying, AG." "I performed competently as always," AG-37 declared from the cockpit. It had taken her a while to pick up when the droid sounded smug. "Are we headed for Mon Gaza?" "Correct. We should be there in approximately 7 hours." "Good to know," breathed Jo. "Hey, Sock. How's the ship?" The Mon Cal appeared from the door to the engineering section at the far end of the hallway. Even from a distance, his expression looked wilted. "I think we may have engine trouble." "May?" Anya stared toward him. "Can we get to Mon Gaza?" "The hyperdrive is fine." Salk held up a chunk of machinery so burnt out it took Anya a second to recognize it. That hard burn blew out the stabilizing coil on our sublights. Jo asked, "Will we still have power when we leave hyperspace?" "We can't get to Mon Gaza as long as we fly slow and careful," Anya said. "So if anyone else comes after us, we're in trouble." Jo scowled. Despite throwing in with Free Agent, he didn't take well to being sporadically chased and shot at by lowlife. "Who were those guys anyway?" "I don't know and don't want to find out." Anya planted hands on her hips. "You're sure those crates just have crystal sculptures in them, right?" "Just like our client said." Salk paused. "Unless there's something inside the sculptures." "On your side? There's easier ways to smuggle spice. I can't believe someone would go to that much trouble." "I don't like the idea of running spice, especially if we've been conned into it." J.O. crossed arms over his chest. Neither do I, Anya admitted. Salk, think you can do a mid-level sonic scan, see if there's any surprises hidden inside our sculpture. The Mon Cal blinked. I have the equipment, but it's only 7 hours to Mon Gaza, and I should really double-check the engines to make sure nothing else. Anya put a hand on his shoulder. I know my way around an engine core. I'll check it out. You give our cargo an extra close look, and make sure we're just hauling art objects. Salk nodded, a little reluctantly. He passed the broken stabilizing coil to Anya and went back to the cargo hold. Once she was alone in the hallway with J.O., Anya released a sigh. You should probably help him. I'll be busy with the engines. Right, J.O. said, but didn't move. Do you really think someone went to all that trouble just for art objects? It's possible. Anya smiled wanly. I knew a guy once who got hired to transport some Alderanian moss paintings. Ended up running from a half-dozen bounty hunters who wanted his cargo. Fine art is serious business. Apparently. His lips pressed tight. Hey man, relax. She jostled his shoulder. If a bunch of power-mad murderous Sith lords couldn't stop us, you think these Sleemers will? Well, I sure hope not. J.O. tried a smile of his own. It would be really embarrassing if they did. Embarrassment was not something J.O. took lightly. He still got that imperial dignity about him. Wouldn't it just? Go help Salk. I don't want any more surprised when we reach Mon Gaza. Agreed. J.O. went back to the hold, leaving Anya alone in the hallway with a burnt-out chunk of ship in her hand. She'd meant what she'd told J.O., but what he'd said was true too. It would be damned embarrassing to be beaten or killed on what was supposed to be a perfectly legal, blue milk run errand. It was also still possible the ruined stabilizing coil in her hand was like an icon of mortality. The four of them had cheated death, imprisonment, and other dire fates plenty of times, and they'd almost gotten used to living on the edge, but never entirely. The escape from Christophsis had rattled J.O. and Salk, and deep down it had rattled her too. She bet that even a G-37 was a little jarred beneath his cold metal exterior. Still, they survived another close scrape. Once the fear was gone, the adrenaline remained, pumping silently through her body. Alone in the hallway, Anya smiled. For all the risks and close calls, she was glad to be on free agent now, doing what she did, with these people by her side. It was a life she'd never thought she'd had growing up, fending for herself from age 12 onward after losing both parents in the final days of the Sith Imperial War. Now she was free, but no longer lonely. In moments like this, when she stopped and thought about it, it almost seemed a miracle. Anya didn't know how long this setup could last, but she'd ride with it as long as she could. The planetary governor's mansion on Vorzid V was a puzzle to be solved. It rested on the shore of Lake Jacko, nestled by wooded space of the capital city's largest parkland. Layers of the best security available walled it off from the public parts of the forest. Shigwire fences, tripwires, nearly 100 heat and motion sensors hidden within the trunks of trees. Sneaking up through the forest was virtually impossible, even for a powerful Force user. Eli Horn was not that. He was 18 years old, lean and nimble, alert and very driven, but he was still an apprentice. His master, perhaps, could have infiltrated the facility by coming through the forest, but Eli elected to approach from the lake. After donning a thermolayered diving suit that would mask his heat signature from underwater sensors, he dove into Lake Jacko and swam half a kilometer, alternately submerged and surfacing to gain his bearings. The governor's mansion was lit up in the night, a beacon to guide him through black waters. He swam the last 200 meters totally underwater and emerged on the lakeshore stony beach 100 meters downshore from the mansion. That placed him well inside the perimeter that wrapped around the forest. He immediately crawled out of her thermal suit, hid it in the nearby bushes, then crouched low and removed his macro binoculars from the same water-sealed pouch in which he kept his lightsaber. Using the binoculars' night vision, Eli scanned the lake-facing side of the mansion. He spotted 2 security guards walking lazy loops around the exterior, plus 2 more standing by the wide glassy doors leading from the house to the beach. He also marked 3 holocams with bulbous lenses. They all seemed to be angled outward, looking on the beach and outside grounds rather than the doors. Eli continued to crawl through the brush. His armored jumpsuit was black, and he dabbed ebon makeup over his face, leaving naturally pale rings around his eyes. He crawled slowly, carefully, always keeping his attention ahead. He timed the circuits of the marching guards and tentatively reached out with the force to sense the torpid minds of hired guns, waiting for their shifts to end. Governor Salo was a being who could buy loyalty but not inspire it. By the time Eli reached the edge of the tree line, he decided his method of attack. He waited for the patrolling guard to pass, then sprinted for the side of the mansion. As his master had taught him, he used the force to momentarily blur the security camera. When he reached the wall, he removed the fiber cord cable from his belt, tossed, and it up to the rim of the second-story window, where it snagged tight. He climbed quickly, hands on cable and boots against wall, body near horizontal as he ascended. As he continued to blur the camera, he used the force to sense if the other guard was coming close. Eli had timed everything perfectly. He completed his ascent just as the oblivious guard rounded the corner. Using the force, he jarred the window open and rolled into the dark, empty room. He was inside, but this was the hard part.
Now he had to find Governor Salo. He'd studied a map of the mansion's layout, but he knew little about the interior security systems and had no idea where Salo was right now. Crouched in what appeared to be a state's spare bedroom, Eli reached out with the force and tried to get a sense of the other beings in this building. He sensed only a few. Most of Salo's guards seemed to be outside. Eli had been told that the governor's office and sleeping quarters were on the uppermost story. Carefully, he slipped out of the bedroom and into the hallway. It was well lit and, worse, he spotted the bug eye of a holocam tucked against the ceiling. With a touch of the force, he blurred it. As he worked his way deeper inside the building, Eli garbled 2 more. When he reached the broad marbled stairwell that ran from the first story to the top, he sneaked up with careful, soundless steps. Footfalls echoed up from the bottom floor and his heart was throbbing in his chest by the time he reached the top level. His distraction almost cost him. Eli stepped into the hallway and nearly colliding with a tall, green-skinned Vorzidiak in a black guard's uniform. The guard blinked in shock, then reached for his stun baton and opened his mouth to call for help. Eli was faster. He reached out with the force and grabbed the guard's windpipe, squeezed it, stopping his shout and his breath. With his right hand, Eli jabbed the guard in his lower abdomen, right where Vorzidiaks kept their equivalent of the human heart. With his left, he wrestled the stun baton from the guard's hand. He jabbed the weapon's end into the guard's side and tapped the trigger once, sending enough electric energy to drop the alien to the plush carpet. Heart still pounding, Eli looked around the hall. No bug eye spying on him. He'd gotten lucky. He felt a swell of power looking down on the Vorzidiak twitching at his feet. It would be so easy to kill, a heel on the neck. He'd killed before, first in self-defense, then deliberately, as his master goaded him on. It had been hardest the first time, but even then Eli had known it would be a necessary act. Without it he could have never separated himself from the Jedi, nor could he have joined the path of the Sith. He'd been born to be a Jedi. His father had been one, and when he'd been 5 years old Reeker Horn had died, sacrificing himself to angry hordes at Duro so a ship full of Jedi and Uzhan Vong could escape. At first young Eli had seen his father as a model for selfless nobility, and he'd clung to that ideal with increasing desperation as Jedi after Jedi was hunted and killed by Darth Krayt's minions. The Jedi's nobility and self-sacrifice had earned them infamy, and the beings they purported to protect betrayed them to the Sith time and again.
The tattered remains of that ideal had died 3 years ago, when Darth Krayt's reign seemed supreme. Eli and his fellow Padawans had been hiding with supposed allies on Coruscant. Their protectors sold them out to Krayt's hunters. They'd been captured, brought to the Sith temple on Coruscant, and given the simple choice, submit or die. Betrayed by those he'd sworn to protect and burning with anger, Eli alone chose to live. Since that day he'd been trained not to surrender to the vicissitudes of a hostile galaxy but to fight and subdue. In the 2 years since Krayt's death, the one Sith had suffered a dizzying reversal. Now the Jedi, and Imperial Knights ruled the galaxy, and the Sith were hunted fugitives. Since the Battle of the Floating World a year ago, the Sith had been winnowed to a mere handful. In moments of honesty, Eli wondered whether he'd chosen the right side after all. Yet deep in his heart, he remembered how the Jedi were again and again betrayed by those they served, and he knew the true path to safety was through power. The only route to power was through violence. But his master had told him not to kill tonight, not unless his survival was at stake. So Eli dragged the guard down the hall, found the doorway to a dark and quiet room, and left the guard inside. Then he went back to hunting Governor Salo. His heart still beat fast. With effort he calmed himself, summoning fragments of Jedi breathing techniques he still remembered. He reached out with the Force once more and searched this uppermost hall. He found one commanding presence and knew it must be the governor. Eli followed it down more ornate halls, force jamming 2 more cameras before he came before a set of old-style wooden doors, resting on hinges, and sealed tight. Through the crack between them he listened to a deep voice speaking in the Vorzidiac tongue. He did not know what it said, but he stayed crouched at the door, listening for 2 full minutes to make sure there was only one being in the room. Eli waited. It seemed to take an eternity, but eventually Governor Salo ended the transmission. Eli stood up, drew his lightsaber in one hand, and with a flick of the Force swung both doors open. Salo was exactly where Eli expected him to be, standing over his desk's communication console, back to the broad office window, staring at newcomer in frozen shock. That was all Eli needed. He used the Force to roughly grab Salo by the neck and throw him to the carpet. Eli was on him in a second, straddling his torso, blazing red lightsaber tip angled at the alien's green and wide-eyed face. What the devil is this? Salo wheezed an accented basic. Who are you? You know who I am? Eli growled and inched his blade closer to the Vorzidiac's face. Vigo Plesche paid you to do something and now you need to do it. Is that clear? I've done everything Plesche asked. If Plesche thought so I wouldn't be here, Eli snarled. He found he wanted to spear this blubbering idiot through the face. The galaxy was full of crooked politicians taking Black Sun bribes. Only a true fool thought he could take his kickbacks without returning the favors. His people are still being arrested. Lawyers and judges are still looking into his businesses. His goods are still being held at the port. I am just the governor. I can't control everyone. You can and you will. If any policeman, any judge or lawyer, any import official messes with Plesche's business again, you will pay. Do you understand me? To his surprise, Salo mounted a brave, bitter grin. Or what? Boy. Even Black Sun wouldn't kill a planetary governor. Vigo Plesche would barely flinch. Eli would consider it an honor to rid the galaxy of such filth. That was another reason he joined the Sith, to call the corrupt and bring order. He drew his saber back a little and opened his mouth to tell Salo just that when the doors burst open and 3 guards dashed in. Stupid, Eli thought. Of course Salo would have a silent alarm. He resisted the urge to cut through the governor's neck and jumped off him instead, lifting his saber to deflect a volley of laser blasts. The guards spread out to trap him between different angles of fire, and Eli struggled to deflect shots coming from 3 sides. He called on the Force to throw objects around the room, datapads, art pieces resting on tabletops, antique books on shelves. One sculpted glasswork took a guard between the shoulders. Eli sprung forward, cut his rifle in half, and kneed the man hard in the face. He spun on his other foot, caught attacks from the other 2 guards, then charged the closest one. That guard backed away, ran into the wall, and surprised Eli by throwing his rifle away and drawing out a long vibro knife. He met Eli by ducking low and stabbing high. He slipped beneath Eli's broad horizontal swing and thrust his blade up. The young man had to twist to avoid a knife in the stomach and flipped his blade down to drive it through the guard's torso, a definite killing blow. His master would forgive him for that one. When Eli spun to face the 3rd guard, he found that 3 more had come into the room. They formed a barricade around Governor Salo, who stood near the open doors with a white grin on his face. Rather than flee, he wanted to see Viggo Pleshche's assassin go down, and Eli realized with a touch of terror he might well get his wish. The 4 guards unleashed their next volley. Eli deflected all he could but laser singe his arms and legs. One guard tried to attack him from the left flank. Eli lunged and slashed the guard deep across the chest, dropping him, but took a blast square in his right shoulder, one that filled his whole arm with pain and forced him to switch his saber to his weaker left hand. Still, the guards attacked. They didn't care about wrecking their employer's office. All that mattered was killing the intruder. Through his panic, Eli felt a dawning despair. He'd never imagined that his end would be this brutal, this embarrassing, this pointless. Then the window behind him shattered. Cold wind and broken glass rushed into the room, and with it the sensation of cold black determination in the force. Eli knew his master was here. She descended into the middle of the room in a tumble of scarlet and black, hitting the carpet in the middle of the shoulder roll that brought her to her feet in between 2 guards. A red lightsaber bisected one at the hip. The other dashed away in time, but she lunged after him, cleaved the barrel from his blaster, then his head from his shoulders. The last guard hefted his rifle to fire at her. Eli got to him first, thrusting saber through ribcage, shifting downward to sever the Vorzidiak's heart in 2. As the body crumpled at his feet, Governor Salo finally conquered his shock and tried to escape. He never even got through the door. With a lifted hand, Eli's master raised his body into the air, threw it across the room, and slammed it hard onto the desktop. Without shutting off her lightsaber, Darth Talon stalked over to Salo. The Twi'lek woman moved with a feral grace, and the governor's eyes went wide as he took in the primal black tattoos lacing her scarlet body from leku tip to toe. Unlike Eli, Darth Talon had been born Sith, raised Sith, and had been the most trusted hand of the late Dark Lord Krayt. Now she held her saber against Salo's neck, looked down at him with pitiless eyes, and said, "You will do exactly as Viggo Pleshche requested. Is that understood?"
Salo found it in himself to nod. Talon continued, "We can kill you. Anytime. Any place. You're not safe unless Pleshche wants you safe. Is that clear?" "Very," rasped Salo. "Good." Talon shut off her lightsaber and looked to the young human. "Come with me, apprentice." Humbly, Eli nodded. When she moved for the window he followed, and together they leaped out into the night. The High Numbers was one of a dozen gambling houses along what was known as the Casino Line, the busiest nightlife district in Vorzidvi's capital city of Ephevin and certainly the most gaudy. Holographic advertisements 20 meters high projected from building sides to fill the night air, and speeder buses full of partying sentients from half the outer rim drifted down the line's luminous steel canyon. Seen from the window of the High Numbers' most private office, the sight seemed especially garish: artificial light and artificial joy, desperate beings groping for fleeting satisfaction through drink and high-risk games of chance. Compared to the power and satisfaction derived from the Force, all other pleasures were vulgar. Darth Krayt had called those unable to touch the Force vermin, and right now it seemed to Darth Talon that she was looking down on a hive of mindless insects, impelled by genetic design to scurry about on pointless activities as they tried to fill brief pointless lives. Her master had warned Talon against pitying the vermin. The best that could be done for them was to use them, mercilessly if need to be, to advance the grand design of the Sith. She heard her name called, turned from the window, and saw a reminder that vermin came in many forms. Pleshche, a large-bodied, yellow-skinned squalrus, was officially the chief financial executive for the High Numbers. He was also a Black Sun captain for a quarter of the Outer Rim, and right now he looked disgustingly pleased that a disobedient local governor had gotten fear of the Sith put into him. Sitting back in his chair, puffing his cigarette, Pleshche said, "I have a feeling I won't be getting any more trouble from Salo. I always knew you people were miracle workers." "What about the guards we killed?" asked Eli, as much to his master as Pleshche. The Viggo shrugged. "He'll cover it up somehow. Call it an accident. He'd never admit that intruders attacked him in his own home and killed most of his security team. You can be sure he won't go to Coruscant either." Empress Fel has placed a high bounty on the heads of any Sith, Darth Talon reminded him. You should monitor his communications. I do that already. Pillaged waved his cigarette. But he won't run to the Empress. Even if he rids himself of you two, he'll never rid himself of Black Sun. Solo is stubborn, but he's no fool. The Vigo savored another puff. Talon fought to keep the scowl from her face. Just 2 years ago, the Sith had ruled supreme. The entire galaxy had laid in her master's hand and she had been his most trusted servant. From as early as she could remember, her life had been defined by service to Darth Krayt and his design. Krayt's power had been on an upward ascent that entire time, and she'd never had any reason to doubt her master.
In service she gave her life meaning. It had all been so simple. But for 2 years, disaster had followed disaster. Krayt was dead, Lady Maladi missing, Coruscant in the hands of Maragia fell, and her pet Imperial Knights. Most of the one Sith had been trapped and slaughtered on the floating world. Now they scraped to survive in the shadows, making deals with vermin criminals. Lord Nil remained as Dark Lord, and Talon still served him, but for all his dark power, Nil was no Krayt. He was not ancient and wise and fierce like Krayt. He did not have the vision. Still, Talon served him. Service had always been the whole of her life. She had no idea what might replace it. We've done what you asked, Talon told Pillaged. You will keep your end of the bargain. I will. That sounds like a demand, the fat squaw smirked. Ah, Lady Talon, women of your kind are usually so charming, so sensuous, so eager to please. So I have to wonder, what went wrong with you? Nothing, she said, stone-faced, and fought the desire to strangle the fool where he sat. I thought you'd say that. Pillaged drew a data card from the folds of his robe. This is access information to a credit account. It will have the amount we agreed on, plus a 10% bonus. Talon gave Eli a nod. The young human took the data card and pocketed it. If there's nothing else, my security staff will see you out, Pillaged said, and when no one objected he tapped a button on his armchair and summoned a pair of silver-plated security droids. Talon and Eli slipped out of the room without another word. Talon moved swiftly down the casino's gilded hall, taking long strides. Eli hurried to keep up, and the droid started to lag behind. I could feel your anger, Eli said softly, then added, I'm sorry for my performance tonight. I should have been able to take them all. My anger is not directed at you, apprentice. In truth, the young man had performed admirably, getting to Solo's lair and taking out 4 security guards on his own. Talon had been skeptical when Darth Nil insisted she take an apprentice, even more when she learned it was a teenager who'd only defected from the Jedi when he had a red saber to his throat. To her surprise, Eli was a quick learner. He came from the Horn family, a fairly illustrious Jedi line, and he had great natural aptitude with the Force. More importantly, the murder of his father at the hands of an anti-Jedi mob had instilled him with a store of repressed anger that was very useful. He might be a great Sith in the future if there were any Sith in the future. Eli thought on her words and intuited her meaning. We do what we must to survive, Master. We deal with who we must. Talon nodded curtly. We will make sure the credits in Pillaged's account transfer successfully. Then we'll be gone from here. Eli nodded and looked slightly relieved. Vorzid V was a garish, venal place, and neither of them would miss it. Still, Talon knew that when this left this world they'd be fleeing from it, not fleeing towards somewhere greater. The power and purpose the Sith had known under Darth Krayt was gone. Though she denied it to Eli, Darth Talon doubted they would come again. Chapter 2. That she'd been born to rule had been drilled into Maragia Fel from a young age. Even when her father had lost his throne and spent 7 years in exile, he'd spoken of a return to power, and his daughter's eventual succession, as inevitable. Nonetheless, it was no easy thing to suddenly find herself Empress of the known galaxy. The beings with whom she shared the table now, deep inside the new palace's most secure conference room on Coruscant, were her counterweights, the checks on her power, and as aggravating as Grand Master K. Kruk and Admiral Garstag could sometimes be, Miragia was off. Glad for them, if only because they helped spread the burden and the blame that went with governing. The Treaty of Federation signed after Darth Krayt's defeat nominally spread power across the three of them as a triumvirate. In practice, Miragia was supreme. As the Empress fell, she inherited the military and power structure built up by her father and grandfather before Krayt had usurped it. The military and bureaucracy continued to be managed by her hand-picked admirals and ministers. Yet per the treaty she'd made significant concessions, including the incorporation of Garstazzy's core fleet as a special autonomous division of the Federation Navy. Stazzy and K-Kruk could veto many of her decisions. Most importantly, Miragia had agreed to re-establish an elected Senate within 3 years of the treaty, and that was what they'd come here to discuss today. As usual, it was Stazzy who pressed hardest. Thousands of Alliance senators were arrested by Darth Krayt. Some were even executed. They deserve proper recompense. I'm aware of that, Admiral. The vast majority of them have been released, with amnesty, and are free to run for their positions again if they wish. All of them deserve to be freed. The ones left in prison, comfortable, low-security prison, are the ones advocating re-establishment of the old Alliance in every way. That includes breaking up this triumvirate. That's treason. In the Empire, maybe. In the Alliance, beings were allowed to air their opinions. The Alliance, she said pointedly, lost the war. That was the last war, and your father lost it too. We won this latest war together. The Duro stared at her hard, unflinching. Miragia fought a scowl. As usual, it was K-Kruk who played peacekeeper. What we have now is neither the Empire nor the Alliance. This Federation is something new, and that requires new ways of thinking. Empress fell. Once the Senate is established, as your intention to dissolve the Old Moff Council, correct? She nodded. She'd been stripping it of its power for the past 2 years, and looked forward to doing away with it entirely. There will be no need of it. Once the Federation has a proper legislature, the Council's role can be consigned to an elected cabinet. Miragia planned to give the legislature broad control over local affairs, but had no intention of ceding executive power when it came to military, intelligence, and diplomacy. To keep a galaxy-spanning government together, a strong central hand was needed, one not prey to the vagaries of a fickle electorate. She believed that absolutely, and thought, deep down, Stazzy and K-Kruk accepted it too. One was military, the other a Jedi. Neither were democratic organizations. Yet the Duro pressed, many beings will not see these elections we're holding as legitimate, not unless they can vote for whomever they chose. An election where candidates are vetted in advance by Imperial overseers is not free or fair. And a Senate where half the members want to secede it is invitation to anarchy. The galaxy has been through enough war, Admiral. I won't let another start on my watch. Stazzy took a breath before launching another attack. K-Kruk interjected. There is no certainty that, once released, those senators will be elected. Even if they were, there's not enough of them to form a secessionist bloc in the Senate. There's no guarantee either way, said Miragia. Until elections are held, any guesses on the Senate's composition is a leap in the dark. Unless elections are truly free, said Stazzy, the Senate won't have credibility with the people. Power justified itself. Once the Senate starts exerting the authority we allow, it will have all the credibility it needs. No, it won't. Not if it looks like a glorified approval stamp for this triumvirate. Stazzy stabbed a green finger into the tabletop. A functioning Senate will allow all of the galaxy to feel like it has a part in this federation. Right now it doesn't. Right now this government looks like a sectarian dictatorship controlled by yet another force-using cult. That, K-Kruk said, is a gross exaggeration. Is it? With all due respect, Master Jedi, Force users make up less than 1% of this galaxy's population, but 2/3 of its government. I'm not the only one who sees it as outsized influence. The Jedi and Imperial Knights are hardly in agreement on everything. You know that. I do, but to the rest of the galaxy. They don't understand your kind. They only know you control them, and have in some shape or form for the past decade. When beings are controlled by something they don't understand, they can easily start to hate and fear it. If this government is meant to be for the whole galaxy, it must be by the whole galaxy. That means the influence of Force users must be proportionally diminished. He looked back to Merasia. This triumvirate is a suitable caretaker, but for the galaxy to stay stable long-term, we must have a Senate that means something. Otherwise, this government will last no longer than the one we overthrew. Stasi stared hard. Merasia didn't flinch. Giving in here would open the door to more concessions, and she wasn't prepared to do that. Kyra must have sensed that. The old Whiffet put his claws on the table and said, "Perhaps we should all consider our positions and reconvene tomorrow." Stasi relented. "I suppose we can. I have a meeting with Admiral Bay this afternoon that promises to be productive. I'd hate to miss it for something that's not." Stasi pushed up from the table. He gave Kyra and Merasia curt nods and left the chamber. Merasia allowed a sigh of released frustration. Through the force, she caught faint amusement from Kyra. "It's something funny, Master Jedi. A long time ago, the Jedi Order became entangled in the politics of the Old Republic. It is not a time I remember fondly, which is why I was reluctant to take part in this triumvirate of yours." It was something Kyra knew personally. He was nearing his 3rd century of life, and had experienced things Merasia could only perceive as history. He was one of the few beings who could easily humble her. "Your point, Master Jedi. They say Jedi are peacekeepers. I think peacekeepers are most valuable outside wartime. I do appreciate your attempts at arbitration, and I am pleased to say you remind me little of Chancellor Palpatine." Kyra nodded his long head. "Good day, Empress." The old Whiffet shuffled for the door. Merasia decided to be content with compliments when they came and followed him into the foyer. Kyra had joined in conversation with his aide and confidant, Sot Leonard. The Zabrak woman was young but had earned the title Master during the fight against Kraid. Apparently, Jedi ranked up in wartime as fast as anyone. For her part, Merasia's uncle was waiting for her. Though trained and accomplished as an Imperial Knight, Hogrum Chalk had been badly damaged in an accident, and as long as Merasia could remember, he'd been a stern figure, draped in black armor with his face marked by scars and a mechanical eyepiece. His stern countenance relaxed when he set eyes on his niece. He offered Merasia his arm, which she took as both worked their way through the palace's halls, back to her office. "I take it the meeting did not lead to much progress," Hogrum observed. "Stasi is a stubborn being. As stubborn as my father. It was hard to talk about him still." She took a deep breath and went on. "Stasi insists we allow all former Alliance senators to run for office, even those who view our triumvirate as illegal, and me as a usurper tyrant. The more Alliance figures in the new government, the greater clout Stasi has," her uncle said. "A transparent ploy. He believes the election will not be legitimate unless all are allowed to run. We've also arrested many Imperials for their unapologetic service to the Sith. Is Stasi crying for their release? No, of course not. That's in neither of your interests. When someone starts invoking lofty principles, look behind them for what he really wants. It's always something specific that will benefit him in some way. Always." Her uncle's words, cynical as they were, brought a faint smile to her face. "You lecture your Empress on politics. I'm your intelligence director and your mother's brother. I care for you, Saya, and I'll do everything I can to support your reign." Looking dead ahead, voice cold, he added, "I do not want you to repeat any of your father's mistakes." And they were many. To the rest of the galaxy, including nearly all the Imperial Knights, her father had been slain by a Sith assassin aboard the Jagged Fell during the final battle at Coruscant, much like his father Davik 40 years ago. Only a tiny handful, Merasia herself, her uncle, and Terry's Draco and Tree Sin, knew the truth. In his lust to defeat Darth Krayt and avenge all the damage the Sith had dealt him there taken of his throne, his wife, his father, and older brother Roan Fel had succumbed to the darkness inside and attempted to use a Sith made by a weapon to wipe out 1 trillion lives on Coruscant, all to secure the ruin of the Sith. Suddenly the man who'd been Merasia's paragon all her life had become the embodiment of what she must avoid. After 2 years, she still hadn't come to terms with that. She doubted she ever would. Her uncle seemed as eager to change the subject as her. I received word from Master Draco. He'll be waiting for you in your office. Did he say why? No, only that it was urgent. She fought a frown and tried to guess what had gone wrong. A dozen possibilities came to mind and she quickened pace toward her office. On becoming Empress, she'd appointed Antares Draco as first knight. They'd married 4 months later. Her father had objected strongly to their relationship while alive, but that was just one of the things he'd been wrong about. Her mother Elia had been first knight to her father, official leader of the Imperial Knights. Before that, her grandmother and namesake had been first knight to Davak Fel. As her husband and first knight both, Antares was more forthright with her than anyone, including her uncle. She admired that about him, along with his idealism and disregard for politics. She didn't always take his advice, but she always considered it, and when she reached her decision, Antares always obeyed. When she and Hagram reached her office, she found Antares in the process of anxiously pacing behind her desk. The midday Coruscant skyline glowed behind him, and reflected sunlight glared on his scarlet armor. Thank you for waiting for me, Master Draco. This was clearly official business, and she treated as such. What do you have to tell me? Her uncle made no show of excusing himself, and Antares didn't ask him to. The younger man planted balled fists on Mirasia's desk and said, I believe Master Krieg has gone missing. Antares didn't bother to hide the ache in his voice. In addition to being one of his most trusted and capable Imperial Knights, Ganner Krieg was also his friend. Calm and thoughtful, Ganner was a counterweight to Antares' ardor, and in some ways Mirasia trusted his advice more than her husband's. Master Krieg is on a mission to Belgarath, correct? Hagram asked. Antares nodded. He was following reports of Sith activity in the area. He's not checked in for 2 standard days. I'm afraid something might be wrong. Since the Battle of the Floating World, Mirasia had tasked Antares and Hagram both with finding the last remnants of the one Sith. When Imperial kites were sent to investigate suspected activity, they usually went in pairs, but because of his seniority and the relative weakness of the Belgarath claim, Ganner had gone alone. Usually, Hagram said, we consider agents missing after 3 days of silence. But in this situation, I agree, we should take action. Antares looked to Mirasia. Empress, I can be on Belgarath in less than a standard day. I'm ready to leave now. She could tell how badly he wanted to go find his friend. He'd never forgive himself if Ganner was captured or killed, just like he'd never forgiven himself for killing his own emperor, no matter how much Mirasia tried to absolve him of guilt. Once, Antares and Ganner had defied Roan Fel and risked everything to rescue Mirasia. This time he couldn't afford to run off in desperate heroism. She touched his shoulder and sent him warm sympathy through the Force. You're my first knight. You have many duties here, including safeguarding all the other knights who are out searching for Sith. Master Krieg is almost certainly in danger. If I don't. She moved her hand to cup his face, stroking rough stubble on his chin. Antares was a man who always wanted to do everything by himself. She loved that about him, but it was a desire incompatible with authority. No, you have too much to do here. But we will send our best knights after Ganner immediately. His lower lip twitched. Who will you send? He asked. Mirasia withdrew her hand, considered, and found the choice was easy. When Azlyn Ray arrived at the doors to the Empress office, she found Master Trace Sin was already there. The gray-bearded knight, fit and capable despite being one of the oldest in their order, greeted her with a tiny nod. Azlyn returned it in silence. She'd been summoned suddenly. If Sin had a better idea of what this was about, he wasn't saying. Azlyn stood beside him and resigned herself to await. Like Sin, she was dressed in the scarlet armor of all Imperial Knights. Unlike the rest, hers had literally become a piece of her. A device of Hagram Chalk's design breathed for her, replacing lungs that had been irreparably damaged during the battle with Darth Kratos had Abaddon. Likewise, metal plating replaced broken rib cage, and synthetic implants replaced organs burned to nothing by Krait's savage force lighting. Despite repeated Bacta treatments, her skin was still laced with scars. She confronted them every time she looked in a mirror. Azlyn Rae was still more woman than machine, but often she felt otherwise. By all right, she should have died on Hat Abaddon. She'd been ready to, satisfied she'd done her part for the will of the Force, but Skywalker had desperately kept her alive until Bacta and prosthetics could be forced on her. Sometimes she hated him for it, and it was a struggle to keep away from those dark thoughts. Giving in to self-pity was all too easy. She'd been given much guidance by her original teacher in the ways of the Force, Jedi Master Rassi Toon. One good thing to come out of the war was the détente between the Imperial and Jedi Knights. Though Master Tuum had never asked her aloud, she knew he wondered whether she would rejoin the Jedi now that Miraziafel had signaled openness to the idea. Her first thought on getting today's summons was that the Empress might have called her to discuss that. Now she realized that was a selfish thought. Whatever was happening was much bigger than her. After 5 long minutes, the doors to the Empress office opened. Azlyn was unsurprised when Antares Draco waved them inside. The Empress herself was on her feet behind her desk, wearing a white dress and gold crown. Azlyn and Sin both gave short, formal bows. "Thank you both for coming. I have a mission for you to undertake together. I expect you to leave Coruscant within an hour." Azlyn had a bad feeling about this. Sin asked, "Is there a problem, Majesty?" "Master Krieg has gone missing on Belgarath." The simple sentence gathered cold in Azlyn's gut. She'd begun her force training on Assus, only to end up with the Imperial Knights during Krait's purge. Many of the other apprentices had been skeptical about taking the Jedi into their ranks, but not Ganner. At the time, Azlyn had been beset by grief for all the friends and mentors she thought dead, most of all for Skywalker. What they'd had together on Assus had lingered in her mind for a long time, distracting her from the obvious fact that Ganner Krieg hoped to be more than just her friend. Cade was gone for good now. They said he'd died in the final battle against Darth Krayt. 2 years on, and she still couldn't say how she felt about him. Her life was tied too closely to his. Good memories and bad wound together into a strangling knot. Since his death, she'd allowed herself to become closer to Ganner. After all she'd been through, she needed a friend, and he was certainly willing to be that. On considering whether to leave the Imperial Knights, she found herself hesitant to leave Ganner behind, and that in turn was forcing her to reevaluate just what he meant to her. And now all that confusion could amount to nothing too. With a dry mouth, Azlyn asked, "Why was he on Belgarath?" "We received warning of Sith activity on the planet," Draco supplied. "The veracity seemed questionable, so we dispatched Master Krieg alone. He's been totally silent for 2 days and missed his scheduled check-ins. We should assume the worst." "We've leave for Belgarath right away," Sin said. "Can we get a summary of what exactly Krieg was investigating?" Draco held out a data card. "This contains all you need. You can review it on the way to Belgarath." Sin took it. "We'll come you if we have any questions. If you find any hint of Sith activity at all, come us immediately," Mirazia said. "I'm ready to drop a Star Destroyer over Belgarath if that's what's necessary." "I hope it won't come to that." Sin made a fist around the data card. Mirazia passed her gaze to Azlyn. "Any questions?" "Why me?" she wanted to ask. Draco was Ganner's best friend, mismatched as they were. He surely knew about Azlyn's relationship with the missing party. Maybe that was why they had chosen her, because this was one Imperial mission she'd do anything to help with. Instead, she asked, "What ship did he take?" "A GPE 7300, civilian model. We fixed it with the tracking device, and that, at least, is still transmitting from Belgarath. Investigating that is your first priority. Is there anything else?" "That was enough," Azlyn said. "Nothing more, Majesty." "Then please get going. We don't have time to waste." Chapter 3. The Kili wasteland on Socorro was a spread of black sand desert 1,000 square kilometers wide, interrupted only occasionally by vertical walled buttes and mesas rising hundreds of meters above the flat lifeless expanse. Most of the rocky platforms were just as barren, and the closest thing to a city in the entire Kili was the cluster of dilapidated metal buildings, tenements, workshops, cantinas, all grown up like lichen around the rim of what had once been a sarlacc's pit, burrowed into one butte. The sarlacc was long gone, but the pit was filled with another monster nowadays. The Crimson Axe was technically a starship, but it looked like a dagger blade driven point first into the mouth of the pit. It towered above the decrepit buildings of the surrounding town, a constant reminder that everything and everyone on this butte owed existence to Crimson Axe's owner, the retired fear and space pirate Raph. When she woke up every morning, Kyra tried very hard not to look at Crimson Axe's looming bulk. When she didn't have to get to work immediately, she'd strap on her boots, throw on the only cloak she owned, and trek through the town streets to the nearest high outcropping. Crimson Axe and its so-called Axe Town was a stopping point for bounty hunters, fringers, and only rarely legitimate merchants. These were the kind of beings who spent all night partying hard and fighting hard, and the hours before dawn were the only ones in which these streets were quiet and safe. When she clambered upon the outcropping, Kyra could perch there, look to the southeast, and watch the sun crest over the wasteland's flat surface. One moment it was just a red corona on the horizon, the next it was an explosion of light gleaming on the endless black sand expanse. The sudden illumination or yawn in space was often the best part of her day. But in the end, the light was not for Kyra, nor the space. So once the sun was up, she'd trudge back down the slope and get to work. She knew a lot of the beings in Axe Town called her place the Chop Yard, which was as good a name as any. When she started working here 3 years ago, the sign over the entrance had read, Rugo Starship and Speeder Repair, we fix for cheap. She'd been just 14 at the time, a stowaway on a smuggling ship that had made layover at Axe Town. In retrospect, his crew could have done much worse than boot her off once they found her. But at the time, she'd had no credits and no food, just worn-down boots, old clothes, and bad memories from the last half-dozen planets she drifted through. Rugo had been a Herglick 5 times her size, but despite his intimidating bulk, he'd been the first person in Axe Town not to greet her with a snarl or leer. She'd offered a helping hand at his shop in exchange for food and a little money. To her surprise, he'd taken her on. Rugo hadn't regretted it. Even at 14, she'd been good with machines. She had an instinctive knack for it, an ability to discern and work with mechanical systems she hadn't even seen before. Rugo had recognized her worth early and treated her well. She'd more or less felt satisfied with her life here on Socorro, even if she never got paid much. Rugo was working through a pile of debt to Crimson Axe's master, and most of the Chop Yard's profits went to him. Rugo had been killed 5 months back. Kyra had been watching the yard, and the Herglick had gone off to buy supplies from the tool shop on the other side of Axe Town. A bounty hunter had gunned him down in the middle of the street and claimed a price on Rugo's head for a robbery done 12 years earlier. Apparently, Rugo had thought keeping in good graces with Crimson Axe's master would protect him. He'd been dead wrong. The Chop Yard had passed to Kyra, and so had Rugo's debt. The death of his owner did nothing to slow down business. Smugglers, bounty hunters, criminal and thieves all came to Crimson Axe, and a lot of them came with ships that were worn down or shot up. Some let her buy spare parts for cheap, which were often quickly turned around and used for repair jobs. In a sad way, Rugo's death made paying off the debt easier. A Herglick had a big, expensive mouth to feed. After every job, Kyra had watched with mounting eagerness as her credits increased. After 5 months, she was on the verge of having enough money to pay off everything Rugo had owed. Once that was done, she'd be able to store up money herself. She had no intention of staying on Socorro forever. Her dreams got more vivid as she imaged buying her own ship, a cheap junker to start, and moving free around the galaxy. Maybe she'd haul cargo, legal or not. Maybe she'd even try bounty hunting. Maybe she'd find partners somewhere, beings like Rugo who didn't look at her with snarls or leers. Beings she could work with, beings she could trust. That seemed the most fantastic future of all. The day was almost here, and she could hardly contain her excitement. After getting up early to watch sunrise over the waste, Kyra went back to the Chop Yard and began a last look over of her latest job, It was a Sorrel-Suub space yacht, decades old and heavily remodeled. The owner had dropped it into her fenced-off landing zone with sputtering repulsors and a black laser torn gouge in its port engine. Once she got to work on it, Kyra was amazed the whole ship hadn't exploded yet. Its crew had spent the past 5 days in Axetown, presumably drinking and winching and gambling in the settlement's dives and in the Axe itself. All the while Kyra had worked, sidelining smaller and less lucrative jobs and focusing on the Sorrel-Suub yacht. Rugo had accumulated an impressive junkyard that Kyra had, by now, memorized to a piece, and she'd been able to scrounge up parts to rebuild the blown-apart engine, refit the repulsors, and install new stabilizing coils all through the power system. It was, she thought with pride, one of the biggest and hardest repair jobs she'd done. Fitting it would be her last one as an indebted laborer. The ship looked good in the new dawn light, and Kyra moved around the exterior hull, admiring the gleam on the new engine casing, before going inside to recheck the power core. As he examined the new wiring she'd installed, she asked, "Everything looked good, Sleepy?" "Appears, Fixiant, Miss Kyra," crackled the droid strapped to her back. "What about the engines? Spot any microfractures?" "Case, Alles, trust Kyra." She had a half-dozen droids who helped her with the work, but they were mostly labor models who took orders and couldn't more than chirp back in reply. Sleepy was the sole exception, and he wasn't much of a droid nowadays. He'd been a protocol droid once, but somewhere along the line he'd lost his legs, half his chest plate, his left arm, and one of the photoreceptors in a face that was probably once a nice gold color. She didn't know where Rugo had found him. The Herglick hadn't remembered either. Kyra had attempted some repairs. She'd replaced his missing photoreceptor with a micro scanner that could examine surfaces up to 100 times better than a human eye and also scan thermal signatures. She'd also replaced his vocoder, but that hadn't improved his enunciation. The droid's sluggish speech and faulty memory was apparently due to faults in his cortical matrix, and that was beyond her ability to repair. Still, Sleepy had a perfect eye and helpful personality. He was a valuable friend to have, even if the one way he got around was strapped to her back. At least he wasn't too heavy with most of his metal body missing. After she was done checking the ship, Kyra carried herself and Sleepy over to the main shop. She slung the droid's half-body off her back and onto the counter above the safe. Rugo had been wary of anything but hard physical money, and so were most of the people who stopped by Crimson Axe. Payments usually came in orodium ingots, as universal a currency as you could find, and like most stores in Axetown, the chopyard kept only a small amount in the safe at any time. This was because nearly all their payment went straight to Axetown's master, but at least it discouraged robbers. Kyra sighed, planted hands on her hips, and looked around the shop. Tubes of fresh-cut pipe were lined up across the countertop. Every section of wall space was covered in layers of used parts. The place constantly smelled like rust and service oil, and every day brought bittersweet memories of Rugo. Still, she'd been here 3 years, which was as long as she'd lived any place she could remember. She wanted to get away from here, but a part of her might miss it, at least until she got something better. "Today's the day, Sleepy." She fondly stroked the droid's once smooth head. "We're going to be free after this. I promise." "We'll leave us, Tress. I'll take you with me. I'd like to get you repaired one day and hear everything you're trying to say." "I like that, Tress. I thought you would." She checked the wall-mounted chronometer. "Should be coming in soon." Her clients kept her waiting almost an hour past their scheduled appointment time. She'd taken to pacing anxiously inside the shop, periodically glancing out the window at the landing field and the ship, just to make sure some quiet disaster hadn't happened when she'd been inside. Finally, they came strolling through the door, a trio of Clatuanans with blasters on their hips and light armor strapped on their chests, as rough-looking as most her clients. Half slumped against the wall, Sleepy gave his usual rote salutation. "Greet MC, P, Asians, how assist you?" The lead one, who given his name as Zakas, ignored the droid. "You got our ship fixed, human girl?" "She'll be great to fly." Kyra gave a professional smile and gestured for them to follow her outside. She left Sleepy in the shop and gave them a walk-around tour of their ship, noting all the modifications she'd made. The Cladwinians nodded acceptance throughout, and sometimes Zakas asked technical questions about the parts she'd used. Her answers were always precise, and she could tell she'd impressed him. When the tour was done, Zakas left one of his men with the ship and took the other back to the shop. Once inside, Kyra picked her datapad off the counter next to the pipes and presented her client with the bill. Zakas' dewflaps peeled off his sharp teeth, and his small eyes locked on hers. This is expensive. She was used to customers putting up a fuss. Rugo had taught her how to deal with them. First came professional assurance. There's a list of all the parts that were installed, and the cost of each. I also tabulated hours worked. Everything here is cheaper than what you find anyplace else on Socorro. All you needed to do is fix the engines and tweak the repulsors. I didn't ask for all this work on my power relays. The ones you had were decades old and ready to break. Some of them already had. It's why your repulsors were out of whack in the first place. I didn't replace anything that didn't need replacing. You're still charging me for work I didn't ask for. You asked me to fix your ship. I did that and I'm going to get paid for it. She crossed her arms over her chest and tried to sound dominating. Rugo had always been much better at this part. He'd also been 5 times her size. Zakas seemed to wilt in for just a second. She thought he'd relent, she'd get her money, and she'd get out from under debt slavery, and off this rock. Instead, the Clatuanan snarled and drew the blaster from his hip. I don't like being scammed, he growled. We'll take our ship. You keep the bill. She'd looked down the business end of a blaster before. She didn't like it any better this time. Heart pounding, Kyra tried to sound calm. You really shouldn't do this. Why the cark not? I'll pay a fair price, not this. I'm not letting you leave here until you pay. Zakas barked laughter at that. So did his partner. How old are you, human girl? She scowled. That doesn't matter. Zakas' partner said, just shoot her boss, and let's go. You don't want to do that. Kyra bleated. She was scared now, and couldn't hide it. Why not? I remember Rugo, human girl. Nobody missed him. Why would they miss you? You're not stealing from me. You know who owns this place, don't you? Same guy who owns everything else in X-Town. Listen, you stupa, it doesn't matter if you kill me or not. If you steal from here, you steal from Wrath. You know, fearsome fear and space pirate. Your name will be on the poodoo list for half the Outer Rim. That seeped through their thick skulls. She saw the doubt, the hesitation, the distraction. She backed into the counter behind her, knocking a few of the pipes rested atop it. She lowered one hand and felt hard curved metal slap into her palm. Zakas fired, but she knew it was coming and ducked low, then struck out with one leg and knocked the Clatuanan off balance. She lurched onto Zakas' back, windmilled the pipe upward, and brought it horizontally beneath his chin. Creeping arms up from under his shoulders, she pressed the pipe hard against his neck, causing him to choke and drop his gun. She stomped a foot on top of it and held her ground. Zakas' partner had his gun drawn but didn't fire. He stared at the two of them, confused, until Zakas croaked, "Stang it, just get me my money," Kyra growled. She felt black anger well up inside her, anger for this stupid job, for Rugo, for the life she'd had in Town, and all the years before coming here. It was familiar anger and she could keep it in check, just barely, even though she could have easily broken Zakas' neck. Do it, idiot, Zakas rasped. Get it. The other Clatuanan lowered his shaking gun and sprinted out to the landing field. Kyra didn't budge and didn't relieve pressure on Zakas' windpipe. Half a minute later, both Zakas' partners came back. They had their guns up again, but she'd expected that. Zakas was a lot bigger than her, and with him pinned in front, they'd take off his head before hers. Throw the guns on the counter, Kyra said, and choke Zakas once for emphasis. Do it now. She loosened her hold enough for Zakas to nod. His thugs sourly tossed their weapons onto the counter, next to the other pipes. Now the ingots, she said. The thugs looked to Zakas again. He gasped, just do it already. Scowling more, The second thug slung the bag off his back, opened it, and put it on the counter. Deftly, Kyra removed one hand from the pipe and grabbed one of the blasters on the counter. She used his barrel to prod open the bag and looked down at the collection of silver metallic slips. Eyes flicking back and forth between the money and the thugs, she took her time and counted everything up. Finally, she dropped the pipe and pushed Zakas away. Her gun stayed up, level at his head. "We're good now," she said. "Don't come back here again." The Clutuanan snarled. "I won't forget this, human girl." "Neither will I. A deal's a deal. Go." Zakas grunted, nodded to his man, and all three filed out of the shop. Kyra kept her blaster up and trained on them as they filed into their ship. She only lowered it once they'd pushed off on smooth repulsor bursts and flown into Socorro's sky. When she dropped the gun, all energy left her. Kyra staggered over to the counter, pulled the bag of ingots to her chest, and collapsed on the floor. She counted the money again, hugged it tight to her chest. She found she was shaking, found hoarse gasps escaping her throat, laughs or cries. That was the last time she'd have to do something like that. It was all so close to over, and her dreams of escape were also close to true. From over the counter she heard her creaky droid's voice say, "Excuse, Tress Kyra, all right. We're almost done here. Sleepy," she said between sobs. "I swear to every god, we're almost free." Seijo was a deceptively peaceful world, with endless miles of rolling hills draped in vivid green grasses and carved by clear streams only rarely interrupted by urban settlements. Strange, then, that it was one of the key worlds owned by the Nagai, a race that had been chased out of his home star cluster nearly a century and a half ago, then invaded the greater galaxy. In sporadic movements since they'd been subdued by larger galactic powers, risen up again in search for more territory, and once more beaten back to the handful of systems they colonized in the Seijo sector. For all their warlike habits, there was a certain grace about the Nagai. They were a tall, slender people, with pure white skin and pure black hair, and in battle, they moved with the dancer's elegance. Stranger still was that Seijo should be home to the last cluster of Sith in the galaxy, though that was a secret very few knew. After the death of Darth Krayt, the newly formed Galactic Federation Triumvirate had hunted the Sith as aggressively as the Sith had hunted Jedi a decade before. After the Battle of the Floating World, where the Sith had been led into a slaughterhouse, tricked by one of their own, this was their final bastion. Where there had once been hundreds of one Sith throughout the galaxy, they now numbered less than 50. Darth Talon derived no satisfaction from sulking around the galaxy in the service of vermin crime lords, but she did not enjoy Seijo either. It felt peaceful like a graveyard. On her return from Vorzit V, she reported directly to Darth Nil. Like the rest of their facilities on Seijo, the Dark Lord of the Sith's bunker was a blunt ferrocrete structure, carved into the slope of one of the steeper valleys. Past the wide horizontal strip of his window, grass blew in the wind, shimmered in the sun. Talon tried to ignore the light and focus on Nil. He embodied his people at their most fierce, a jagged nightmare in black and white. "The payment from Black Sun is critical," the Nagai said. "With this, we'll be able to fund more efforts across the galaxy. We will buy more ships, so our people may move more freely." "Yes, Master," Talon said. She sat on the hard floor, legs tucked beneath her, and watched Nil pace, a silhouette sliding back and forth across the bright window. "You performed well," he said. "Now tell me about your apprentice." "He infiltrated the governor's estate very ably." "As well as you could have?" "At that stage of training?" "Yes, I believe so." "Yet you had to intercede to help him?" "He was facing 6 opponents on his own." "You could have killed them all, couldn't you?" "Yes, but he is an apprentice." "How many did he kill by himself?" 4. 2 before I arrived, 2 after." Nil stopped pacing. He narrowed his red-gold eyes in thought. "Did you sense hesitation in him? Was he reluctant to take a life?" "If he were, he would be dead, or I would be injured." Nil nodded. "Good. Fallen Jedi have often made great Sith," she reminded him. "Our Lord Krayt was one." Crate was a full Jedi Master before he joined the Dark. Eli Horn is a boy. When we captured him and his fellow apprentices, he nearly broke down weeping. He was the only one we spared, Talon reminded. She'd been there to watch as Nil passed judgment over the captive youths. Some apprentices had broken down, blubbering in fear. Others had stood up bravely in ways that would have made their masters proud. Eli alone had begged to join them. He'd been on the verge of breaking, yes, but when the red blade passed over him, he'd stood up and declared that he wanted to renounce the Jedi and learn the power of the dark side. When Nil had asked why, Eli had said that the Jedi were weak, the Sith strong, and he did not want to be weak anymore. Sensing the boy's emotions through the Force, Talon had believed him. So had Nil. That did not mean either of them went easy on the boy or took his loyalty for granted, especially now that the Jedi had regained their old dominance. He does not hesitate to kill, Talon said, and he takes great pride in mastering his powers. So do many Jedi. There are powers only the dark side can unlock. Eli understands this. I can see it clearly. We do not have to worry about his loyalties. And his abilities? It may take some time, but I'm confident he will learn. As long as you continue to teach him, Nil said. His small smile shows sharp teeth. If you will it, I will do so. I will it. Then I'll do so. She'd wondered whether, once Eli's training was complete, he'd been given the same task she'd been given, killing her master. It was something Darth Krayt might have done, but not Nil, not when the Sith were so few and so fugitive. As a Sith, wholly pledged to serve a great design, that should not have relieved her, but it did. Nil looked away and went silent in thought. Talon waited. When he said nothing more, she asked, "Is there anything else, Lord Nil?" At this moment, no. You should continue his training on Seijo, but I'll send you into the field soon enough. More work for Black Sun. Nil glanced at her. Do I hear bitterness, Darth Talon? She thought to lie, then admitted, yes, master. She never lied to Darth Krayt, not in anything. None of us enjoyed consorting with vermin. We do what we must to survive. Besides, alliances with criminal syndicates have been fruitful for us in the past. We've never depended on them so much. No, Nil admitted, a tiny sigh. We did not. And one day we'll regain what we've lost, but you must be patient. The one Sith labored for a century before Krayt overthrow Roan fell. The Benite Sith spent a millennia before their grand design became complete. Darth Talon did not have a century to wait, let alone a millennia. She did not mind sacrificing her remaining years in service of the Sith, but it pained her to know that she'd not lived to see the inevitable triumph of the dark. It seemed unfair to know supremacy at her beginning, and for the rest of her life to be a downhill fall. Nil could never know her as well as Krayt had, but still he sensed her thoughts. The Force is immortal, so are the Sith. The cause we serve unfolds over countless years. Sometimes we must sacrifice our personal glories in the name of that good. This is what it means to be one Sith. He said it firmly, fiercely, but she felt that he was trying to convince himself as much as her. Darth Nil had been a Nagai warlord once, their greatest in 100 years, until the Alliance and Empire had combined to smash his fleets and leave his ship drifting in cold space. Rescued by the Sith, he'd begun a new life, striving toward loftier goals than mere conquest. Yet still he often shown the impatience and bloodlust that had marked his old life. Darth Nil was a powerful Sith and a more fearsome warrior than Talon could ever hope to be, but he did not have Darth Krayt's vision. As soon as the thought came, it brought guilt, shame, and fear that Nil might have intuited it. She glanced up at him. He was staring at the Ferrocrete wall again, lost in other thoughts. She'd been lucky. She was about to ask to leave when she felt another presence approaching. She felt it reach out to Nil, felt Nil respond. With the lift of a hand, Nil bid her rise, and she stood up just in time to see Darth Havoc step into Nil's chamber. Havoc was another convert to the Sith. Once an Imperial Knight, the Itachi now bore the same scarlet and black tattoos as Talon, forever marking his allegiance to their order. Since Krait's death, he'd become an especially close advisor to Nil. Havoc looked at Talon, surprised by her presence, but Nil said, "Speak." Havoc bowed his horned head, then brought it up. "Dread Lord, our communication buoy at Mustafar has received a message. It appears to be from Darth Maladi." Neither Talon nor Nil could hide their surprise. As Krait's spymaster and chief scientist, the secretive, manipulative Maladi had been one of the Sith's most valued assets. Before Krait had returned from death and killed the usurper Wyerlok, Maladi had disappeared from Coruscant and Korriban to conduct some experiments in secret. Nil had later explained that she'd been working on Wayland, at the site where she first corrupted the Jedi's bomb-forming project a decade earlier. Her laboratory had been destroyed, and it was suspected that the rogue Jedi Skywalker was responsible. Talon had not seen her since. Over the past 2 years, the surviving Sith had chased endless rumors hoping to learn what had happened to Maladi, without success. She was one of the few ones Sith totally unaccounted for, along with Wyerlok's daughter Sare. Talon's first instinct was to be skeptical. So was Nil's. He asked, "Are you sure it is authentic?" The message was encrypted using proper codes and sent directly to the listening satellite we placed at the edge of the system, said Havoc. Few others could have sent it. Nil nodded grimly. The Sith had been forced to abandon many of their key worlds, but they left satellites at those sites to monitor activity and route communications to Seijo. That had been a contingency plan laid out long before Krait died, shared only among his most trusted servants. "What did the message say?" asked Nil. "It said to come to that location in exactly 3 standard days." Havoc paused. "It may be authentic, but it may be a trap." "Whatever the truth, this must be investigated," the Dark Lord said, then turned to Talon. "Go, take your apprentice. Be ready for anything." She bowed. "It will be done, Master." Nil signaled that she could leave. He stayed with Havoc, and the two would talk in private, probably sharing secrets they deemed her not worthy of. It stung, but that was more ego that needed to be purged in service of the grand design. Talon hurried from the room and tried to focus on what lay ahead. Whatever Maladi had been doing these past years, she'd surely not been idle. Perhaps she'd arrived with some bioweapon with which they could turn back the tide. It was a sweet thought, and foolish, but Talon clung to it nonetheless. Even Sith needed hope. Azlyn Rae had seen a lot of the galaxy, but she'd never been to Belgarath. The planet was as far as you could get a desirable destination and still be habitable. Its oceans were thick with sediment, its continents barren. The air, while breathable, was polluted thanks to large-scale weapon testings by the old Empire a century and a half back. The native inhabitants clustered in a single modest city and were apparently content to let history pass them by. The only thing that made it vaguely notable was its proximity to more rich and populous worlds in the core. If there were still Sith lurking about, it made sense they'd be lurking here. The moment their shuttle dropped out of hyperspace and Belgarath's unhandsome gray and yellow sphere dropped into view, Azlyn's heart beat faster. Ganner was down here, somewhere. If not, he was most likely dead. Whatever concern Triasen felt, the older knight buried it. He glided their ship into the atmosphere and set them down at the city's sole spaceport. Unlike Ganner, who'd arrived incognito in a scrappy civilian vessel, they flew a Scarlet Sigma-class shuttle with Imperial roundels on all 3 S-foils. Sin also sent a priority to message to the port's commander as they neared, and once they sat down and disembarked, they were met by a harried-looking local Defense Force officer and a half-dozen gray-uniformed guards. "On behalf of the government of Belgarath, I give you sincere greetings." The office bleated and struck a brittle salute. Sin bid him at ease with wave of the hand. The officer lowered his arm but hardly looked relaxed. "It's an honor to meet 2 Imperial Knights, Master. I am Master Sin, and this is Master Rae. We've come here requesting your assistance regarding a vessel that has been docked here for the past 51 hours. It is a GP 7300 cargo ship answering to the call signed Scarlet Sun. Please take us to its location immediately." The officer's face scrunched into a thoughtful frown. I'm sorry, Masters, but I don't believe we have any ship of that description currently berthed here. It was Sind and Aslan's turn to frown. As soon as they'd left hyperspace, they checked the signal from Ganner's ship to confirm it was still on the ground. There was no way it could have taken off in the past 15 minutes without them catching it. However, the officer said, I believe a ship of that type did stop here within the past few days. If you'll, follow me. He led them through the bowels of the spaceport without further comment. Everything on Belgorod seemed a rusty red-gray. The buildings, the inside walls, even the sky. The port's flight control tower looked like it hadn't been remodeled or even cleaned in 50 years, and when two scarlet-armored Imperial Knights stepped onto the deck, the staff fumbled to button their uniform jackets as stand at attention. Yes, if the Sith were hiding out here, they wouldn't have to worry about being spotted. The officer who greeted them, and still not given his name, led them over a computer where they checked the port's registry. Sure enough, a GP-7300 called Scarlet Sun had docked at landing pad 4S. According to these records, it had departed a mere 2 hours later. That's impossible. Sind couldn't hide his surprise. I'm, quite certain, sir. The officer brought up a camera feed from pad 4S. The craft sitting there right now was a disc-shaped Corellian ship with a half-dozen squat, crested Alantines scurrying around. This ship has been docked at 4S for the past 40 hours. Do you have footage going back 2 days? Asked Aslan. Yes. That should still be in our system. One moment. The recording began a fast reverse, and Aslan watched the timer in the screen's bottom corner count backward. She watched the Corellian ship disappear, watched the pad sit empty, and then she saw Scarlet Sun replace it. The officer took them all the way back at his initial set down. As he'd said, Ganner's ship had been on the ground for just 2 hours. The officer began playback at thrice normal speed. Aslan watched Ganner's figure emerge from the ship, familiar for his tall, thin frame and auburn ponytail despite the lack of red armor. When he stepped off the pad and out of view, Aslan asked, Do you have cams for the whole of the port? We do, the officer nodded. But security apparatus in the rest of the port is, not exemplary. They watched in silence as the clock counted forward. When nearly 2 hours had ticked away, the screen suddenly burst to static. It only lasted a second. Then they watched Scarlet Sun push off into the sky with no clue who'd gone inside. That was quite unusual, the officer muttered. Our cameras are usually, free of malfunction. Aslan looked at Sinde, scowling. There was plenty of technology that could jam low-grade holocams on a backwater spaceport. A skilled Force user could do it too? Talk to your satellites in orbit, Sin snapped at the officer. See if you can get a head-in for that ship when it jumped to hyperspace. I also want every second of security footage containing its owner. The man was quick to obey when scolded. Using the security cams, they tracked Ganner as he made his way out of the port and disappeared into the city streets. By the time they'd done that, the flight control satellite had determined that Scarlet Sun had jumped on a vector perfectly matching a trip to the Corellia system. That left 5 planets as potential destinations, assuming the ship actually did go to that system. Aslan's first instinct was to go back to their shuttle and race off in pursuit, but Sin insisted on being methodical. First, he had the officer show them to landing pad 4S. Then he and Aslan proceeded to scour the area while the spaceport staff and the family of Alantine watched in befuddlement. Aslan and Sin knew what to look for without either saying it aloud. If they were still getting signals from Ganner's home in Beacon, then the beacon must have been removed from Scarlet Sun and attached to a power source nearby so it continued to broadcast. Sure enough, they found the fist-sized device attached to a conduit inside an auxiliary access panel. Its activation marker pulsed a steady green light. Aslan felt like it was mocking them. Very few besides the Imperial Knights themselves knew about the homing devices placed in every knight's ship. Whoever had taken Ganner's craft and she prayed Ganner with it had known what it was, even though he traveled incognito. They'd also known someone would come looking for Ganner, and had taken steps to waylay Aslan and send as long as possible. As far as Aslan was concerned, that was all the more reason to chase Scarlet Sun to the Corellian system, but again Sin was thorough. He rounded up a group of local law enforcement officers who were none too impressive but agreed to pound dirt looking for clues on Belgarath. While Sind, intimidated, Aslan reached out with the Force, trying to sense traces of the man she'd known all of her adult life, the man who'd helped her and guided her when she needed it, the man who wanted more than friendship but had never pushed her where she wasn't. Ready to go? Aslan felt nothing at all. She didn't know what it meant. When Sind was satisfied they could get nothing more done on Belgarath, they went back to the shuttle, kicked off, and set course for the Corellian system. While he plotted the hyperspace jump, Aslan drafted a summary report for the Empress and cast it toward Coruscant. Then hyperspace enveloped their ship, and suddenly there was nothing to do but wait. "It's 9 hours to the Corellian system," Sind said as he leaned back in the pilot seat. "Perhaps you'd like to rest, Master Ray." She sat tense in the co-pilot's chair, looking out at the flashing light. "I'm not feeling very restful, Master Sende." "You should try anyway. When we get to our destination, we'll have to contact each of the 5 worlds to see if a ship like Scarlet Sun approached in the past 3 days. That will take hours. I don't want you getting fatigued when you need to be at your best." "I understand that." She didn't move from her chair. Sind sighed. "I understand you have an emotional stake in this mission. That's all the more reason not to make mistakes. With all due respect, Master Sende, I don't think you understand." She didn't herself. For a little while, after becoming an Imperial Knight and resigning her Jedi past, things had started making sense. Then Skywalker had blasted into her life, ricocheted out, and died before she could make sense of anything. "Perhaps not," Sind allowed. "But no matter what happens, you should face it like an Imperial Knight. Assuming you still are one?" Aslan flinched and looked at the old man for the first time. She was surprised not to see cold judgment in his face, the kind she was used to seeing in Draco's. Instead, there was curiosity and a softness. "The Empress decided that we're now free to serve the Force however we choose," Sind said. "It's no secret you've been spending time with your old master." "No." Aslan realized Sind was on this mission not just to find Ganner but to sound out her intentions. There was a cool efficiency about it that was just like the Empress. Despite that, she couldn't help but answer honestly. She looked down at the metal swell of her armor, the construction that kept her alive, and said, "I owe the Imperial Knights more than I can say. Without the order I've had died twice over." "Loyalty given from a sense of obligation is no loyalty at all," Sind said. "If you can't give yourself wholly to our order, it would be best for us all if you stepped aside. However, if you think it's in you to continue serving, I'm sure the Empress would welcome that as well. But you have to choose from your own heart." "I understand, Master Sende." "I hope you do." He sounded slightly doubtful. "I'm not a stranger to your dilemma, you know. I was a Jedi once." She blinked, surprised, which made him smile. "I should say, I was a Jedi apprentice. I'm an old man, and the Imperial Knights are younger than me. I've seen some of the Jedi, and much more of our order. I know neither group is perfect, and each has different things to offer to different people. Consider those things, and consider what kind of person you are, Master Ray. And when you're ready, make your choice. It won't be held against you." Aslan found her breath was tight. She hadn't realized how much she needed to hear those words. She blinked, her eyes dry, gathered her voice, and said, "Thank you, Master Sende. I suppose the Empress tasked you with sorting me out." He smiled through his beard. "Of course. She knows better than to leave sensitive talk to Master Draco." She nodded, smiled back, and rose from her chair. There were bunk in the rear hold, simple but sufficient. She still didn't know if she'd be able to get any rest on the way to Corellia, but she would try. Chapter 4. Nobody in their right mind said Mon Gaza was a pretty planet, but it got the job done. The heavy manufacturing and spice production hub hosted a busy spaceport with nearly as many cantinas as it had landing pads. It was dirty, busy, and nobody looked twice at a slim black-haired woman, a tall dark man in white armor, and a towering assassin droid as they pushed 3 heavy cargo crates through the port. They were set to meet the buyer for their merchandise in this place, and it had been natural to set down here. The only berths available for free agent had been on the east side of the complex, opposite from the west side landing pad where the buyer was waiting, and while J.O. and Sam wasn't crazy about having to push their precious cargo through this crowd, at least they weren't in a rush. They'd sent Salk to purchase a replacement stabilizer coil, and there was no telling how long that might take. Stabilizing coils themselves were standard parts, but free agent was not a standard ship, and Salk had warned he might have to ask around for the model he needed. Nobody had tried to intercept them as they came in for landing, which was good, because without that coil, free agent couldn't do much more than creep in a straight line. J.O. wondered who'd been after them back at the planet and planned to ask their buyer about it when they met him. Anya, meanwhile, seemed satisfied to have gotten this far. She held her head high as she pushed her repulsor dolly along, and as they wedged through the crowd she told J.O., "Once we get this done with, I say we take a breather. Give Salk time to fit the coil in and make sure free agent's in peak shape. There's got to be things to do on Mon-Gaza." "I'm sure there are," he muttered. This spaceport alone seemed to have nigh infinite cantinas, not to mention a dozen casinos. The one they were passing right now was projected a giant holographic image of a slobbering hut above their heads, which was apparently some kind of advertisement. J.O. felt very far from the Imperial Knights Training Academy where he'd been brought up, but that was nothing new, not since he'd met Anya. Even though he'd left the order with the Empress' express permission, he didn't feel as though he'd abandoned it. He respected the organization, and respected the knights with whom he'd worked, but they'd always told him that as a knight his priority was to serve the Force above all else, even the Empress. Time and again circumstance had pushed him into following Anya, and eventually he'd come to believe the Force was pushing him to. Where it would take him he didn't know, but it seemed imperative he follow this path. His knight's training had taught him to be alert at all times. As they worked their way through the spaceport's busy halls and forums, he kept alert, scanning the humans and aliens milling around them. He, Anya, and AG-37 made an unusual combination, and they were drawing some looks. Best he could tell, most of them were surprised ones, though a few lingered longer, thoughtfully. J.O. was pretty sure they were being recognized. A year ago, the battle against Darth Red, and the one Sith, and the parts they'd played in it had garnered an uncomfortable amount of attention on the news nets. Anya seemed to run from fame faster than she ran from responsibility, which was why she'd insisted they take low-key and mostly legal jobs on the fringe since then. That was fine by J.O. He was no attention hound either. He was relieved when they reached the west landing zone. The crowds thinned out and he longer had to worry about being recognized, or having someone accidentally tip over a crate full of Christophian crystal sculptures. AG-37, who downloaded a map of the port to his memory processor upon landing, directed them down a series of long, broad hallways until they finally reached their destination. The landing platform looked like the one where they'd left free agent. Broad, circular, walled on all sides with an open ceiling through which to lift off. J.O. didn't recognize the kind of ship waiting there, but it was some kind of personal yacht, probably Sorosua, probably expensive. The landing ramp was down and waiting as his base was a hunchbacked snout-faced Shavin flanked by two bipedal labor droids. The Shavin lifted a clawed gray hand in greeting. Anya raised hers in reply. "Grefnor, I presume." "This is correct." The Chevin's small eyes took in Anya, J.O., AG-37, the crates. "I will examine the cargo before payment." "No problem." Anya slapped the lid of the crate in front of her but didn't open it. "One question first. Why did some sleemas try to kill us at Christophsis?" Grefnor blinked. "Please explain." "Some guy in a fake police cruiser tried to pull us over. He said we were carrying contraband. When we tried to run for it, his buddy came in a starfighter and almost shot us down. We barely made it out and blew out part of our engine escaping. On our way here, we took a better look at those sculptures," J.O. said. "We couldn't find anything wrong with them. Nothing secreted inside them?" Grefnor sniffed. "You think I am a drug smuggler? Preposterous. I am an art dealer, nothing more, nothing less." His indignation sounded real, felt real in the Force, but J.O. sensed he was hiding something. Anya suspected something too. It was hard for even well-traveled humans like her to read Shivin faces, but the Force read all. She glanced his way, and he gave his head a tiny shake, indicating mistrust. The guy who gave us these sculptures on Christophsis says they were acquired legally, Anya told Gref Nor. He even showed us a bill of authenticity. It's in this crate. Are you telling us you're absolutely certain that bill wasn't forged? Absolutely. I am not a criminal. The criminals were the ones trying to steal them. The sculptor was one of the best Christophsis ever produced. He died during the last war, you see, so their value skyrocketed. Anya glanced at Jao again. He sensed what the Shivin had said was accurate, but still not the whole truth. He wondered if this was even worth pressing. After the hassle of getting here, they both wanted to hand over the merchandise, collect their money, and go. Jao gave Anya the tiniest of shrugs. She opened the crate, stepped back, and said, "You can look over the goods." The Shivin and his droids quickly got to work, checking each one for chips or cracks. They'd all been packed tightly in protected containers, and each had gotten through the bumpy ride without a scratch. Jao and Salk had documented that on the way here, in case their buyer tried to renege on full payment. He felt relief his inanias when the Shivin finally stepped back and said, "It was a pleasure doing business with you. I have your payment right here." Glad to hear it. Anya put her hands on her hips and watched as the droids wrapped over white arms around the crates, picked up their heavy weight with barely any strain, and moved them off the dollies into the ship. Gref Nor took a data card out from his robe and held it out. "Here is the access information for my credit account. You'll see all the necessary payment is there." Anya took the card and plugged it into her datapad. As the last droid carried its crate inside the ship, her lips curved to a smile. "Payment accepted. Thank you for hiring us, Master Nor, but you'll excuse us if we don't." She never finished her sentence. A dozen men in blue police uniforms rushed through the door behind them and spread out in a loose circle around the four of them. All had blasters drawn, and half of them were pointed at their client. One man with officer's bars declared, "Gref Nor, you are under arrest for purchase of stolen art." "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," sighed Anya. Another cop pointed his blaster at her face. "Hands in the air, miss. Do it now." Another, less sure, added, "You too, droid." Without a word, a G-37 raised both hands up. His heavy repeating blaster remained slung on the bandolier around his metal chest. "This is an outrage," Gref Nor was saying. "I purchased these works." Knowing they'd been stolen from the artist's estate, the police captain finished. "2 guards were killed during the theft. Don't tell us you didn't know about that either." "Who, hey," bleated Anya, hands still high. "That wasn't us. We're just couriers. Innocent, ignorant couriers." The cop closest to her snatched the datapad from her hand. "This is proof you accepted payment for moving stolen goods. That's also illegal under Galactic Federation law." "We had no idea these goods were stolen," Jao said as soothingly as possible. Tense situations like this were when Anya was most likely to do something rash. "There's a forged bill of sale inside those crates. We had no reason to doubt it. I realize ignorance is no excuse for committing crime, but it is a mitigating factor. I'm sure if you let us speak with a legal representative, and we're entitled to one, under Federation law they'll sort all this out." The police stared at him like he'd spoken U.S. Hinvong. The one closest looked at his waist and asked, "Is that a lightsaber? Are you a Jedi?" "No. He stopped. It was hard enough explaining things to himself nowadays. That was when Anya did something rash. Her high kick knocked the blaster from the cop in front of her. At the same time, she pulled her own blaster from his holster and popped a stun blast into the one on her flank. Jao ducked low, swore, and used a force push to knock the surrounding police off balance. A G-37 hefted his rifle in an eye blink and began firing over their heads. A few were already shooting back, and Jao used the force again to knock one repulsor dolly on his side and use his broad flat bottom as a shield. Anya had a better idea. She jumped onto the second dolly and waved Jao to join her. As soon as he was on, she switched off the thing's safety protocols and kicked power to full. Anya clung tight to the control panel on the handlebar, maneuvering them at top speed through the spaceport hallways. Soon the police were out of sight, but AG-37 was not. The droid's long metal legs carried him into an inhumanly fast sprint, and his metal feet pounded a trail of dents in the ferrocrete floor. Anya crouched low over the control bar as she steered into the crowd, blaring the alert siren to clear the way. J.O. ducked beside her, one arm around her waist for stead, and shouted over screaming pedestrians, "What are you doing? Every cop in the station is after us now. At least we're not arrested." She grinned like she was enjoying this. As they burst into a large foyer, a few police appeared and began shooting at them. AG-37 dropped them without breaking his stride, arms swinging at impossible human angles for maximum firing range. As the errant dolly swung into a narrower hall, Anya said, "Call Salk. Tell him we're on our way." "I think the whole planet knows that now." J.O. snarled and fumbled for his comlink. He didn't even get it out. Police appeared in front of them to block the way. Anya tried to plow through them, but their laser blast knocked the dolly's repulsors out of alignment. She and J.O. went flying one way while the dolly went into a wall. He used the force to turn their collision into an awkward skid, and when they scrambled to their feet, they caught AG-37 in the midst of the police, dispatching them with stun bolts at lightning speed. When the last one dropped, the droid had his back toward them, but his upper photoreceptor swung around to see them, and he said, "I am glad you're undamaged, but we really must hurry." Footsteps and shouts from down the hall confirmed that. They started to run again, and J.O. pulled his lightsaber from his belt. They swung around one corner, then into a new chamber, and in the hall beyond stood Salk with a nice new stabilizing coil clutched against his chest. The Mon Cal froze where he was, jaw hinged wide. "Stop them," someone called from behind, and J.O. ignited his lightsaber. Anya cried, "Salk, get out here." Then the shooting started. Salk stepped into the next chamber and saw Anya, AG-37, and J.O. plus the squadron of police with blazing blasters right behind them. "You get the part. We're leaving now." Anya snapped, then pivoted to fire back at their pursuers. "Seems like we've picked up a bit of trouble." J.O. stepped in front of Anya, covering her with his blazing white lightsaber. "Which way to the ship?" he called. "We can cut through the cantina." Salk waved at the arch through which he'd just come. "I suggest we continue our hasty retreat," AG-37 said. He sounded as close to stressed as J.O. had ever heard him. "Agreed," said Anya, and gave Salk a shove on the shoulder. With J.O. and AG-37 covering, the two of them charged back down the hall. J.O. backstepped as quickly as he could, all the while deflecting laser blasts from the police. The sight of his lightsaber seemed to have put a scare in them, but that wouldn't last long, especially when more backup arrived. When Anya and Salk raced into the cantina, he did his best to follow. They went through the narrow entryway and followed Salk toward the back exit, winding through an open aisle between sets of tables. Their appearance brought about a commotion. Some patrons craned into the aisle to see what was happening, while others ducked back, anticipating violence. The police didn't have any qualms of charging in, and they began pouring laser fire through the doorway as they approached. J.O. was still backstepping, covering Anya and Salk with his saber, so he had a good view of what happened next. As the first policeman came through the door, someone sitting at the closest table, a human with dark skin and long black dreadlocks, gathered with a light-haired man and a woman with her face turned stretched out his leg fade casually and caught the cop in the shin. The cop overbalanced, tipped forward, and landed on his face. The ones right behind him stumbled and fell on top of him, and soon the hallway was clogged with bodies. J.O. didn't have time to see what came next, or to send thanks to his rescuer, who probably just wanted to mess with the police. Instead, he and AG-37 turned fully forward and sprinted after Anya and Salk. They were formed in the narrow hall beyond the cantina's back exit. Breathing hard, J.O. said, "We got a little help back there." "I saw," said Salk. "It looked like never mind." "What?" "I think it was the guy who sold us the part." He slapped the stabilizer coil still held tight to his chest. Let's go. I know the way from here. As they started running again, relying on Salk to guide them through the back corridors toward the landing zone, Jael asked, "How long will it take to install that stabilizer?" 15, 20 minutes, Anya answered. Well, that's 20 too long. Free agent is still capable of takeoff, a G-37 reminded. Only hard maneuvers are difficult. Well, we're gonna need that. You can bet these cops will call air support. Through his panic, Jael wondered how in the blazes Anya had thought they'd escaped when she kicked that first cop. Probably she hadn't thought at all. Anya wouldn't be Anya without her impulsiveness, but sometimes she made him want to scream. They heard laser fire behind them, slightly muffled. Jael looked behind him and saw nothing, but the cops had to be close. How much further? He panted. Almost there, said Salk. We're in the back of the East Landing complex. Jael was well and truly lost, so he didn't bother to argue. Salk led them down one turn, then another, pushing past confused maintenance workers who jumped out of their way. When they finally reached a set of wide doors, Jael felt himself flush with relief. Then warning struck him through the force. He skidded to a halt, grabbing Salk with one hand and Anya with another, but it was too late. They skidded within range of the door's activation sensors, and they swung open, revealing a set of police waiting with blasters ready. Jael pushed himself to the front and hefted his lightsaber again. He deflected some bolts with his white blade. A G-37 absorbed more on his hard casing as he marched up to the door's controls and manually shut them. Metal doors squeezed closed, blocking out the police, and the droid blasted the control panel before they could override. Jael sighed with small relief that wouldn't hold them long. Is there another way? I think so, Salk said. We can't come around from the side. Then let's get going. Anya hefted her blaster and ran. There was still the sound of laser fire drifting through the hall, marking another firefight, but they had no choice but to run toward it. Salk led the retreat, though he was starting to tire and slacken his pace. Just as they reached a three-way fork in the path, the laser fire took an immediate sharpness, and suddenly a brilliant pink and blue blur emerged around the curve and smacked hard into Jael. It was all he could do to shut off his lightsaber before he impaled the newcomer. Both of them went tumbling, then slammed into a G-37's hard metal frame and dropped to the floor. Jael disentangled himself from the other body, still clasping his lightsaber hard. He rose to a squat, shook his stinging herd to clear it, and opened his eyes to get a look at the being crouched beside him at a G-37's feet. It was a woman with vivid blue hair and a green outfit that left lots of bright pink skin visible. Had to be a Zeltron. Blue. He heard a voice call and looked up. First he saw Anya and Salk, carried by inertia across the intersection. Then he made out two newcomers standing with them, the dark, dreadlocked man from the cantina and somebody else in the back, blonde-haired, mostly obscured by his two friends. Finally, Jael realized a river of laser fire was cutting in from the intersection's third branch, separating him and a G-37 from Anya and Salk. The Zeltron jumped to her feet and stared murder at Jael. Stang it. This is all your fault. My fault. Who are he remembered? The people in the cantina who'd helped them escape. He hadn't missed them, and neither, apparently, had the cops. Blue, come on, shouted the dreadlocked guy beside Anya. The Zeltron threw up her arms in frustration. Jael asked, are you trying to get to the docking zone? No, I'm looking for the Karkin fresher, she snapped. More police are coming fast behind us, a G-37 reported. I suggest we face them head on rather than allow ourselves to be trapped. Now Jael threw up his hands. The police had them split up and pinned down, and even if they got to their ship, they'd never be able to run from airborne law enforcement. Salk. Anya. He called over the laser fire. Get going. Get out of here. He saw the reluctance on their faces, and on the newcomers. They were just as reluctant to split up their team. But in the end, the blonde guy in the back barked, stang it. Let's go. We'll come around from the side and get you, Blue, I promise. The Zeltron looked like she wanted to snarl a dozen different curses, but she nodded. Anya, Salk, and the two strangers ran down their branch. Meanwhile, Jo heard footsteps coming in behind him. Those cops had definitely breached the broken door and were seconds away from trapping him. Anya and Salk might get away, but that was no comfort right now. Because the droid seemed the only halfway stable one, Jo spun on AG-37 and asked what now. I suggest you cover your photoreceptors. The droid plucked a metal sphere from his bandolier. Is that a flash grenade? Asked the Zeltron. Indeed. Why didn't you use that before? Bleeded Jo? Because I wouldn't have been able to use it now, AG-37 deadpan. This will disable them all briefly. Be prepared to run. I can't carking believe this, snarled the Zeltron as police surrounded them from both sides of the hall. They had weapons raised and were shouting for surrender. Do it now, AG-37 said, and Jo jammed a forearm in front of his eyes. Even with protection, the light washed the world away. As she and Salk chased down the hall after their sort of rescuers, Anya admitted that she really needed to do a better job of vetting clients. It topped her list of resolutions, alongside keeping free agents stocked with spare parts. Hey, she panted, you guys have a ship around here. No, we're just running for criffing exercise, said the one in front, the sleazy-looking blonde guy. I heard a flashbang behind us, said the darker one. Blue doesn't have those. Our droid does, Anya said hopefully. Maybe they got away. Are you sure it was a flashbang? Jerry knows his booms, said Blondie. We're going back for her? Asked the other one, Jerry. Hold on. Blondie pulled a comlink out of his long coat and turned it on. Blue, you alive? Talk to me, Meshla. Between the pounding of feet and her own heavy breathing, Anya couldn't make out the response. Blondie glanced back at her and Salk. They're heading to your ship. Can you get it off the ground? Get to lightspeed. Lightspeed is fine, said the Moncal. We can't burn fast at sublight. The stabilizer coil. Right, the reason we're in this Granger mess. Blondie snarled at his companion. Good going, pal. Helping out a client, you said. Just messing with the cops, you said. You thought it was funny. Bleated Jerry. For 2.5 seconds. That way, said Salk, jabbing toward a side door. Blondie and Jerry pushed through the doors. This time they were in the main public hallway of the docking zone. No cops were waiting to catch them, but Anya spotted blue uniformed figures far down the left end of the corridor and running toward them. Please tell me your ship's not that way, said Anya. It's not, said Blondie. He sprinted the opposite direction, everyone else followed. He brought his comlink to his hand and said, R2, you there? We're gonna need help fast. Anya missed the rest of what he said. Laser fire began to cut in above their heads. She dropped into a running crouch and fired backward, but it didn't slow the police down much. Right this way, Jerry said, waving an arm at a nearby portal. He and his friend turned hard right and ducked through. Anya and Salk were right behind him, the police on their heels. As soon as Anya got through the door, Blondie grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her behind the left side of the doorframe. Jerry and Salk were already behind the right. Anya stumbled and nearly fell when her shins collided with the side of a blue and white astromech droid. She watched as a thin fiber cable shot out from the droid side, cut a horizontal line across the doorway at calf height, and locked onto the opposite frame. Get ready, Patissa, Blondie said, and hefted his blaster. Anya was ready. 2 seconds later, the first police came charging through the door. They didn't slow and didn't see the tripwire. All three went falling, Anya, Jerry, and Blondie stepped out from their hiding places and unleashed a volley of stun blasts that took the standing cops down. Very nice, Blondie crowed and slapped the astromech's dome. Might not be some Unipuna assassin droid, but he gets the job done. Let's get going. Anya wanted to ask about Jo and AG-37, but Jerry, Blondie, and the astromech were already on their way up the ramp of their ship. She took it in quickly. Scarlet hull, wide wings, an oversized engine nacelle on the dorsal side. Helix class, heavily modified, She prayed in all the right ways. She looked at Salk, saw his eyes full of questions. She had no answers, so she grabbed his shoulder and pulled him with her up the ramp. The ship was no prettier inside than out, but it would have to do. By the time she and Salk reached the cockpit, the engines were already warming up. "Hold on tight, we're coming out hot," Blondie said from the pilot seat. He had a grin on his face and bright eyes, like he was enjoying this. As she dropped into the seat behind him, Anya realized that despite the frenzy of their escape, despite his uncertainty, and despite the fact that she turned no profit whatsoever from a job that had twice almost gotten her killed, she might be enjoying it too. The ship rocketed out of the docking bay, then dropped into a low swoop over the landing complex. Nearly all the recessed landing pads had ships in them, and Anya craned over the pilot seat to spot AG-37s. Salk spotted it first. He leaned over Jerry's chair and jabbed with one arm. "Do you see it? The V7800 model answers to free agent." "I see the ship." Jerry tapped something onto his comm console. "I think I got a lock. No police in the air yet, but that won't last long." Blondie reached over and pounded the comm station with a fist. "Delia, darling, you there?" "I see you," a voice came back. "Can you punch out?" "Where's our friends?" Jo responded over the comm. "We're here," Anya called. "Let's go." Cool and composed, AG-37 said, beginning liftoff now. The view from the cockpit swung away from free agent as they circled back toward the landing pad. As they did, pollution-thick Mon-Gaza sky pan in front of them. Anya spotted a pair of approaching vessels blazing red and yellow warning lights. "Free agent's gonna need cover as she runs," Anya said. "We've got weapons. Do you?" "Bet you're pretty, but I do." Blondie looked over his shoulder and his grin tilted toward angry. "Chica, you're going to owe us for this." Before they took to the air, Jo has asked how much risk free agent had of blowing out his engine entirely if they fled from the cops. AG-37 had refrained from comment, which as far as Jo was concerned, that was worse than no answer at all. As they began a shuddering climb into the sky, a voice crackled over the comm. "We'll hang behind you, cover your butt with our cannons." "We have an offensive weapon on our dorsal hull," AG-37 replied. "Please drop below up and cover our ventral aft section." "You got it. You still got hyperdrive?" "Affirmative. Once we're clear to jump, go to the Ondo system." "Agreed. We will exchange passengers there." Passengers was as good a word as any. As he strapped into the co-pilot seat, Jo glanced backward to see the Zeltron woman gritting her teeth. "Delia Blue?" He recognized that name from somewhere, but had no idea where, and right now there were more important things to worry about. The climb through the atmosphere was aggravatingly slow, and from sensors Jo could see that the police cruisers were trying to get alongside them. The other ship, some Helix-class freighter, was doing a good job slipping from side to side, shielding them and preventing the police from getting a target lock. It looked like they might make it. But as always, it was never that easy. One more police cruiser was coming at them from the edge of the atmospheric envelope. On Christophsis, they'd been taken by surprise. Not so now. Jo turned to the weapon station and had the laser turret ready to spray fire at the approaching ship. He released bolts of superheated plasma, and he prayed the cruiser would turn away before taking fire. The police that were after them today were just doing their jobs, and he'd taken every precaution to avoid killing or hurting anyone thus far. The Imperial Knight in him knew this fiasco should never have happened, that there had to have been a better way of doing things, but the rest of him, that part that had been chasing Anya for 2 years, was almost a natural on the knife's edge. His conscience was in luck. After taking a faceful of laser fire on his forward shields, the incoming cruiser broke off its attack run. At that point, they were past the edge of the atmosphere and pushing out of lower orbit. Free agent moved easier in the vacuum and pressed ahead toward waiting stars. Jo looked back at the Zeltron and said, "We're going to make it." Her response was a scowl and a grunt. A minute later, the red Helix-class freighter pushed ahead of them. The voice on the intercom said, "We're ready to punch out." "You?" "We are ready," said AG-37. Then let's get out of here, said the voice, touched with relief. Jael felt it too, so did the Zeltron. Delia Blue? He imaged that, in his own way. A G-37 did, as well when the Starlines exploded and they vanished into the safe distance of hyperspace. Chapter 5. Crimson Axe made no pretense at being welcoming. The towering vertical blade of a ship jutted out from the mouth of a sarlacc pit and glowered down on the surrounding settlement. At the blade's peak there were a few appended landing pads for Rav's favorite visitors, but most beings, and all the denizens of Axe Town, had to march across a broad metal bridge that crested the pit's rim before entering the lower levels of the former pirate ship. Kyra hated the place. She hated the dirt and dim lights, the smell of sweat and booze, the broad bodies of swaggering criminals, and the spine-tingling cackle of glitbiters indulging their habits in shadowed corners. The one good thing about Crimson Axe was that here alone she knew she was safe. Nobody tried to beat or steal inside Rav's home. He reserved that right for himself. Kyra had locked the chopyard up tight and left Sleepy in the shop. She'd take care of this herself, by herself. She knew Rav usually held court at a cantina inside Crimson Axe called the Golden Gorg. Rogu had said that using the messy, busy cantina as an audience chamber was very intentional on Rav's part. The scene feigned openness and oneness with all the criminals he consorted with, and more importantly, it was a statement that said, "Here I am out in public, hurt me if you dare." Very few dared, and the daring ended up dead. Kyra had come here for what she was owed. The last of debt the chopyard owed clanked in the pack at her back. She was acutely aware of the weight of their orodium ingots as she climbed the stairs into the Golden Gorg, just as she was aware of the curious looks she got from the cantina's clientele. She didn't belong here, and they all knew it. She'd been in the cantina before. When she reached the main floor, she looked around at the different spots Rav was known to set down with his hangers on. Sure enough, she spotted him on the far side of the room, seated at the back of a semicircular booth, squeezed between a Togruta and a Twi'lek woman. Each was showing lots of skin, and some of that skin was marked with the red tattoo Rav stamped on all his so-called family. He called the mark his bloody bones, and it took the shape of an X with curved end tips. Kyra was a debtor, not his worker, and she was glad not to have his mark. Nonetheless, Rav recognized her. His right eye was scabbed over with 2 slashing perpendicular scars, but his left one went wide as she stepped close. A sick smile formed on his noseless green face. "Why, hello there, sweet Spataga." Rav waved her forward but didn't move from the back of the booth. "I don't see you often enough. How's Rugo's old chopyard? Taking good care of it?" Kyra stopped at the other side of the table and dropped her bag onto it. "This is everything, sir. My last payment. All in orodium ingots." Rav picked something from between his large white teeth, then gestured for the bag. His Togruta friend pushed it across the table, and he looked inside, counting all the money. He didn't say anything right away. Kyra's chest tightened. "This is everything Rugo owed you? It's done." "We're done," she thought. Rav leaned back and placed his hand on the bag. "This is grandeur impressive, girl. I have to say, when old Rugo ended face down, I thought there was no way his little human girl could keep the place running, but you did. You've got a real talent for machines. Where do you live before landing on my rock?" "Lots of places." "You run away from your parents?" he asked casually. "They died in the war, sir. The last one." Common parlance had come to mark the last war as the one between the Alliance and Ronfel's empire. The latest war was the one against Darth Krayt. "And you've been on your own all this time. Very impressive." Rav slapped the bag. "Thank you for the credits, and thanks for your service." She felt dizzy for a moment. "You mean the debt's complete?" He exhaled through his grin, faux regretful, and her heart fell. "Well, you see, here's the thing. When I let Rugo have his place, the Empire was still running things. They never really paid attention to Socorro. This was the untamed frontier. Now this Galactic Federation Triumvirate Union, or whatever's in power, and they're trying to set everything straight. Empress fell. She's installed this new governor on Socorro who's making sure every resident's paying proper taxes and the like. Now, bribing him takes something extra, which means I've had to hike up the interest rate on poor Rugo's loan. All breath left her, black rage reared up inside. But, why you? His eye narrowed. What, girl? She shook her head, looked down. Her hands clenched to fists at her side. Fingernails dug into palms hard enough to break skin. You never told me about this. I paid you everything I was supposed to. You did, girl, and it's to your credit. But business is business. I should be free. And you will be so long as you keep up the good work. It's just a little extra I need. She stared down at the table. She didn't know what she'd do if she looked him in the eye. How much? He named it. That was twice as much as she'd earned the past 5 months. She'd be lucky to pay it off in a year, and deep down she knew Rev would just raise the fee again. She wanted to sob and scream at once. Don't get weepy. Let it never be said Rev made a pretty young chica cry. Kyra heard him stand, heard his booth mate slide out so he could get closer. His one mechanical foot clanked on the floor as he moved. She still stared at the table, hands bleeding, shoulders trembling, and felt his rancid breath on her face as he loomed over her. I'll tell you what. I'm generous, so I'll let you pay that off a little faster. Crimson Axe? Well, you can see she got age. Falling apart in lots of little places. I could use someone good with ships to fix her up for me. When you're not doing work down at the chop yard, come up here. I'll pay you a nice steady wage. Trust me, you'll work down the debt in no time. Kyra shook, but nodded. Rev's rough green hand took her chin and forced her to look up at his grinning one-eyed face. Cheer up, I'm doing you a favor. With looks like yours, you could turn a good side business here. I can set that up for you, chica, just give me the word. Her hand shot up on instinct, knocking his away. The green palm came right back, slapping her in the mouth. Her head lashed sideways and her whole body spun to follow, but Rav's big fist caught her stomach in a sucker punch. The punch stole her breath, and pain stole her strength to stand. She fell, arms out, and grabbed onto the tabletop to keep from falling. She panted for air, struggled to stand, and felt Rav looming behind her, but he didn't touch her again. Show up at the axe tomorrow. Bring a better attitude or don't come at all, the pirate growled. Kyra pushed herself off the tabletop. Pain still spread out from her stomach. Through tear-blurred eyes, she saw the Togruta woman on one side, the Twi'lek on the other, watching her without pity. One more thing, she heard Rav say, as afterthought. Give her some good old bloody bones. After all, she's part of the family now. She heard him walk away, metal scraping metal every step. When she felt hands on her shoulders, Kyra wanted to scream, but she no longer had the strength. When they reached Ondo, it seemed like their unlikely rescuers had a place in mind for them to set down in. Anya watched from behind the pilot's seat as they shuddered into the atmosphere, soared toward far-ranging blue-green seas, and finally came to rest on an artificially flat landing zone carved onto a volcanic island jutting out from the waves. Anya could see no other built structure, but she guessed this was some kind of old smuggler's rendezvous. The crew of this ship, which she'd learned was called Minok, seemed the type. Ultimately, she was just glad to get off this boat and back to the one she belonged on. Free agents sat down a few minutes after Minok, so the two ships faced each other across the black stone platform, and Anya was the first one down the ramp. The fresh, salty air was welcome after polluted Mon Gaza, but Moreso was the sight of Jo and AG-37 standing unharmed beneath Free Agent's nose. A pink-skinned Zeltron woman came out between them, burst past Anya and Salk, and went straight onto the ramp of her own ship. Anya pivoted to see her throw herself into Blondie's arms and kiss him. When the two disentangled, AG-37 stomped across the platform and said, "You have my utmost gratitude for saving my crew. I hope your ship was not damaged in the escape." "Your crew?" Blondie raised an eyebrow. "That is correct. I am called AG-37, and my vessel is the Free Agent. I apologize for all the inconvenience you've suffered. We were making a delivery of Christoph's crystal sculptures, which we thought was." "I know. I already got the story on the way here." Blondie looked back at Anya and Salk. It was the look she got from people who recognized her from her brief moment of galaxy-wide fame, but there was something else there. She couldn't tell what. Salk didn't like that look either. He clutched the stabilizing coil tight to his chest and said, "It'll take time to get this installed. I'll go ahead and start." The Mon Cal seemed relieved to scamper up the ramp and to free agent, but the rest of them remained on the windy platform. A short silence swept across them, and then AG-37 said, "Was your ship damaged in the escape?" "We came out all right." Blondie put his arm around the Zeltron's pink waist. "How about you, Blue? Get roughed up any on the way out?" "Could have been worse." Begrudgingly she added, "The droid's quite the flyer." "Why shouldn't he be? I bet he's got reflexes to put all ours to shame." J.O., quiet until now, took a step forward. "What's your name, by the way?" "Me? I'm Nat Starkiller. My crew here's Delia Blue and Jerry S.N. Delia's the pretty one, in case you didn't guess." Jerry pouted, "Mock sour. I'm plenty pretty." "Anyway," Starkiller said, "am I supposed to guess who the rest of you are? 'Cause I've got a pretty good idea." Anya crossed arms over her chest. "We're just a crew trying to get by. Aren't we all?" He laughed. "From your story, it sounds like you made lots of enemies and no credits on Mon Gaza. That's a shame." "You mean you're not going to ask him to pay us back for all the stress and emotional turmoil?" asked Jerry. Starkiller made a show of considering. "Guess we have to let him pass for now. Or maybe not. I've got to think about it." "Well, don't think too long," Anya said. "As soon as Salk gets the engines running right, we're taking off and looking for new work. Then we'll never bother each other again." "Sure. One more question, though, and you can't blame a pedunky for asking." Starkiller stabbed a finger at J.O. "White armor. Working lightsaber, and from what little I saw on Mon Gaza, you know how to use it. I've gotta wonder why an Imperial Knight's slumming around this part of the galaxy, selling stolen art." J.O. said, "That's none of your business." Starkiller grinned. "Thought so. Come on, Blue Jerry. I got something to talk to you two about." He took them by the shoulder and led them up the ramp. Anya watched them go and watched the little blue and white astromech remain at the top of the ramp, as though it was curiously watching them. She forced herself to turn from the droid and say, "Come on, let's get inside and see how Salk's doing." AG-37 marched into free agent first. Anya followed, but before she could make for the engineering section, J.O. touched the back of her arm, stopping her in the corridor. "What's up?" she asked. J.O. opened his mouth, snapped it shut, scowled, and tried again. "Were you okay back there?" "I've been better, been worse. Nat Sleazebag didn't do anything weird, if that's what you're thinking." J.O. did the start-stop-start thing again. "It was a mess on Mon Gaza. We should never have let it get so bad." "Yeah, I know. We definitely need to vet clients better. Everything they gave us looked convincing, though. You have to admit that." "I know. But Anya, we didn't have to run like that. If it weren't for those guys," he jabbed a thumb down the landing ramp, "we'd have never made it out." "I know. What did you expect me to do? We got caught committing a crime?" Her voice went cold. "I've been to jail once. I'm not going back." "I was trying to defuse the situation. With that lawyer talk?" "J.O., please. I did the only thing we could do." He seemed unconvinced, but dropped it anyway. "Now what?" "We're almost out of credits, and we should get a sector or two away from Mon Gaza before we start looking for clients again." "Yeah, I know." She brushed bangs off her forehead. "I'll think about it. Maybe AG will know someone who can hire us." "Maybe," he said glumly. He was still so imperial in so many ways, always wanting a plan and rules to work inside. He didn't belong out here, but he was still with her, still with free agent for reasons she still didn't fully understand and suspected he didn't either. Anya smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. "Come on, we've been through way worse than this. Cheer up. We'll figure out something." "Of course." He glanced over his shoulder, back down the ramp. "What?" Something with Nat Sleazebag. He hesitated again, and finally said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go check on Salk." "Right," she nodded, though she wanted to press more. Instead, she went back to the engineering section and checked on the Mon Cal mechanic. He was deep into his work but happy for a second set of hands, and together they completed the device's installation in 9 standard minutes. As they emerged from the engine room, Salk was saying, "We should dry fire the engines first and do some atmospheric test flying before leaving the system." "I don't think that will be a problem," Anya said as she wiped engine grease from her hands. "We need to figure out where we're going anyway," Jo says. She froze when she saw a G-37 and Jo standing at the far end of the hallway near the cockpit entrance, talking to Jiraiya Sin. When he saw them, Minox's crewman waved them forward. "Just came aboard to say thanks again," he explained, "and to extend an invitation." "What kind of invitation?" Anya asked. It was hard to miss the scowl on Jo's face. It was deeper than ever. "Come aboard, Minox, and we'll talk." Jiraiya flashed a smile. "We'll throw in a little L on the house." 2 minutes later, they migrated into Minox's crew lounge. A G-37 remained on his feet by the entry doorway. Anya, Jo, and Salk took the sofa along the outer wall. A stout astromech, which Delia called R2-D2, rolled around with a serving tray attached to his dome, allowing the guests to pour themselves tumblers of Corellian whiskey. As far as hospitality went, it was better than Anya expected, which meant their hosts had a very questionable offer. Jiraiya and Delia stood against the inner wall and let Starkiller do the talking from the center of the room. Tucking thumbs in his belt line, he said, "If you need credits, we've got a way you can score big. All you need to do is help us with the little job we were about to start before Jiraiya here thought it'd be funny to trip up some cops." Jiraiya shrugged. Starkiller went on, "Basically, what we need you to do is simple. We've got some cargo. We need you to sell it. The buyer's gonna make you bargain for it, so be ready. Whatever you end up selling it for, you get to keep 100%. Nothing was ever that easy. Anya could feel Jo ready to jump in with objections, so she asked, "You have a buyer picked out already?" "That we do. He's on Socorro, and his name's Raph. Fierin. Technically ex-pirate, but he deals with lots of illegal merchandise." "We've had our fill of handling illegal cargo," Jo said acidly. "Not for the credits our goods will fetch," Starkiller said. Anya didn't like his confidence. "What goods?" "In our hold we've got 2 crates full of treasure we grabbed from the Sith temple on Coruscant right after Darth Crate went bye-bye." Anya's jaw dropped. Jo nearly shouted, "You want us to sell Sith artifacts? Those are really illegal?" Salk swallowed. Starkiller nodded. "Ever since the new Triumvirate Alliance whatever took over, they've made trafficking Sith stuff an automatic ticket to prison. Only guys like Rav will handle it, and if something's that illegal, guess what? Value on the black market skyrockets. We've been sitting on them for over a year, waiting for things to cool down a little before we try unloading them." "They're illegal for a reason," Jo snapped. "They need to be destroyed. If we sell them to this pirate, there's no telling who will buy them up. There still might be Sith out there, and if these artifacts get back to them." "That's not going to happen," Starkiller interjected. "How can you guarantee that?" He looked to Anya. "This is crazy. These people." "What are you going to do, Imp Yuki?" asked Jiraiya. "Sick your empress on us?" "I have several observations." A G-37 joined in. His electric voice cut cold through heat and tempers. "First, I am familiar with this Rav, by reputation only. I know his pirate gang was once quite fearsome, and that the members marked themselves with red X-shaped tattoos called his bloody bones." His top photoreceptor swiveled toward Starkiller. "You have such a mark on your arm. So, too, does your friend." Jiraiya nodded. "Okay, you got us. Me and Nat used to crew with Raph. That was a long time gone, and we don't want anything to do with him anymore except his credits. That's why we need a fence." "Your explanation is plausible," allowed a G-37. "My second observation, Sith artifacts is an extremely vague term. What does this looted collection consist of, and how can we or Rav be certain they are authentic?" Does it matter? J.O. said. We can't take part in this. They're real as can be. Starkiller looked over his shoulder. Delia, R2, fetch our guest a sample. The Zeltra nodded and stalked out of the room. The Astromech was on her heels, half full bottle of brandy still rattling on his tray. To his guest, Starkiller said, It'll just be a minute. Good. J.O. got to his feet. We'll be right back. Anya. She rose and followed him out of the crew lounge, all the way through the cargo hold and the open landing ramp. She was afraid he'd march all the way back to Free Agent, but instead he stopped halfway down his slope, grabbed a landing strut, and swung back to face Anya. We absolutely cannot do this. I'm not big on handling Sith stuff myself, she admitted, but staying at J.O., we need money bad. Socorro's not too far in. Anya, I don't like that guy. I don't think he likes you either. That evens out, right? He grabbed her by both shoulders, pulled her close, and dropped his voice to a whisper. Anya, he's not who he says he is? She blinked. What does that mean? Have you seen him before? Not in person, but during the war, every Imperial Knight was told to be on the lookout for him and his ship. That's not Nat Starkiller. That's Case Skywalker. Case Skywalker. Isn't he dead? They never found a body. They say he flew Darth Krayt into the heart of a sun. But that's Skywalker right there. I'm sure of it. And he's apparently got a bunch of Sith merchandise in his storage locker. For all we know, he's got Krayt stashed somewhere too. Whoa, hey, I thought Skywalker was a Jedi. Or something. J.O. shook his head. The Empire never knew what to make of Skywalker. I don't think the Jedi did either. Anya didn't too, and she realized that, for J.O. to have pulled her out here to tell her this, neither did he. He was angry and confused and indignant, and also morally appalled at selling Sith artifacts. He needed help, and this was his way of asking for it. Anya knew exactly what to do. Well, she said, let's go find out. She pulled away from J.O., hurried back up the ramp and into the main hold. Delia and R2-D2 had reappeared, and the droid's drink tray had been replaced with a casket as wide as his body, held up by two extended arms. Anya walked right up to the Astromech but didn't open the casket. Instead, she looked at their host and said, First things first. You're Case Skywalker, right? His smug, scruffy face froze in surprise, which was pretty gratifying to see. Then she asked, Why aren't you dead? Skywalker stared for another moment, then broke out in a laugh. Delia and Jerry, even Salk and J.O., stared blankly at him. Finally, Skywalker shook his head, grinned, and said, Shoulda figured a Karkin Imp Knight would know me. Well, you can't blame a guy for trying. Why aren't you dead? J.O. repeated. What happened to Darth Krayt? I flew the Murglak into the heart of a sun. No need to thank me. Skywalker snorted. I went EV before it happened. Blue, Jerry, and R2 plucked me out before my air ran dry. And you let the whole galaxy think you're dead since? Asked Anya. Pretty much. He crossed his arms. I never wanted to be some Grant Jedi hero, and I never wanted a special destiny. Well, I had it, I fulfilled it, and that's all. I'm done. I'm retired and looking for my big payday. Gonna buy myself a moon somewhere and settle down. He said it like he challenged her to argue. Anya didn't. Some people had said she'd been meant for something special too. All she'd wanted was a life to call her own. She believed Skywalker instinctively. At least, as far as that part went. She sat back down on the sofa, took a strong sip of whiskey, and said, Okay, let's see what's in that case. Right after we rescued Cade, we went back to Coruscant, Delia explained. Everything was in chaos, and we sneaked into the Sith temple pretty easy. Helped that Cade knew a back way in. She pulled the lid away carefully. Found lots of stuff, but this was the crowner. Anya peered inside. She was a trio of pyramid-shaped devices, each as white at the base as her hand. They were made of some black substance she didn't recognize, mirror smooth, with veins of red circuitry visible at the edges. J.O. seemed to deflate onto the seat next to her. She asked him, What are these things? Sith holocrons? J.O. breathed. He glared suspiciously at Skywalker. Have you taken a look inside these? A little. Skywalker shrugged. Typical dark side stuff. Embrace your anger. Use your hate. Blah blah blah. Kinda boring, really. Anya reached for the one in the middle. When J.O. didn't slap her hand away, she picked it up by the corners and held it in front of her. I don't get it. What's supposed to happen? They only open themselves to Force users, J.O. said gravely. He was staring hard at the thing. Delia prodded. Go ahead. Don't be shy. When you make your sales pitch to Rav, make sure to give him a demonstration. No way he'll doubt they're authentic after that. Make that thing talk, and you can take Rav for all his credits, Jerry agreed. Slowly, cautiously, almost reverently, J.O. took the holocron from Anya. At first, nothing happened. Then a rosy glow seemed to spread from the pyramid's heart. Light emerged from its seams, converged upward, and assembled into a holographic image above the peak. The light took on a human form, a human woman, older, with the hood lowered to cover most of her face and two thick braids falling off either shoulder. A voice said, My name is Darth Treya. For what purpose do you seek my knowledge? Is this a spirit? Asked Salk, odd. No, J.O. swallowed. It's just a recording. An interface. But that Sith put all her knowledge into this. He handed the thing back to Anya. She was frankly relieved when his light faded to nothing. J.O. told Skywalker, these should be destroyed. All your Sith artifacts should be destroyed. Believe it or not, Imp Yuki, Skywalker said, I agree with you, and I'm gonna make sure it happens. You said you want us to sell it to this Rav person, Salk said. Skywalker looked to Jiraiya, then to Delia. The Zeltron said, might as well give him all of it. Okay then, Skywalker exhaled and put hands on his hips. Here's the deal with Rav. He's a one-eyed Gran Chislimo, but he's no fool. He's also absolutely filthy rich, which is why we know he'll pay a high price for these Sith artifacts. Little while after Jerry and I left him, he stumbled on some ancient treasure ship. Rumors say it was from the old Republic and was full of bullion. Orodium, Nova crystals, the works. Once he landed that, Rav settled down to comfortably retire. That was about 10 years ago, and he's been on Socorro ever since. Parked his ship, the Crimson Axe, into an old Sarlacc pit and made himself lord of the wasteland. The thing is, nobody knows where Rav keeps his bullion. It's gotta be somewhere on Socorro. Rav wouldn't hide his nest egg where he couldn't keep half an eye on it. It's gonna take him a while to find a buyer for the kind of merchandise we're selling, probably months, and we're betting everything that he'll stash the Sith goods in his secret storehouse in the meantime. This aligns with my data files on Rav's career, AG-37 put in. I take it you propose to place a tracker in your merchandise, use it to locate Rav's storehouse, then steal everything you can fly away with. Smart droid. Jerry grunted. Thank you, AG-37 said blandly. However, I foresee several difficulties. It is likely, but not certain, he will place the Sith artifacts in the same place as his bullion. Granted, Skywalker said, but I'm willing to take the risk. You said you'd let us keep all the credits we get for fencing your merchandise, Anya said. That's right. I'm after the big score or nothing. You must really hate your old boss, muttered Salk. Skywalker smiled angrily. You'd be right. This restitution's a long time coming. Another difficulty, said AG-37, is that Rav will certainly notice a tracking device when he inventories what he's bought. Less likely when he doesn't know what the car key's looking at, Delia smiled. We've got a couple old bladed weapons in another case. Lamvaroks, I think they're called. I opened the hilt of one up and stuck a passive tracker inside, the size of my fingernail. She lightly flicked R2-D2 for emphasis. It'll only respond to a signal from a matching device we've hooked into R2's computer matrix. He'll be able to patch it into a topographic map of Socorro and tell us exactly where Rav stashed our goods. I am familiar with such devices, said AG-37. They were developed by Alliance Intelligence. Older tech, then, Anya said. Rebel Alliance. Quite old, AG-37 agreed. I doubt Rav will think to look for it. She realized that AG-37 was warming to this crazy idea. Then she realized she was too. All these people were asking for, really, was for them to do the easy part. After that they could walk away, having made more money more easily than she'd ever thought possible. JL, though, said, the Sith artifacts have to be destroyed. Skywalker nodded. And when I break into Rav's storehouse and rob him blind, I'll be sure to throw a thermal detonator into those crates of Sith poodoo and blow him to hell. Problem. JL's problem was obvious. He didn't trust Skywalker. Listen, Anya said softly, I don't know if we can walk away from this. We can't, JL said, then looked to Skywalker. We're in this all the way or none at all. Delia snorted in disbelief. Jerry opened his mouth to object, but Skywalker held a hand to quiet him. I offered everything you can get Rav to buy for. Don't expect us to split our big score 7 ways. Fine, said JL. Split it 4 ways. Anya, Salk, AG, and I will all share the last quarter. Hey, Anya said, that's giving them a little much. We'll still keep everything from the initial sale, Salk reminded. No, I like this idea. Skywalker grinned again, probably happy J.O. had surrendered so much so fast. Blue. Jerry, you good with this? I can live with it, the Zeltron said thoughtfully. As long as they pulled their weight around, Jiraiya said, a little reluctantly. Got a feeling the Imp will do anything he has to make sure the Sith gear gets vaped, Skywalker grinned. Am I right? You're right, JL nodded firmly, and didn't break from Skywalker's gaze. Tense silence filled the hold until Anya coughed into her hand and said, I just want to get rich. Finally Skywalker's eyes shifted to her. You and me both, Chica. We do it all right, and we all get what we want. No better kind of job than that. Chapter 6. The Corellian system hosted 5 inhabited planets and sat astride multiple interstellar trade routes. Dozens of ships arrived every hour, vectoring to any of the 5 worlds or to the elaborate Corellian Engineering Corporation facilities located mid-system. There was no way of guessing where a single GPE 7300 light freighter outbound from Belgarath would go. There wasn't even certainty it had arrived in the system at all. Nonetheless, it was the only lead they had to chase, so Aslan Ray and Tree Sen did what they could. They flew their Sigma-class shuttle to Corellia first and contacted Planetary Flight Control to see if a matching vessel had entered their airspace within the past 3 standard days. They were Imperial Knights, broadcasting the priority codes of Empress Fel herself, which commanded immediate compliance even from the notoriously contrarian Corellians. Nonetheless, it took Planetary Control a few long minutes to go through their flight logs. In the end, they reported that no GPE 7300 had landed on Corellia within the specified time frame. There was no way to know if the flight records were accurate, or if the Corellians were telling the truth. All they could do was trust. From Corellia they flew to Salonia and repeated the same process, commanding local flight control to search of records, waiting while they did so, and finally getting a negative comply. After that it was draw, and after an aggravating wait they came up empty again. After draw they made for Talus and Tralis, the twin worlds and the least populated in the system. Once they had both swung in opposing orbits around an ancient space station called Centerpoint, but a century ago, after unknown millennia of existence, Centerpoint had been destroyed in the Second Galactic Civil War. With the loss of their centrifugal focus, the twin worlds could have pulled apart into separate orbits, but the massive repulsor generators installed in their planetary crusts, apparently as old as Centerpoint itself, had activated and locked onto each other. Over the past century, scientists had watched the twin worlds dance around each other as they circled Corellia's primary, waiting for a shift in their orbits that had yet to come. Apparently, whoever had created the Corellian system all those eons ago had known what they were doing. Talus was the more populated of the 2 largely agrarian worlds, and they contacted it first. It had been 5 hours since they'd arrived in system, and in that time most of Aslan's expectations had been drained away. While Master Sin spoke with Taylor's flight control, she sat in the co-pilot seat, silently and grimly pondering how they could find Ganner once they turned up dry here. She was surprised, then, when the flight controller's prim voice reported that a GPE 7300 light freighter had, in fact, landed in the city of Nashville 2.5 days ago and had not since departed. With their authorization, they compelled local security to lock down the ship in its berth and immediately set course for Nashville. Aslan pulled up a map and reported on Nashville as they came in for landing. The city clung to the bend in a wide river. It was large by Taylor's standards but tiny compared to ones like Coronet on Corellian. It hosted a university, a medical research center, and headquarters for various local industries. It seemed like one of countless unremarkable mid-sized urban areas in the core. Why Ganner's kidnappers had taken him here, she couldn't begin to imagine. When they sat down, local police were waiting to take them to the locked-down freighter. As promised, it sat on its landing pad, surrounded by a mix of human and Cylonian deputies who clearly had no idea why they'd been commanded to secure the ship. Aslan couldn't even say it was Ganner's freighter. The GPE 7300 wasn't a common model, but wasn't a rare one either. The landing ramp was retracted and shut. Sin wasted no time. Using the Force, he wrenched the thing free of its locking mechanism and lowered it to the ground. The officer who'd escorted them was clearly impressed. "Will the Master Knights be needing our assistance?" "We will go in first," Sin said. He already had his lightsaber in his hand. So did Aslan. "Stand by to assist if we request it." The officer seemed eager to step aside. He'd probably never seen a Force user in his life, and neither had his deputies. Aslan sensed that they just wanted this problem, whatever it was, to go away. She turned her attention to the ship itself. She reached out with the Force, sensing for life inside. She felt nothing. When she glanced at Sende, he shook his head. There was nothing to do but go inside. Sin walked up the ramp fight. Aslan was right behind him. Together, they stepped into the freighter's cramped interior. Aslan had used a ship of this type once, and she was familiar with its layout. She moved for the cockpit and found it empty. She ran her hands over the control panels, trying to pick up any sense of who'd last used them, but she found nothing still. Sin called her name, and she hurried to the cargo storage bay in the rear of the ship. She found Sin standing in a chamber that seemed entirely empty, and she didn't know what to make of it. Then she saw what lay at his feet in the center of the deck, a single lightsaber. When she stepped closer, she could tell it was Ganner's. "I don't understand," Aslan said. "Is this some kind of message?" I had the same thought. The rest of the ship seems thoroughly clean. At least we know for certain they took Ganner here. We know they took his lightsaber. Aslan swallowed. The thought of Ganner already dead in some pit in Belgoroth had never left her. We need to search every square meter of the city. I don't think we have the manpower for that, even with the police's help. But we'll certainly start an investigation. He looked down to the lightsaber. "Would you like to take it?" Aslan bent low and picked it up. She tried to sense Ganner's lingering presence on the weapon. Again, she found nothing. All she could do was hook it on her belt, beside her own. After that, they began the investigation. They searched the shuttle's logs and found nothing useful. The Port Authority checked security footage from the landing pad and found that it had been scrambled shortly after the ship set down. After that, no one was seen going in or out of the craft. They had no leads and no idea where to search. It was like Belgoroth, but even worse. It seemed they'd been led to a dead end, but that didn't explain why Ganner's lightsaber had been left them to find, unless the one they saw merely wanted to taunt them. Her instinct said this was a Sith scheme, and Sin agreed a Force user was almost certainty involved, though he pointed out that there were more than 3 such schools in the galaxy. Aslan wasn't calmed by the old knight's reminders. Though the Force had stubbornly refused to advise her so far, she tried one more time to gain some insight. While Sin went onto the streets of Nashville to help oversee the police investigation, she sat down in the hold of Ganner's shuttle, legs crossed, and back straight in a meditative position. She let Ganner's lightsaber rest inert in her lap and tried to focus on the weapon, the man who'd wielded it. She pulled memories out of her mind, made them into talismans, and bound them together in the hope it would help her seek out Ganner's presence. She recalled when he'd taken her aside after an early training session to advise her on the differences between Jedi and Imperial Knight. She remembered when he'd come to Kifu after her wounding and disfigurement to take her back to the only home she had. And she remembered how they fought side by side at the end of the war, at Tavis and Coruscant, and how the Force had flowed easily through them as the necessity of survival and sureness of their cause erased all the walls that had so long stood between them. She remembered that flow, remembered the feeling, and tried to trace the flow and feeling to Ganner now, wherever he was. She felt her awareness spread all over Nashville, every street and alley, and inside room, groping for the remembered sense of Ganner Krieg. Yet in all those places she was empty, and in defeat she allowed her awareness to begin retreating. And then, suddenly, something snagged. It was another Force presence she remembered, one she knew well. She'd not been expecting it and at first didn't believe it, but when she reached out to touch it she felt it touch back, as surprised and uncertain as she was. Aslan immediately rose to her feet. Taking both Ganner's lightsaber and her own, she hurried out of the freighter, past the cordon of police deputies, out of the spaceport, and into the city. She thought about committing Master Sin but refrained, even though she knew, as the junior knight, she should have informed him of what she'd found. Not yet, she told herself. Once she sorted this out, he'd know. The crowd in Nashville streets was a mix of human, tall furry Salonians and squat furry Drawl. All of them gave Aslan wide berth as she passed. She knew she drew attention for her scarlet armor, for the scars that laced her face, and normally the looks bothered her, but now she ignored them. A part of her still reached out to touch familiar presence, and she felt it become firmer as she grew physically nearer. Finally, the connection became a rope, and as surely as a fiber cable it pulled her down empty side streets unerringly until she reached a single alley. Standing its far end was a single figure, a blue-skinned Twi'lek male whose loose brown cloak mostly hid his pale Jedi's tunic. Aslan didn't need that to recognize him. She knew Shadow Veo for his Force presence and his face, had known them since they'd both trained as children at the Jedi Academy on Ossus. Trained with Cade. She ignored the ghost standing between them and closed the distance. Shadow said, "It's been a long time, Aslan." "I know. What are you doing here? Are there more Jedi?" Shadow didn't answer right away. His veiled distrust made sense. The Jedi and Imperial Knights, despite both being part of the new triumvirate, were separate orders that looked after their own interests. The Jedi welcomed Aslan when she came back to their rebuilt temple for talks with Master Tuum, but this was different. Whatever had drawn Shadow to Talos, it was as important and secret as what had drawn Aslan. She realized that, and she realized how unlikely it was that they'd been drawn here on anything but the same business. "I came here with Master Sinde," she said. "We're looking for one of our knights who was kidnapped. Ganner Krieg." In telling the truth, she'd given him permission to do the same. Shadow said, "I'm here too with more Jedi. We're looking for one of our missing knight." Ganner went to Belgarath to investigate reports of Sith activity. Shadow scowled. "Our Jedi, Kelyobis, went to Nubia. Looking for Sith. Supposedly." Aslan sighed, suddenly angry. "If we're both chasing Sith, what are we doing here? Why would they kidnap our people and take them to a place like Nashville? This unremarkable city, on this unremarkable planet, felt as far from Korriban or Dromedkos as could be." "I have no idea," said Shadow, "but we've chased the Sith into deep hiding. Who knows what kind of allies they could have here." "Where are your other Jedi?" "We split up to search the city. Yoba's master is here." We were hoping, with her strong Force connection to him. Shadow trailed off, shrugged. They'd been having as little success as Aslan. "Master Sin just commandeered the entire National Police Force to help us look," Aslan said. "I should call him. Tell him we've got a Jedi missing too. Are you sure Yoba's still on the planet?" "Only that the ship he came in on hasn't left in 4 days." Aslan frowned thoughtfully. "They brought Ganner here 2.5 days ago. At least, we think they did." Shadow looked at her waist. "Is that his lightsaber?" "It is." She touched it and felt irrationally embarrassed. Shadow knew more of her complicated relationship to Ganner and to Cade than she liked. She straightened and said, "I should call Master Sin now, if that's not a problem." Shadow sighed and shook his head. "No," he said, "I think we're going to need all the help we can get for this. Even help from each other." This far on the edge of the Mustafar system, even its namesake planet, black and red in molten swirls, was reduced to a faint warm speck that barely stood out among so many stars. The communications buoy the Sith had planted here drifted through space in a long, lazy orbit around the system's primary. It was no larger than a snub fighter and could easily have spent eternity circling through void, utterly ignored. Because they'd not known what to expect, Eli and Darth Talon had arrived here in a Nemesis-class patrol ship with enough room for passengers. It was the kind of ship used by fringers and criminal elements all across the Outer Rim, and would not draw much attention, even if someone chanced near enough to notice them. As he stared out the viewport at the endless expanse of black and starlight, Eli doubted there was much chance of that. When they arrived from Sejo, they found nothing besides the buoy. They set themselves to wait. Eli had spent the ride growing tense with anticipation. He'd known Darth Maladi only distantly. She'd been secretive and aloof from other Sith, in ways he understood grated on her fellow dark side users, but all had respected her genius. Whether Darth Talon was agitated, Eli couldn't say. His master was a blank wall to him, inscrutable in the Force. Despite the red and savage markings on her skin, hers was a cold beauty, though a part of him desired her. She intimidated him more than anything. She'd been raised Sith from birth, Darth Crate's perfectly molded assassin, and her devotion to the cause was legendary. He couldn't imagine her having doubts and tried to emulate her strength. At the same time, he envied her for not having childhood memories that alternately tugged him from the Sith path and pushed him deeper. He had no idea what to say to her now, in quiet moments. After waiting in empty space near the buoy for more than 3 hours, something finally happened. The craft that reverted to real space 1,500 kilometers away was small. According to Eli's sensors, it was no bigger than a standard escape pod from a mid-sized ship. For it to have traveled through lightspeed meant that his hyperdrive would have taken up a good portion of its interior space. He doubted this thing had room for more than 1 or 2 people. With smooth determination, Darth Talon kicked on the engines and sent them on an intercept course. The craft gradually swelled in the viewport, and indeed it looked like an escape pod, oval-shaped with prominent rear thrusters and only tiny porthole windows. The engines appeared to be dead, with only inertia carrying it through space. "Ready the tractor beam," Talon said. Those were her first words to him in hours. Eli did just that. As they soared toward the pod, he reached out with the Force and tried to sense life inside. He felt one being, very faintly. Perhaps the life was in danger, or perhaps his own senses were weak. "Do you have a lock?" asked Talon. Eli answered by grabbing the pod with their tractor beam. Their pull counteracted the pod's natural acceleration, and once it came to a near-total stop, Eli released the tractor beam so Talon could maneuver their airlock to couple with the pod. When the two craft were finally attached, Eli and Talon left their seats and went to the airlock. Though the hatch on the pod did not allow them to see inside, their shipboard computer coupled with the pods and received a status reading: 1 passenger, breathable atmosphere, temperature within normal range. Because there was nothing else to do, Talon tapped the controls to open the airlock. The 2 heavy metal doors peeled back as one, revealing the interior of the pod. It was shaped like a stout tube and padded on all sides. A body was strapped to one wall, crash webbing across its torso. Eli immediately noted that the feet and hands were separately bound. It was a human male, pale, bearded. He'd never seen the man before. He didn't seem to be Sith. Talon pushed herself across the pot and Eli followed. They converged on the bound man together. His eyes, once closed, now flittered open as they loomed above him. His jaw creaked open. His lips looked dry from thirst. Eli noticed a slim tube running from the crook of his right arm to a med pack attached to the wall. It had probably provided him with enough hydration to live through several days in hyperspace. "Who are you?" Darth Talon asked sternly. Why did Darth Maladi send you? The mouth opened wider, and so did the eyes. Suddenly the man unleashed a series of hacking coughs. The two Sith backed away. Cringing, Eli wiped spittle from his face and watched the man writhe as much as his bounds would allow. He understood nothing of this except that the man was dying. We must help him, he said. He looked at Talon to find her shocked to stillness. He'd never seen that before, and without her guidance he didn't know what to do. He had no idea what was wrong with the man. Perhaps, if he'd been a Jedi healer, he might have known it intuitively, but he was a Sith, and there were no Sith healers. So instead they watched the man hack and cough, and wheeze until he gave a death rattle and went still. Even with that done, neither of them moved. Eventually Eli reached out and began unbuckling the body from the wall. It was already starting to stiffen. Once it was free, he saw the thin needle that had been tucked against the wall, behind his back. There was a little liquid left in the attached syringe. The poison must have been set to inject once we opened the pod, Eli surmised. But why? He looked to his master and saw Talon still struggling to reel in her shock. Perhaps it is a message, though I do not know what kind. From Maladi. I do not know, she growled. We must take this back to Seijo. The body. All of it. We should be able to go through hyperspace with this pod attached. She tore her eyes off the dead body and told Eli, this puzzle is beyond us. We'll take the pieces to Seijo, to Lord Nil. He will know what to make of it. Eli nodded. Even through his surprise he sensed it, and it compounded his shock further. Darth Talon did not really believe what she had said. In the name of Empress Fel, the Imperial Knights were able to bend the entire police force in Nashville into helping them search for the missing Force users. They'd put the city in a state of near lockdown as they went from door to door, asking civilians for any trace of the missing knights. It was, Shadow Val thought, a mighty show of force, but it wouldn't amount to much. Whatever agents had taken Kel Yobis and Ganner Krieg had gone to great lengths to hide their activities. Uninformed beings on the street would be useless in this. If the kidnappers and their captives were still on Talus, this would drive them deeper into hiding, and there was no guarantee they could be uncovered. There was still a Jedi back on Nubia, scouring the scene where Yobis had been taken after what seemed to be a brief struggle. Perhaps he would uncover some clue while everyone on Talus grounded their heels into the dirt waiting for a break that could never come. It was not in Shadow's nature to be pessimistic. He admitted to himself that was uncomfortable seeing so much power in the hands of the Imperial Knights. The Jedi often seemed like junior partners in this new coalition. Their ranks had been leveled by Darth Krayt and were still struggling to rebuild. The Imperial Knights, with their higher profiles, were taking in more recruits. Some Jedi quietly fretted that their order would be eclipsed, their ancient knowledge and rituals superseded by those of a young and arrogant offshoot. Shadow understood their feeling, but he did not believe the Jedi were in danger of withering extinction. Their knowledge and rituals had lasted over 30,000 years and would endure still. Rather, he was afraid of becoming irrelevant to the course of history, and his gut told him this strange hunt on Talus was a pivot on which history might turn. He was therefore relieved when Master Solus, Kel Yobis' teacher, hailed him via comlink and reported that she'd sensed her former apprentice in the Force, that his presence was weak but he was somewhere in the city and she was trying to find him. Right after getting the call, Shadow considered telling the National Police to join up with Solus and search. Then he chastened himself, switched his comlink frequency, and called Azlyn Ray. A half hour later, a combined swarm of Jedi, Imperials, and local police had converged on an unlikely location, a medical research center attached to the city's main university. Master Solus was their guide, and once the police secured the entrances and exits, the old woman led them through the building's corridors and stairwells, following the taste of Yobis' presence as surely as Azlyn had followed us through Nashville streets. Shadow, for his part, sensed nothing except the concerned and confused thoughts of students and researchers suddenly trapped in the building. He followed behind Solus with a hand on his lightsaber, tense, always reaching out with the Force for a clearer clue of what lay ahead. As most of the group crept along in silence, Shadow bent close to Aslan and whispered, "Do you feel anything from Ganner?" Her scarred face scrunched into a frown. I don't know. I feel something. It may be him, but he's not reaching back." Hardly the certainty he was hoping for. "I don't feel any Sith," he offered. "Neither do I, but if it wasn't Sith behind this, then who?" Shadow shook his head. He had nothing to offer. Master Solus stopped abruptly before a door. The old woman held out a hand, touching a metal face, sensing deeper inside. The police exchanged confused looks but drew their sidearms. Softly, Tryson asked, "Is he inside?" Solus nodded. She moved her hand up and tapped the door's controls. To Shadow's surprise, they opened on command. Shadow, Aslan, and Sin ignited their lightsabers and went in first. It was a plain room without windows or other doors. Counters against the walls were lined with scientific instruments Shadow couldn't name. A computer terminal took up the far corner. And in the middle of the room, beneath stark overhead lights, were two figures in white jumpsuits, placed in reclining examination chairs, one green-skinned Rhodian and one red-haired human. Shadow recognized them both immediately. Aslan went to Ganner's side. A clear tube ran from the crook of his arm to a hydration device next to the bed. She reached out to touch his face, and Shadow could feel her probing him with the Force, trying to rouse him to consciousness. Master Solus soon appeared beside Yobis and tried to do the same. The police moved in and well, though there was nothing in the room to secure. Sin told the nearest officer, "We'll need full security feeds from every camera in this building. We'll need to know how they got in here, how long they've been here, and who put them in." As the police got to work, Shadow whispered to the Imperial, "I know we should try, but if the kidnappers have been this good at covering their tracks, I doubt they'd slip up now." "Have they covered their tracks, Master Vale?" Sin raised a white eyebrow. "We did find them." Shadow looked back at the reclining figures. "We were meant to find them here." "Agreed. None of this makes sense. Do you still think this was Sith?" "I do not know, Master Jedi." Sin could have been lying. They were on the same side, but Jedi and Imperial Knights kept secrets from each other all the time. In the Force, though, Sin's confusion seemed honest. His heart lifted a little when he saw Ganner's eyes flicker open. Shadow moved to the opposite side of the bed from Aslan, who was squeezing Ganner's hand tight. "Are you awake, Ganner?" she asked. "Can you hear me?" His jaw hinged open. Despite the intravenous hydration, his lips were cracked and dry. He must have been here for over a day, sedated and unconscious. Aslan, Ganner croaked. "We have you, Ganner. You're all right." She squeezed his hand harder. Shadow touched his shoulder more gently. "Master Krieg, I'm glad to see you're alive. One of our Jedi was held captive too. Do you remember what happened?" His face wrinkled in confusion. Captive?" "Ganner," asked Aslan, "what's the last thing you remember? What happened on Belgarath?" Gareth, his face furrowed as he struggled to gather thoughts. "I remember landing, looking for Sith." "That's right. You were sent by the Empress." Aslan nodded. "You were only on the ground for 2 hours. What happened to you there?" Ganner was struggling. He shook his head weakly, trying to clear it, then asked, "Where am I now?" "You're in a medical research facility on Talus on the city of Nashel. A Jedi named Yobis is also being held here. Ganner, do you remember what happened on Belgarath?" He stared hard at the ceiling until he finally croaked, "No, I remember nothing. I can't remember." Shadow felt cold in his stomach and looked over his shoulder to where Master Solus was bent over her barely conscious apprentice. Solus was a highly skilled empath, capable of looking deep into the minds and hearts of others. Shadow hoped she might uncover what he could not, but when his eyes met the old woman's, she shook her head in mournful confirmation. Chapter 7. Socorro was a versatile planet, and the mountain ridges in which Minot was now settled green conifer forests, dusted white by snow, looked worlds away from the black sand waste over which Crimson Axe perched thousands of kilometers to the south. Nonetheless, just being here, Knowing Rav was nearby and what was about to happen, unsettled Cade Skywalker in ways he hadn't expected. Partially it was just nerves. When something was important to him, Cade liked to take control of it with his own hands. Now he was sitting half a world away while Anya Solo and her buddies made the all-important sale to Rav. It was simple enough. With the goods they were selling, Rav was sure to buy. He doubted they'd muck it up. Still, he hated depending on someone else. They'd originally planned to have Chak and Key fence it. Cade, Jerry, and Delia had known the Wookiee smuggler and his scrappy little Deveronian fixer for a long time. They were a known quantity, and they had a grudge against Rav too. Then these newcomers had bounded into them on Mon Gaza, offering things Chak and Key couldn't. Galaxy-wide notoriety for one, and force powers for another. Cade had found it impossible to resist that, even though Jerry and Delia hadn't been as enthused. Now, as he sat in Minek's cockpit, waiting for word, and watching snow softly fall, he started to wonder whether the Force itself might have had a hand in this. He didn't like the idea. As far as he was concerned, he'd done his bit for the Force and his big Skywalker destiny. He paid his dues and wanted to collect some recompense. That Solo and her friends had bounced into Minok's crew just before they were about to make their long-awaited, long-planned move against Rav. He didn't like the coincidence. One thing Cade had definitely learned about the Force was that even when it prodded you around, it never explained itself. And it wasn't going to give him any grand revelations while he sat here waiting for the sale to go down. So he tried to think about something else. They'd planned this heist to get rich, and equally to get back at Rav. They had every reason to hold a murderous grudge, as far as Cade was concerned. The one-legged, one-eyed Fearoin was as nasty as any pirate to roam through space. Cade and Jerry had seen that firsthand growing up on the Axe. Even after they'd finally paid their way free of their debt to him, Rav had kept Cade close, hooking him on death sticks, and feeding all his worst habits. Those were bad days, ones Cade didn't like to think about, but it was hard not to with Rav so close. Later on, Rav had sold Delia and Jerry to the Imps. Later still, he'd sent all three of them into a trap laid by Darth Maladi on Wayland. Before Cade had frazzed her brain, the Sith which claimed she'd paid Rav 1,000,000 credits for that. Cade planned to take him for way more. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting in the cockpit, feet up on the console, watching the snowfall, when Delia came in. She leaned over the back of his pilot's chair and mussed his hair. "They'll finish when they finish," she said. "Yeah, I know." He reached up and took her hand. "What's Jerry doing?" "Going through his weapons. Look at his cabin, you'd think we're about to fight a war." "We're done with that." "We'd better be." "We are. Once we score this, Meshla, we won't be under nobody's heel ever again. Rav could still come after us. Hire bounty hunters." "Yeah, with whose money? Besides, Rav won't even know we're the ones that robbed him. He thinks we're dead, just like everybody else." Delia laughed lightly. He loved that sound. "Cade, I know you. You're not gonna let this go without rubbing Rav's nose in it." "Rav doesn't have a nose. You know what I mean. Stang, I don't blame you. I want the Murglak to know it too. Losing his nest egg is better than he deserves." Her voice went dark and cold, normally unlike her. She'd nearly been killed on Wayland, torn apart in agony by Maladi's bioweapon and Vong monstrosities. They said Zeltrons were supposed to be carefree, easygoing, and ever forgiving of other people's flaws. The Force knew the last part was true of Delia. She'd have left Cade years ago otherwise. When stirred to anger, though, she could be as nasty as any dark Jedi. Cade held up a finger. "That's where you're wrong, though. This is exactly what he deserves. Killing him? That'd be too easy. Living the rest of his life poor and humiliated is a much better fate." Delia hummed thoughtfully. "You do know how to take revenge." Cade grunted. He knew what revenge really felt like. The way all your piled hurt kindled to a fire inside you that wouldn't be sated until you'd enacted burning pain on everyone around you, even the ones who'd never done you harm. He'd walked close to the Force's dark side plenty of times, closer than he'd admitted to himself then. He knew what it was like to balance on the razor's edge, and he knew what it was like to tip so far toward the dark you thought you might fall forever. He wouldn't fall this time. Even if he saw Rav and looked him in the eye before this was all over, he wouldn't give in to that burning anger. He'd mastered that, beaten the darkness in himself as surely as he'd beaten the Sith. That was what he told himself. Maybe that wasn't entirely true, and maybe that was why he felt weird and extra edgy as he sat waiting for something to happen. He'd find out one way or the other when the time finally came. "This ain't revenge," he muttered. "This is just getting what we're due." "Sure." After a pause, she asked, "If me and Jerry I want revenge, you're not gonna stop us, are you?" "Why would I?" "Sure. Take a little revenge from me. Long as I got you, I don't got nothing to worry about." Kay squeezed Delia's hand. Romantic. He heard her smirk, felt her bend forward and kiss his forehead. Then she withdrew her hand and went back out of the cockpit, leaving him alone with the quiet consoles and the falling snow. Watching and waiting. Work aboard Crimson Axe wasn't so bad, as long as she could avoid other people. The first day Kyra showed up for maintenance work, Rav explained that he'd been having problems with the air filtration units scattered throughout his ship. There were also a few power relay junctions which had failed months ago and needed replacement, which meant Rav gave Kyra access to most parts of the ship, including the barely used storage rooms, dark corridors, and maintenance shafts that made her feel far away from criminal nests like the Golden Gourd. Though the Axe had been parked on Socorro for nearly a decade, it was still very much a spaceship, designed to be a sealed and vacuum-proof environment. Some past technician had refitted its climate control system with an oxygen intake but no new circulators, which meant that air sucked in from outside wasn't getting properly distributed throughout the Axe. Rav gave her permission to install some circulators into the air conduits, which gave her an excuse to secrete herself in more out-of-the-way parts of the ship. He paid her by the hour too, and grudgingly Kyra began to admit that this gig wasn't so bad. She thought that, sometimes, until she rolled up her sleeve and looked at the fresh bloody bones crossmark on her bicep. It was a bitter reminder that there was no easy escape from this life. She still had work to do back at the chop yard, and after spending all morning working in the Axe, it was almost time to get back. She was almost done installing another air circulator in one of the storage rooms, standing atop 3 piled crates to work on the vent tucked against the ceiling. She'd brought Sleepy, partially as a helper, and partially because she was less likely to be bothered when lugging a partially dismembered protocol droid on her back. Standing on her toes, she used both hands to place the ventilation filter over the mouth of the vent. Once it looked in place, she said, "Micro welder." "Yes, Tress?" A gold metal arm waved over the right side of her head, holding the requested tool. Holding the filter over the vent with one hand, she grabbed the tool with the other and carefully began to work. When she'd welded all 4 sides shut, she handed the micro welder back to Sleepy, then turned around so the droid could get a good look at her work. "Everything sealed?" "Yes, Tress." "No microfractures?" She waited a moment for the droid to use his enhanced photoreceptors. "No, Tress." "Good. Thanks, Sleepy." "Always easier, Tress." With that finally done, Kyra climbed unsteadily off the crates. She gathered the last of her tools, added to the load on her back, and began making her way through the ship. She still had to make it through the Gorg, but if she moved fast and determined, hopefully no one would bother her. As she got close to the cantina, she got an inexplicable feeling that something unusual was happening. Sure enough, when she actually got there, the place was jam-packed, more than she'd ever seen it, and instead of being noisy with revelry, semi-hushed murmurs ran through the crowd, as though in anticipation. She tried to shoulder her way through, catching snippets of conversation as she went. "You really think it's them? I saw their ship coming into land. It sure as Kark looked like the one from the news holos. Why they come in here? Why they want Siraf? We find out in a minute, hey." Frankly, Kyra didn't care what new lowlife was visiting Raph. She just wanted to get out of here and open up the chop yard, because she certainly had work to do there. She attempted to wedge her way between a pair of tall brubs, only for one of them to reach out and grab Sleepy's golden head with his claws. Kyra tried to shirk herself free, but the brub said, "Where you going so fast, human girl? I need to get to work." She added, "I work for Rav." "We work Rav ones too." The other brub made a green fist and pounded the bloody bones on his bicep. "Work bounty hunting now, but Rav, good stopping place. Good parties, hey." "Right?" She jerked again, pulling Sleepy free, but the second brub moved directly in front of her. "What work you do for Rav, human girl? You look better without clunky droid." This was exactly what she'd been wanting to avoid. With a low growl she insisted, "I'm a mechanic. From the chop yard, down in Axatown." "I've been that place," said the first brub. "You work Rugo." "Rugo's dead." "Well, big shame, hey. But it happens. Say you put down that droid, now have a drink with us, human girl." "I need to go," she insisted, but as she sidestepped the second brub she heard the murmurs rise to a chatter, felt attention turn toward the Gork's entrance. "We have drink later," growled the voice behind her. "Now it's showtime." According to Skywalker, being allowed to dock their ship at one of the landing pads jutting out from atop Crimson Axis towering hull was something generally reserved for Rav's honored guests. That meant that calling the axe ahead of their arrival, announcing their identities and intention to sell some extremely rare loot, had certainly grabbed Rav's attention, but Anya didn't exactly like the precedent. If she wanted to be powerful or famous, she'd have taken Empress Fell up on her job offer a year ago. They were met at the landing pad by one of Rav's lieutenants, a truly unpleasant-looking Deveronian with one cracked horn and rotten teeth. He tried not to show it, but Anya could tell he was a little intimidated by the 2.5-meter-tall assassin droid that led the party. Good, Anya thought. Given the kind of cargo they had packed into 2 crates, some beings could get violently greedy. Skywalker had insisted they make a point of being who they were, and they'd obliged. J.O. had put on his white armor and left his lightsaber dangling at his belt, very visible. Anya had thrown a slip of plasteel armor underneath her usual monochrome jacket and stuffed a blaster at either hip. Salk did his best not to look nervous, and AG-37 was simply AG-37. They looked ready to get some tough business done. Anya felt ready. The one-horned Deveronian led them down a long lift ride, through several dank hallways, and finally ushered them into their destination. They'd been warned that Rav liked to do business in public, often in a raucous casino and gambling den called the Golden Gorg, but she hadn't expected to walk into a place jam-packed and overheating with dozens of bodies. Countless eyes turned on them, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "It appears our reputation has preceded us," said AG-37. All eyes were on the 4 of them as they walked across the Gorg's scant open space to a broad booth. The one-eyed, one-legged, cruelly grinning figure lounging in the center was obviously Rav. "Welcome, Petisus, to the Crimson Axe," Rav said without getting up from the booth. "As you can see, you've got my patrons here all riled up. Not every day they get to see galactic saviors." "We didn't mean to cause a stir," Anya said. It had been agreed that she'd take front for the negotiations. She stood a step in front of AG-37, so the tall assassin droid loomed intimidating at her back. Salk and J.O. stood on either side of the 2 crates. "We were just looking to offload some cargo. We were told you were the old pirate to see. On the comm you said this is cargo you can't unload anywhere else." Rav adopted a perfectly audible stage whisper. "Sith contraband, you said?" That roused more murmurs from the crowd, curious, appreciative. Rav seemed to be something of a showman. Anya scanned the assembled beings, trying to guess who were just bar patrons and who were Rav's muscle. She saw more than a few with the bloody bones marks on them. A couple of Rhodians, a female Twi'lek, and Togruta making a svelte pair, 2 green brubs. Her gaze halted on a human between them, a teenage girl by the look of her, with brown hair, a bloody bones mark on her bare right bicep, and the head of a battered gold protocol droid sticking up over her shoulder like it was strapped to her back. From her expression, the girl did not look happy to be here. The girl's scowl, the old droid, the crowd full of Sleemus, Rav's predatory grin. They all stirred things in Anya, memories she normally did a good job at repressing. Easy money suddenly felt more serious. Anya turned all her attention to the fear in pirate and said, "That's right. Sith goods from the basement of their old temple on Coruscant." Rav made a thoughtful scowl. "That's so? I understood the Triumvirate put that place on ultra lockdown once they took power. Figured they'd have scooped up all the Sith valuables and locked them away so prying minds couldn't find their nasty secrets. They missed some. And you didn't. They'd plotted their cover story out in advance." Anya looked over her shoulder and nodded at Jo. "My friend here used to be an Imperial Knight. He worked on the teams that surveyed the Sith Temple. He found things, little nooks he didn't tell the Empress about. He led us to the goods." "And when was this?" She pretended to think. "Oh, it must have been the day after we all got commendations from the Empress for helping destroy the Sith." Rav stared at her, one eye squinting, skeptical. Then he brayed laughter. A lot of his audience followed his cue. When it died down, the pirate said, "That's bold. I do like it. I suppose you were all planning your little scheme while the Empress was pinning gold on your chest." She had a little difficulty with AG. Anya wrapped the droid's metal torso. "But pretty much." "Well, that's interesting," said Rav. "And you sat on the goods. Why?" "Wait for things to cool down. For people to forget about us, which hasn't gone quite as well as we'd hoped, but we're ready to cash in on our prize." "Uh-huh. And who told you to come to me?" They'd anticipated this too. Skywalker had offered the names of some fringers still on good terms with Rav, but if the pirate actually checked their references, it would screw up negotiations. Instead, AG-37 said, "I have been operating for more decades than you, Master Rav, have been alive, and my memory capacity is, put bluntly, far superior to any organics. I merely searched my databases and determined that you two individual best suited to buy in our merchandise for the sake of black market resale. If my calculations were in error, please let us know, and we will seek out a new client." Rav waved a hand. "No need for that, my metal friend. Assuming you're not trying to pull a fast one on me. Let's see the goods." Jo and Salk took the top crate by the handles and walked it forward. They set it down midway between Anya and Rav and pulled open the lid. The crowd edged closer for a better look. Rav finally pushed off the booth and stepped forward, three-toed metal foot clanking on the deck. "Frankly," Anya said, "I'm not archaeologist, so I can't tell you what it all is, but you'll find a number of authentic art objects, some bound volumes, and a collection of Lamvaroks." Rav reached into the crate and began to examine the contents. He looked over several grotesque sculptures carved from black stone, traced through by blood-red veins. He took out two of the Lamvaroks and examined the bladed weapons. Her pulse quickened as he looked over the one with R2-D2's tracer beacon, and calmed when he put it back in the crate. "It looks authentic," Rav said skeptically. "It is." He closed the crate's lid. "Let me see the other one." Jo and Salk placed the second on top of the first and opened it. Salk stepped back, but Jo reached in and removed the case containing the 3 holocrons. "If you want proof of authenticity," Jo said with a hand on the box, "you won't get much more than this." Rav opened it and looked over the holocrons closely without touching. Finally, he picked up the center one, held the device up to the light, and examined it again. In a lower voice he asked, "Where's the proof?" "You know what that is, don't you?" asked Jo. "Course I know what a Sith holocron looks like. What I've got in my hand is a little black pyramid. Holocrons only react to the presence of Force users. You know that, don't you?" "I've been told. It's the truth, and I can prove it." He held out his hand, palm up. Rav considered, then placed the holocron in his grip. Anya knew the revulsion Jo felt at the thing, but he kept his face blank as ethereal light emerged from the pyramid's edges, converged above its tip, and took the form of the hooded Sith woman Anya had seen before. "My name is Darth Treya," it said. "For what purpose do you seek my knowledge?" Jo looked through her hollow image to Rav. "Authentic enough for you." Anya could see the hunger in the fear in his eye. He was sold, but wanted to make a show of stubbornness. "Keep talking to it." Jael just barely restrained and scowled. He told the holocron, I see the wisdom of the Sith. I want to learn the dark side of the Force. Who are you to summon me? Are you a Jedi? I'm no Jedi. I once served an Empire. His eyes flicked up to Rav's. Now I just want power. Power I can give you, Darth Trey's ghostly image said. But tell me first. What will you give up for such power? What lengths have you already gone to achieve it? A true Sith must have a keen desire, and no limits. Sounds like my kind of chica, Rav grinned. Let me have it. With no reluctance at all, Jael handed the thing to Rav. He stepped back, and Darth Trey's image dissolved to nothing. The holocron was dark and still as it had been a minute ago. As I told you, said Jael, it only responds to Force users. I understand. Rav placed the holocron in the case between the other two and closed the lid. This all sit good with you, Jedi. Thought a Buki like you'd have some moral objection to getting rich off Sith merchandise. I'm no Jedi and no Imperial Knight. You've been taking lessons from that chica in the holocron. No desire to be Sith either. Jael crossed his arms over his chest. They have a habit of ending up dead. Rav grunted, amused. Loud enough for his audience to hear, he said, all right, let's talk price. The fact that they weren't moving this talk to a private location meant Rav still thought he could drive a hard bargain. Anya was almost tempted to let him, but if the rest of Skywalker's plan went had, this was all the profit she'd get from this mission. So she bargained. The next 15 minutes was a series of proposals and counter-proposals. The audience hung on their every word as Anya and Rav exchanged smiles, glares, bluffs, and money offers. She felt like she was facing a master sabbath player without the sabbath to get in the way. In a weird way, it was thrilling, and when she finally worked Rav up to an offer that she and her crew had agreed would be acceptable, she took the risk and forced him to raise his offer just a little more. Then she accepted. The deal was made, the show over. Rav's coterie slowly began to turn back to their drinks. Jael, Salk, and AG-37 stood guard around the crates while the buyer finalized payment. As she waited for the Devaronian lieutenant to prepare the money, Anya caught a flash of gold as the girl with half a protocol droid on her back tore determinedly through the slightly thin crowd and exited the cantina. Finally, the Devaronian returned to Rav's side. Anya had been half expecting him to bring some of those iridium ingots or Nova crystal Skywalker had mentioned, but instead he had a simple data chip with access to a private account. Feeling uncomfortably reminded of the mess on Mon Gaza, Anya took a datapad from AG-37, plugged in the chip, and waited with held breath until she got confirmation of credits transferred to the droid's private account. With a relieved smile, Anya said, "Pleasure doing business with you, Rav." "Pleasure's mine." Rav sunk back onto the sofa. With the snap of his fingers, Farodians appeared to carry away the merchandise. They took it out a back door, Anya noticed, perhaps deeper into the ship. "If you're in the mood to spend some of your newfound riches, I've got plenty of places to do so," Rav said. "Cantinas, casinos, pleasure houses, all the amenities you want can be found in Crimson Axe and Axe Town." "I'll keep that pitch in mind," Anya said, "but for now, my friends and I are heading back to our ship." After selling to Rav, they flew straight up through the atmosphere as though they were burning for orbit, then allowed themselves to fall back in, all the way down to the mountain ranges in the snowy northern mountains where their partners in crime were already set down. Once they'd landed free agent in a nearby valley, they trekked up to join Minnick's crew in planning their next move. Jael admitted that, so far, things had gone pretty well, but as Skywalker had said from the get-go, selling to Rav was the easy part. Breaking into his storehouse, and most importantly destroying those Sith artifacts, was the hard part. He was, therefore, not entirely surprised when their arrival and declaration of success was met with mildly downcast looks from Skywalker and his compatriots. As they gathered in Minnick's hold, Skywalker's droid wheeled into the center of the deck and projected a holo map showing Crimson Axe, the butte it perched on, and a portion of the surrounding wastes. "We've been reading the beacon loud and clear, so we don't think Rav's people found it," Skywalker explained. "Put it on the map, R2. The droid gave a toot of agreement, and a pulsing yellow light appeared on the blue-shaded map. So far as J.O. could tell, it was located directly aboard Crimson Axe. So Rev still has it on his ship, said Anya. Not surprising. We've only been gone a couple of hours, and it looked like he was hauling it deeper inside when we left. Wish it could be that simple, said Jeria. R2, go topographic mode. The top-down map shifted. The holo gained realistic to scale depth and it zoomed close on Axe and the butte. The yellow light still pulsed, but not as seemed to be located inside the rock formation itself, well below the body of the parked pirate ship. I don't understand, J.O. muttered. Like I told you before, Rav set the axe down inside an old sarlacc pit, Skywalker explained. Salk nodded. So the storehouse is the sarlacc pit. Skywalker crossed his arms and nodded. Almost too obvious, don't you think? That's definitely what our readings say. They could be wrong. But it makes sense, Anya agreed. It would be super secure and easy to keep an eye on. We should still wait a day, or two, and see if the beacon moves, said AG-37. Agreed, said Delia, but we should also start planning. If Rav keeps his bullion beneath Crimson Axe, we're probably going to have to go through the ship to get there. That or drill through half a mountain. Yeah, I'm sure we can do that real sneaky. Rav never noticed, groused Jeria. Skywalker looked equally grim. I was hoping not to have to set foot on that carking ship again, but I guess we ain't that lucky. You know your way around, asked Anya. Skywalker snorted. Me and Jeria lived on the Axe for years. I'm sure Rav's done some remodeling, but not that much. His eyes narrowed as he recalled old times and old haunts. Might know how to get through the bottom of that thing, but I might not. Certainly can't expect to scope it out myself without drawing Rav's attention. Well, Anya said, he did suggest we hang around for entertainment. And then we took off, J.O. added. For the kind of credits we can throw around at his gambling tables, I bet he'd welcome us back. He'd be sure to keep an eye on us, Salk added. That's something we just have to deal with. Anya looked hard at Skywalker. If you want us to keep doing your work for you, we'll need more than just a quarter of Rav's loot. Skywalker snorted. You already made your deal. That was before we knew what we were really getting into. If we have to go through Rav's ship just to get to his nest egg, this job gets a lot more dangerous. 1/4 of an unknown amount just isn't going to cut it. It's what we agreed. Anger flared in his eyes. J.O. had heard bad things about Case Skywalker getting angry. You get to keep everything from the cell today. I'd say we're already being Grandeur generous. You'd never have agreed to that if you didn't think Rav's storehouse contained way more. Anya smiled tightly, daringly. We're not going to risk our lives unless we've got guarantee of a better reward. Otherwise, we'll just get back on our ship and fly away with what we've got. They glared at each other from across R2-D2's dome. Despite their hard looks, J.O. didn't sense real rage from either. Leaving those Sith holocrons in Rav's hands wasn't something J.O. would allow. He was sure he'd made that clear to Anya. This was a bluff, holding out for more payment. It was a very Anya thing too, gambling hard on the spur of the moment. At least, he thought that was what she was doing. Anya was Anya, and even after all this time, he couldn't always guess her intentions. And, much to his chagrin, he knew he couldn't rein in her impulses. Now that he thought about it, J.O. started to get worried. You don't like a quarter of Rav's stat. Fine, Skywalker said. Take a third. Anya shook her head. I want an even split of the score. 7 ways. No carking way. We're not going that high. We can split today's money 7 ways too. Skywalker got thoughtful and looked to compatriots. Jeria shook his head. Delia bit her lip and said nothing. How about this? Said Skywalker. Split the big bounty in half. 50% with my crew, 50% with yours. Should still give each of you a big payday. And today's money? Same way. Kay jabbed a thumb at his chest. You give half of it to us right now. We've got a credit account all lined up. We're not giving up half of a sure thing, Anya said. For all we know, Rav's fancy storehouse could have nothing but cobwebs inside. Then what do you want, chica? You gonna threaten to walk again? I could. Then I'd keep 100% of today's profits. Skywalker glared at her again. Anya really sounded like she'd do it. J.O. couldn't hid his anxiety now. He looked back and forth between Salk and AG-37, waiting for either to interject, but neither did. Finally, Skywalker exhaled. We get 1/3 of today's score. Tomorrow's, our team split 50-50. Anya seemed to consider. J.O. had no idea which way she'd go. Finally, she smiled, extended a hand into R2-D2's blazing hollow field, and said, "Pleasure doing business with you, Skywalker." He grunted, scowled, and took her hand. As they shook, Anya glanced sideways at J.O. She gave him a tight smile and a wink, and he knew she'd been bluffing all along. Bluffing and counting on J.O.'s confusion to help sell the bluff. It had been spontaneous, risky, somewhat callous, but crazy enough to work. It had, in other words, been Anya through and through. Skywalker caught the wink and his meaning. He said, "Chica, I think I might like you after all." Chapter 8. The medical ward of the new government palace on Coruscant undoubtedly offered the best services in the galaxy. The facility not only housed the most up-to-date and advanced equipment and doctors trained in the biology of over 400 sentient species, it was enhanced by the expertise of the best force-powered healers in both the Imperial Knights and the Jedi Order. Nothing save death should have been beyond their ability to cure, but all the doctors and healers couldn't do a thing to mend the broken memories of Ganner Krieg and Kel Yobis. They continued to try, and for that reason Ganner and Yobis had been told by their respective orders to stay inside the medical ward until further notice. Aslan made a point of visiting him daily, which wasn't an especially hard task. She had little else to do as Jedi, and knights more senior than her tried to puzzle out what had happened on Talus. Ganner was puzzled too, and she felt frustrated having so little to tell him. Physically he was fine, and his movements were tight with restless energy as he and Aslan walked up and down one of glassy walkways that connected the medical ward to other sections of the palace complex. The gleam and bustle of Galactic City at midday surrounded them but felt very distant. The answer to their problem would not be found there. "I heard the Jedi investigating on Nubia returned this morning," she told Ganner. "I don't know what they found. Neither does Shadow, and I asked. I think they took it straight to the Jedi Council." "Well, I hope the Jedi share it with us." "They should. The Triumvirate is meeting today. I'm sure they'll talk about this." They should have been talking about this before today. There was an angry edge to his voice, uncharacteristic for Ganner. Aslan asked, "What do you mean?" He stopped pacing and looked out the window. "Did you know Rentier?" It took Aslan a second to conjure the image of a young Imperial Knight with short gold hair and dark skin. "Vaguely? What do you mean, did I know him? I thought he was on a long-term assignment in the Braxton sector." Ganner sighed. "Most of the Knights haven't been told, but we're pretty sure he disappeared 6 months ago. Possibly kidnapping." She blinked. "I didn't know that. There was another Knight who went missing almost a year before that. Covis Hander. I thought he was killed in a shuttle accident. We found the shuttle but couldn't identify his body. They thought it was suspicious." By they, Aslan gathered he meant Draco and the Empress. She didn't begrudge Ganner his friends in high places. It clearly did nothing for his peace of mind. "Do you think it's all connected?" "How can I know?" Anger came back to him, and restlessness. "Aslan, I don't even know what happened on Belgarath. I can barely remember getting off my ship. Even that feels like a dream I can't see clearly. And Kel Yobis is the same. He doesn't even remember being jumped in an alley on Nubia, and the Jedi seems pretty sure that happened." "The Belgarath police didn't turn up anything about you," Aslan said softly. "But they didn't come off as ace investigators to me." "That doesn't matter." Ganner raised a hand to his forehead. "It's all a blank to me, Aslan. Someone erased our memories. They had to have used the Force to do it so thoroughly." The Jedi healers say they can't find proof your mind was altered that way. He shook his head and scowled. It had to be Sith. Besides, a human brain and a Rodians have barely anything in common, but our memories were excised the exact same way. That sounds like something a Sith could do better than some droid. Do you really think it was Sith? I don't know. I don't know anything. His hands balled to fists. I'm terrified it was, Aslan. If they could wipe my memory as blank as this, what else could they do? They could have implanted some kind of force command inside me, something they could trigger at any time. Until someone figures out what happened, I'm a danger. I could kill the Empress and not even know I was doing it. He shook his head and stared out at the skyline again. The thought hadn't occurred to Aslan, but she saw now it should have. There was still enough Jedi in her that she balked to consider all possible evils. The Empress had so far avoided coming down to the medical ward to see Ganner personally. More notably, his friend Draco had also refrained, which meant they were taking Sith brainwashing as a real threat. After Had Abaddon, Aslan had spent months learning to use the new body Naz Skywalker and Hogrim Chalk had made for her. Ganner had been there for her during that painful time, and gradually she'd made progress physically and mentally. She'd be there for Ganner now, as best she could, but he was stuck in a way she was not, trapped with a mind he could no longer trust. She couldn't give him the help he needed. She could barely give anything at all, but still, she could give it. As the both looked at the gleaming tower, she reached down and found his hand with hers. She squeezed it lightly, and he squeezed it back, and they stayed like that for a while. It was all either of them could do. The triumvirate secure conference room at the heart of the palace had seen many tense conversations, but this time it was different. In those cases, their arguments had been with one another, and while there were plenty of grievances parties could throw at each other now, it was clear the real threat lay outside them all. After receiving a short summary of the events on Nubia, Belgarath, and Talus, Admiral Stasi folded green hands on the conference table and said, I must know. Should we act on the assumption this is a Sith plot against both your orders? Neither Maragia nor Kruk responded immediately. After the Battle of the Floating World, Maragia had allowed herself to indulge in the hope the Sith might be gone forever, all the while knowing how futile it was. They'd dealt irreparable harm to her family already, corrupting her father, killing her mother, setting her grandfather up for assassination. A part of her wanted this threat to be Sith, at least then she'd have a clear image of her enemy and could face it with a righteous heart. Kruk sighed and said, I believe that would be premature. But you do believe that a Force user is behind this? Again, they were slow to reply. Stasi reminded them, this may escalate into a military situation. A large part of our fleet, the Alliance, and Imperial vessels are standing down from combat readiness. Ships are being repaired, crews are on extended leave, and the gods know they've earned it. What I need to know now is, should I begin recalling personnel? I don't see cause for you to panic, Maragia said. If our enemy had some vast hidden fleet ready for conquest, I doubt they'd resort to this subterfuge. She had no other term for what had happened. Stasi considered that, then asked, have you panicked? Maragia snorted. Do I seem panicked? You seem deeply concerned. Both of you? The Duro's eyes shifted to Kruk. I won't pretend to know what either of you are going through, but if you request something from my fleet, you'll have it. We're a coalition government. An attack on one is an attack on all. And this was an attack. From an unknown source, using unknown methods, Maragia said bitterly. The room dropped into silence, more reflective than tense. After a minute, Kruk said, Empress, was Ganner Creek the first of your knights to go missing for unknown causes? She searched his long tusked face, searched him in the Force, and read nothing. Why do you ask? Empress, if our people trusted one another more, if we shared our burdens, perhaps this would have never happened. Does the Grand Master have burdens to share with us? Asked Stasi. Kruk sighed. Kelyobis was not the first Jedi we have lost track of. He is the fourth over the last 2 years. Stasi stiffened. He looked at Maragia and read something she failed to hide. Empress, the Admiral asked, have your knights also gone missing? She thought of Rant-Yer, then Kovis Hander. We had no idea there was a pattern emerging. We have misplaced 2 knights besides Master Krieg. They went missing on opposite sides of the galaxy. We had no reason to think things were connected. Which planets? Asked K-Kruk. Instinct urged her to hold secrets back, even now, but K-Kruk was right. It was time to come clear. Lakondo in the Braxton sector. Samavrit on the sector. They were minor worlds on the edges of the galaxy. K-Kruk thoughtfully said, Corbett, Sarka, Raltiire, Genia in the Tapani sector. Stasi side? Whoever our enemy is, his reach extends to every corner of the galaxy. His reach, K-Kruk said, or his allies? He said it knowingly. Miragia asked, do you have any idea who those allies are? I may. K-Kruk placed his hands on the table, long claws facing up. In one furred palm was a data card. Our Jedi investigator obtained this on Nubia. The kidnappers have been very adept at scrambling security feeds to cover their tracks, but Kel Yobis was taken from the middle of a dense, industrialized city, very unlike Belgarath or the other places our people have been kidnapped from. Even the best mercenaries don't get every sensor and holocam. Mercenaries? Asked Stasi. K-Kruk leaned forward and slid the data card into the reader slot at the center of the table. A moment later, a flattened hollow image began to play. Miragia shifted in her seat to get a better view. It was an exterior shot of a blunt-faced storage building, seen from across the street of a dense, high-rise urban area. A Rhodian, face half hidden by a hooded cloak, moved toward the building, slipped up to the door, carefully cracked it open with the force, and stepped inside. What drew Jedi Yobis to that place? Asked Miragia. K-Kruk shrugged. Perhaps he was lured. Master Lenar showed him this recording an hour ago, and he did not remember. Yobis slipped through the door and out of view. Miragia could see part of the warehouse interior through its glassy upper-level windows. For a long moment, the whole image seemed to freeze. Then she caught the flashing light of laser fire and the swirl of a lightsaber. K-Kruk reached out and paused the recording. Miragia and Stasi both leaned forward to squint at the sight seen through the window. Yobis had his back to them, and his saber lifted in high, horizontal defensive posture. Its glow reflected off the helmet of his attacker, and its T-shaped forward visor could clearly be seen. Mandalorians, Stasi said bitterly. Can we be certain just from this? Miragia asked. That was our starting lead, K-Kruk said. He let the recording play out, and Miragia caught a few brief flashes of more T-visor helmets before it ended. The Whiffet added, our investigator extracted records from the local spaceport and examined ship registries. One ship, which arrived shortly before Kel Yobis and took off shortly after this recording was made, was of a new Mandal Motors design. Mandalorian warships are popular with criminals and fringers across the galaxy, Stasi reminded. Yes, but those are usually acquired via resale. This was a new model. Mandalorians, Stasi said again, and shook his head. Miragia understood his frustration. At the start of the Sith Imperial War, the Alliance had hired Mandalorian mercenaries to defend key worlds. In the middle of one such mission, the reigning Mandalore had been killed, and his lieutenant, Yaga Auchus, had seized command. On Aug's order, the Mandalorians had withdrawn mid-battle, allowing Badajev to fall to the Empire. Since then, they've been sitting tight in their home sector, avoiding the galaxy's larger wars. It went deeper than that. Miragia had learned that from her father. Imperial Moff Nina Calixte claimed to have bought Aug's service in that battle, but Ron Fell had always suspected a Sith hand at work. It was certain that Aug's deceased uncle, another Mandalore, had worked with the one Sith a half-century ago. This should be taken very seriously, Miragia said. However, Imperial access to Mandalore is quite limited, regardless of what you may have heard. Stasi looked a little reluctant to believe that. She recalled that he'd been in the battle Yaga Auchus had abruptly fled from. To her surprise, the Duro said, I believe I may know an option. It may come to nothing, so you'll forgive me for not elaborating. I'll look into it as soon as this meeting is over. He looked between Miragia and K-Kruk, asking either if they wanted to challenge him. Miragia had none to give. Stasi didn't fully trust her. She didn't fully trust him. None in the triumvirate fully trusted each other, but 2 years on, and they were still here, because the galaxy needed some kind of stability. All three of them shared that sense of duty, at least. Please do, Miragia nodded. As you've said, we're all in this together. And perhaps, she thought, they could even come to trust each other. They might have to in order to face what lay ahead. There was a mystery behind the dead man they carried back from Mustafar, but it was not for Eli to puzzle out. He understood that. He was only an apprentice, and whatever was happening, it was far larger than him. Nonetheless, it was frustrating to have to wait, and on his return to Seijo, he tried to channel that frustration to better ends. When training their Padawans, one test the Jedi had put them through was to blindfold them, then make them face an airborne remote that constantly moved around them and fired low-intensity laser blasts. The goal was to rely on the Force alone to anticipate the remote and to block its attacks with the lightsaber. Eli had always been good at it. The Sith, naturally, had a fiercer take on the exercise. Instead of one remote, they used 3, 4, even a half dozen. Their blasts could vary, ranging from a sharp sting to a near-lethal intensity. To come through such a trial undamaged demanded greater skill than Jedi ever asked of their Padawans. Eli bore small scars across his body from past tests, but he was eager to try it again. The underground bunkers in which the Sith hid on Seijo contained a number of open rooms, walled in on all sides by bleak ferrocrete. Eli took 5 remotes with him to a room he knew would be available. Dressed only in a loose black tunic, he placed the remote on the cold floor at equidistant positions, tied a blindfold around his eyes, and sat down in the center of them. He took deep breaths to prepare himself before commencing. His father had taught him to search for inner peace before facing his trials, because the Jedi believed it was in through peace that the Force's cosmic power emerged. For a long time he believed it, even after his father's selfless and pointless death. When the Jedi had been chased from their academy on Ossus, he still clung to the old ways, the belief in peace. During those first few years after the Purge, he and his fellow apprentices had practiced in hiding on remote planets, taking instruction from Master K-Kruk himself, gentle and giant and ancient. He learned, too, from a more unlikely teacher, the U.S. Hinvong warrior Kat La, who had been able to open himself to the Force in ways no other member of his race had for eons. Kat La's discovery of the Force beggared the Jedi's conception of it, and he constantly sought to expand his understanding and his talents. At the same time, the U.S. Hinvong had watched over Eli, acting both from affection and the sense of a debt he'd owed Eli's father. Eli had admired Kat La and been fascinated by him, until the day the U.S. Hinvong had bid farewell and set off to explore the Force on his own. Eli didn't know what had happened to Kat La. He wondered what greater powers the U.S. Hinvong had unlocked in his wanderings, what he was capable of now. Surely he'd have advanced beyond the limits of Jedi teaching. Eli was still trying to do that, in his own way. Sitting on the hard floor, surrounded the waiting weapons, he focused on that desire, the aching hunger, that vital need to become more than a Jedi. More than his father who had failed. Finally, when he felt ready, Eli rose to his feet, ignited his lightsaber, and said, "Begin." He barely heard the 5 remotes lift off the floor. With desire and will he called the Force to him, felt the currents of motion around him, and sensed the 5 remotes as they rotated. When the first one fired, he was ready, catching the laser on his blade. Another shot came from the opposite angle, and he pivoted to bat it away. Then came another shot, low at his feet, and he jumped to avoid it. The fight was fully joined now. In the large chamber, he had enough room to maneuver. He jumped and ducked and spun out, and his lightsaber never stopped moving as the remotes picked up the frequency of their attacks. He had to jump and deflect at the same time, rarely with both feet on the ground, and soon he was panting and damp with sweat. All the while he focused on the Force and the movement around him, never losing tracks of the 5 remotes even as his energy began to wane. His movements were slowing too much. One remote landed a shot on his right calf, stinging muscle. Another hit his right shoulder. He was lucky. The remotes were programmed to fire at random intensity, and neither of those shots had been too strong. He took the pain, turned it to anger, and turned anger into power. Instead of just sensing the remotes in the force, he grabbed two, arresting their rotations, then flung them hard against the closest wall. The other three remotes maneuvered around him, still firing, but in his anger he knew exactly where their strikes would land, and he evaded them all. He struck out in a one-handed slash, cutting one remote neatly in two, then grabbed the last ones in the force and flung them high, straight up until their metal frame cracked the ferrocrete ceiling. Finally, he let both feet touch the ground. His leg was aching badly, as was his shoulder. His clothes were soaked in sweat and breath raked his lungs. His heart was pounding and he smiled. He never felt more alive than in moments like this, when he'd won mastery of all around him. Eli pulled off the blindfold and noticed, for the first time, that his master was standing against the far wall. He hadn't sensed her during the fight. He'd been too concentrated on following the remotes. Darth Talon stalked straight up to him, expression cool as always. "That was an acceptable performance," she said. "Thank you, Master." With a flick of the wrist, Talon summoned all 5 remotes with the Force and assembled them on the floor in front of her. She crouched low, touched the 2 pieces of the one Eli had severed, and said, "There are other ways to destroy." "I know. I knocked the other 4 out with the Force alone." She looked over the other remotes, then stood. "You were in tune with the Force there. You commanded it to do your bidding, and it did." Compliments from Talon were rare. "It was a good practice, Master." "It could have been better," she said, then added, "I have just met with Darth Nil and Darth Havoc. They have been examining what we brought back from Mustafar." Eli hoped the long wait was over. "What have they determined?" Talon shrugged bare shoulders. "Not as much as they wish. The passenger in that pod was killed with a beryllium compound, a common poison. The syringe was rigged to inject once we opened the pod door." "Who was the passenger?" "We do not know. We examined his blood for traces of midichlorians. They were few. He was only vermin." That made the situation all the more confusing. "Why were we sent a dead man?" "I don't know. His corpse was taken apart, organ by organ. We took apart the pod as well. There was nothing hidden inside either." Eli hissed frustration. "Do we even know for sure it was sent by Lady Maladi?" "We were summoned to Mustafar by an encoded message. Only the most senior of Lord Krayt Sith knew that code. Many of those are dead." Her eyes narrowed. "Perhaps the traitor Darth Wirelock shared it with his daughter. Sare is still unaccounted for. It was either her or Maladi who sent the message. We are confident of that." "Then what can we do?" Eli was sure Talon hadn't come just to tell him they learned nothing. "We examined the nav computer aboard the pod. It recorded a journey from Avram to Mustafar. Every jump before that had been wiped clean. But Avram is a place to start." "Indeed. Darth Nil has decided that we will investigate. You and I." Finding Darth Maladi, or Sare, was a critical mission, and Eli swelled to know he was being entrusted with it. "Then we will get to the heart of this," he said firmly. He didn't know how, but he believed it. They would make the Force show them a way. Talon nodded. "Follow my lead at all times. You still have much to learn." "I know." Talon stared at him. He sensed skepticism in her stoic face. Then she said, "Stand aside, apprentice." Awkwardly, Eli backed away until his shoulder blades pressed against a cold ferrocrete wall. He watched as Darth Talon activated the 4 intact remotes, watched as they began to circle her. She didn't even ignite her lightsaber, and when the first remote opened fire, she nimbly hopped over its blast. The remote behind her fired, but she was already ducking. Soon, all 4 remotes began firing at once, but Talon evaded them all. She was constantly in motion, and Eli watched the scene before him in awe. Snapping limbs and swirling Leku, a constant writhing of scarlet and black. More, he felt her in the Force as one gave herself to the dance. He felt not fear or anger, as he often drew on, but pure willpower. Talon desired to know the motion of the remotes, and she knew. She danced and dodged and weaved around them at near blinding speed, and when she decided the show must end, she ended it. Two remotes collided, smashing both globes. She knocked another out of the air with a sideways kick and plucked the last with her hand and crushed it inside a fist. When she was done, she stood in the middle of the wreckage and fixed her cool, controlled gaze on Eli. He was overcome with admiration, and all he could do was smile. Yes, he still had much to learn, but Eli was an eager study. Chapter 9. Anya Solo had a certain familiarity with spaceship repair yards, especially ones of vague legality, on backwater worlds where you had to scrape together parts from a dozen junkers just to make your clients one fly. When she first spotted the place called Rugo's Chop Yard, she almost felt like she'd been taken back to Carrera's Minor, before she'd met J.O. or Salk and gotten swept away on the crazy current of history. This job on Socorro was bringing back all manner of unexpected memories. She spent the last night freely and publicly spending some of her newly earned credits on the Crimson Axe. Her head still mildly ached from taking too many shots of a drink she hadn't even heard of, but the night had still been fruitful. At one point during the evening, two big drunken brubs, each sporting a scarlet bloody bones tattoo on his green skin, had explained that Crimson Axe was undergoing some badly needed repairs thanks to the skilled mechanic Rav had strong-armed into working him. The mechanic, they'd said, worked half her time at the chop yard as she tried to wrestle free of the crushing debt Rav had saddled her with. She had a real gift with machines, apparently, and Rav was determined to keep her under his thumb as long as possible. It was a depressing story, and hardly original. Rav, the way he used people, the way he made himself king of this squalid little kingdom, brought back worse memories than Carrera's Minor. Anya tried to put all of that out of her mind as she and Salk walked through the chop yard's unlocked front gate, maneuvered around plenty of piled-up machinery, and followed a series of rusted signs to the shanty that probably passed for a shop and office. The first thing they heard when they stepped into that squalid space, low ceiling, every wall and most of the ceiling covered by spaceship parts, was a voice that sounded like a posh, core butler fighting narcolepsy. It said, "Greet MC, P, Asians, how assist you?" Anya spotted the battered remains of an old protocol droid on the far countertop, propped against a back wall. Its photoreceptors pulsed bright and dimmed as it tried to speak. The sight sparked another memory, much fresher. Anya barely had time to place it when a human girl, with long dark hair and engine grease smearing her face, ducked into the room. She opened her mouth to speak as her eyes met Anya's. Recognition sparked between them and surprise stopped their tongues. Salk cleared his throat and asked, "Can we speak to the owner?" "I'm the owner," the girl said. Anya stared at her. She looked 17, 18 standard years max. Anya instantly knew this girl was as alone as she had been when he started up her shop on Carrera's Minor. "My name's Kyra," the girl added. She started to extend her hand for a shake, realized it was clutching a rag almost as dirty as the hand, and pulled it back. "Call me Anya. This is my friend Salk." "All right." Kyra's eyes darted to the Mon Cal, then back to Anya. "What can I do for you?" "A couple things. One, we're looking to rent a cargo speeder. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. We just need to move stuff through Axetown to our ship. Can we rent something like that here?" "We just do repair work. But there's a place down the way that might rent you something like that. A Rhodian called Greep that owns it." "Thanks, we'll look into it." Anya didn't budge. Kyra asked, "Was there something else?" There was. Anya and her friends had talked over a half-dozen ways to subtly approach Rav's employee and ask her to sabotage parts of Crimson Axe for them. Those all went out the window the moment she realized who, exactly, she'd be dealing with. Instead of working her way toward a bribe, Anya put her hands on her hips and observed the vast array of spaceship parts clogging up the store. "You really run all this by yourself?" "I'm good with machines," Kyra said defensively. "There's a lot more to running a junk shop on a whole like this than working machines." Kyra simply nodded. She'd know that already. "I used to have something kind of like this. Wasn't that long ago, actually." "Still guarded?" the girl said. "You seem to be doing better nowadays." Anya tried to smile. You were at Rav's place when we made the sale. I remember the droid. She started walking around the shop, feigning interest in his junk. What do you do for Rav? Fix up parts of his ship. Basically. How long has he had you do that for him? Not long. Only about a week. He needs air circulators and power couplers replaced. That might work. Has he had you work all over the ship? Then? I've started to learn my way around. How long have you worked at this shop? I've been here 3 years, Kyra said. You couldn't have been running this place the whole time? No. I was an assistant. The old owner died. Her voice went soft with sorrow. Sorrow for the dead. Sorrow for herself. Anya knew how the story went. She knew it too well. Finally turning back to the girl, she asked, I bet the owner was in debt to Rav, and now you have to carry it, right? Kyra nodded stiffly. That's how he roped you into fixing the inside of his ship too, I bet. I've paid off everything Rugo owned, but it's not enough for Rav. I thought so. I know his type way better than I'd like to. Anya saw curiosity in Kyra's dark eyes. There was something beneath it. Need and desire turned to quiet desperation. There was skepticism in it too. A girl who'd lead Kyra's life wouldn't trust strangers easily. Listen, Anya said, you know who we are, and you know we've come into some good money. If you're willing to do a little side job for us, we'll give you enough credits to get off this rock and get free of Rav. Hope and wariness wore in Kyra's voice as she asked, what kind of job? My friends, and I want some inside access to Crimson Axe. Stuff Rav doesn't want us to see. I bet you've got good schematics of the whole thing, right? Kyra nodded. How about access to his security systems? She wagged her head. Rav would never trust me with that. I'm just his worker. But Kyra gained a thoughtful smile. I think I can cut power to specific security nodes without setting off the others. That's what we're looking for, Anya said. If you can get us those schematics, we should be able to pinpoint which security nodes need to go dark. If you can do that for us, we'll make sure you're never indebted to Rav again. You know we've got the money for it. No. The girl looked at her hard. Can you take me with you? That took Anya by surprise, but it shouldn't have. She remembered what it was like to be young and trapped. She looked sideways at Salk, and though he said nothing, she could tell he was wary. He had every reason to be. There was no guarantee this girl wouldn't run their whole plan back to Rav, and Jo and AG-37 wouldn't be thrilled at picking up an extra crew member out of nowhere, especially one they knew nothing about. But Anya saw too much of herself in this girl not to go with her gut, so she said, yeah, I think we can give you a ride. But we'll need your help first. That's no problem. Suddenly energetic, Kyra dashed over to the back counter and reached into the bag leaning against her droid. She pulled out a data card, plugged it into an old holo projector sitting on the counter, and turned it on. After a series of flickers, the holo image resolved to show Crimson Axe's tall, blunt body. The outer shell faded to translucency, revealing a network of corridors and shafts inside. With a new light in her eyes, Kyra turned back to Anya and Salk and asked, okay, where are you trying to go? It was too good to be true, too unlikely, too absurd. This was probably all going to end badly. Kyra kept telling herself that over and over, but it couldn't dampen her anticipation. The following day, instead of working inside Crimson Axe in the morning, she made an excuse to come in the evening. Rav hardly seemed to care. His attention was more focused on the gambling going on in the Axis Casino, located 2 levels down from the Golden Gorg. Kyra stopped there too before getting to work. Rav himself was nowhere to be seen, but his one-horned Deveronian lieutenant was in the room, and like most of the crowd, his attention was focused on the longest dice table. There was, apparently, no rule against droids gambling, though management had ejected anyway when AG-37 attempted to roll. The Deveronian had only put up a limited fight. No one, not even Rav's meanest thug, seemed willing to push a towering assassin droid. The fact that this one seemed well-spoken and mild-mannered somehow only made him more intimidating. While most of the attention was on the gambling droid, Anya converged with Kyra in the shadows far side of the room. She slipped Kyra a small personal comlink and said, "Buzz me when you're sure security on the lower hatches is down." "I will." Kyra squeezed it tight. The little metal cylinder was her key to freedom. This Anya Solo kept strange company, and Kyra only knew a little about her. Apparently she'd helped save the Empress or something, but deep in her gut she knew she could trust the older woman, the same way she'd known she could trust Rugo. It wasn't just that she seemed better than Rav. Kyra was desperate but not stupid enough to run off with the first person to show her a little kindness. She knew deep down, in a way she couldn't express, that Anya would help her. Still leaning close, the older woman said, "When you kill the security systems, head to where I told you." "Deck 13, main lift tube," Kyra recited. "But just because I shut down the security alarms, doesn't mean you can ride the lift all the way down to 2. The Sarlacc pit. Right? Rav'll still have it set up where you can only ride to the bottom with his access code. We won't need it. Trust me. My friend J.O. will meet you there." The Imperial Knight. Anya nodded. Kyra considered. "Where will you be?" "I'll stay up here with AG and Salk. We'll create a distraction. But you should go down with J.O. just in case he has problems getting all the way down." Kyra wasn't sure what she'd be able to do, wasn't sure why this J.O. needed to get down into the Sarlacc pit when a second team was going to be going in through the Axis lower hatch. There was still a lot about this she didn't understand, but she wanted to trust Anya. She knew not to linger here. People might start looking in their direction soon, and she didn't want to give Rav's crew any hints of what was coming. Kyra nodded firmly and said, "Okay, I'll be there." "Good. Just follow J.O. He'll take care of you," Anya said, then slipped back to the dice tables. Kyra turned and left the room, moving quickly despite the heavy droid strapped to her back. She'd brought Sleepy as usual, even though she didn't need him for this. Rav's people expected to see the broken droid, and more, she wanted to make sure she had him. Though just a droid, Sleepy was the closest thing she'd had to a friend since Rugo died. If there was one thing she wanted to take with her from her year Socorro, it was her friend. She'd memorized what she needed to do, what power couplings to disable in order to short-circuit the security alarms. That was her role. After that, Anya and her friends would sneak inside the Axis lowest levels and from there access the Sarlacc pit beneath, where Rav kept all his greatest treasures. Kyra still didn't know the specifics, but she had to trust they had a good working plan. She had to believe the others would take care of the rest, and then they'd get her away from here. As she approached the first coupling, Kyra muttered, "We're almost done here, Sleepy. This time I really mean it." Standing on the rocky rim of the Sarlacc pit, looking up at Crimson Axe rising high against a starry sky, brought back all kind of feelings in Cade, none of them good. He'd been at this angle, more or less, when he'd first laid eyes on the ship. When Rav had found him drifting in space over Assus after the massacre at the temple and the murder of his father. When they'd reeled him in with the tractor beam, and he felt so disappointed at the realization he was going to live. Looking back, he was glad he'd survived, but it'd taken him a long, long time to feel that way. Hey, Cade, you gonna stand there gawking?" Jiraiya's voice brought him back to reality. He looked down the pit's steep slope toward the hole Crimson Axe had fully plugged. In the dark it was hard to spot Jiraiya, but of course that was the point of doing this in nighttime. He eventually spotted the other man, halfway down the incline, waving one hand and pointing with the other. He followed the gesture and spotted the auxiliary access hatch, a simple square not quite flush against the rest of the hull. It was 7 or 8 meters above the bottom of the pit, which meant they'd need the right equipment. Cade hurried back over the rim, down to the place where they'd parked the industrial-grade flatbed repulsor transport they'd rented. The thing was hovering dark and silent over the rocks, but when Cade approached, a blue glow lit up near the control console, and R2-D2 whistled faint greeting. Cade clapped the droid's dome, bent low, and pulled 3 fiber cable reel guns from the nearby case. R2 was plugged into the speeder's control systems and would be able to fly it right up to the axe for loading. "Just hold tight," R2, Cade whispered. I'll give you the signal when we are ready. The droid chirped understanding, then went dark again. Slinging the heavy guns over his shoulders, Cade made his way back over the rim and into the pit. Slowly, he sidestepped his way toward his friend. Just got a call from Anya, Jiraiya explained when Cade got close. Says we're good to go. Great. Time to do some thieving. Cade still wasn't entirely clear on how Anya had arranged for the Axe's local security systems to go down, but as long as it worked, he didn't care. He handed Jiraiya one cable gun and armed another himself. The third one, an industrially used model, he kept slung over his shoulder. The damn thing was heavy, and he hoped he wouldn't have to carry it for long. Once their cable guns were armed, tiny red light projections guided their aim. The lights tracked up the Axe's vertical hull, then stopped on either side of the hatch. Ready? Asked Cade. When you are, said Jiraiya. Cade pressed the trigger. Jiraiya did it a half second later. The cable shot out and up and attached to the hull with magnetic clamps. Holding the guns with both hands, they reversed the cable feed and allowed themselves to be reeled up to the hatch. Cade planted both feet on the hull for stead, carefully let go of the cable gun with one hand, and removed the lightsaber from his belt. Hope they really killed those alarms, muttered Jiraiya. Only one way to find out. With the twitch of a thumb and the flick of a wrist, Cade cut through the heavy security latch on the bottom of the door. The lightsaber blazed only for an instant, then he hung it back on his belt. Gripping the cable gun with two hands again, he reached out with the force and swung the heavy metal plate upward. With a little extra force push for guidance, Cade swung himself feet first into the accessway, releasing the cable gun's magnetic clamp at the same time so he could take the device with him. Jiraiya did the same, just as nimble even without the force. As they crouched in the low corridor, Jiraiya whispered, "Home sweet home." If only, Cade grunted. You remember the way to the main lift shaft? I think I do. Then let's get going. Being back aboard Crimson Axe wasn't an experience rich with pleasant nostalgia, but it had to be done. Rav did most of his business in the ship's upper decks, and sure enough, they didn't run into a soul as they creeped around the lower levels maintenance corridors. A long time ago, they'd both bunked in this part of the ship, maybe 1 or 2 levels up. It was where Rav stuck his least important crew. At night, they'd fallen asleep to the rumble of old air processors and the clink of cooling systems. It was something they'd just gotten used to. Those days were far behind, and they'd get farther still. Cade recognized the main lift when he saw it. It ran down the Axe's spine, top to bottom, and was designed to transport heavy cargo, with wide doors that opened from top to bottom. It made sense Rav would use it to move booty all the way down, past the ship's lowest levels and into the Sarlacc pit. As Jiraiya watched, Cade used the force to pry open the doors. They were massive things, but moved them smoothly easily. When they were fully open, Jiraiya and Cade moved to the edge and stared down the long, black drop. Charming, Jiraiya said, then craned his neck up. Pretty sure the lift car's way above us. It had better be. Cade slung the heavy cable gun off his shoulder. Let's get dropping. He began to attach the heavy gun's magnetic clamp to the upper frame of the door. Then, grabbing it with both hands, he stepped off the edge and began his controlled descent. Using his lighter cable gun, Jiraiya did the same, and they dropped together. Though light here was dim, they could see where the initial body of the Axe's lift shaft ended, and an extension had been welded onto it using different materials. They dropped fully beneath the Axe now, and were going further into the dark. Jiraiya thumbed on the glow lamp attached to his belt and cast bright white light across the shaft's smooth metal walls. Then, abruptly, they reached the bottom. Their feet clanked on metal, and when Cade turned on his light, he could see that they'd hit a level landing platform built over a cavern's jagged rock floor. He passed his lamp across the chamber, highlighting ribbed stone walls and the artificial angles of piled crates. Tell me this is it, Jiraiya whispered. Let's find out. Leaving his fiber cable dangling down the shaft, Cade hurried to the nearest crate. It was a meter wide on all sides, with the keypad lock on the top, lightly dusted. He ignited his lightsaber and made careful cuts around its upper edge, taking off the crate's top without stabbing so deep he might damage the contents. When it was done, he and Jerry removed the cutoff lid and looked inside. Their lights gleaming, blindingly bright, across smooth golden slips of rhodium ingots, arranged in neat piles and mounted nearly to the rim of the crate. Jackpot, Jerry breathed. Oh, stang it, Cade, we found his stash. Cade felt ebullient too, but tempered himself. Finding is the easy part. Now we gotta get this stuff out of here. Send a signal to our buddies. Let them know we're inside. Got it, Jerry said, and took out his comlink. While he made the call, Cade lifted his light to scan the rest of the chamber. He counted off the crates as he spotted them, mentally subtracting the two Anya and company had sold to Rav just a few days before. The count mounted to nearly a dozen square meter containers, each one probably laden down with enough booty to give his crew a lifetime of luxury. For a moment he felt dizzy, then he went to work. Confirmation came with a buzz in Anya's pocket. She extracted herself from the dice table, where crowds still gathered to watch AG-37. Standing in the same dark corner where she talked to Kyra, she listened to Jerry's words. Even with the low volume and static fuzz, she could hear the enthusiasm in his voice. After that, she thumbed over to J.O.'s frequency and whispered therein. Good. On my way to the lift shaft now. Make sure you take Kyra down with you. All right, he said after a tiny pause. He hadn't been crazy about Anya enlisting a new team member. Go now. We'll keep them distracted up here, Anya said, then killed the transmission and hurried back to the show. She joined Salk on the opposite side of the oblong dice table from AG-37. After making sure one of the droid's photoreceptors was facing her, she tapped her bottom lip 3 times, signaling that it was time to ramp up the distraction. AG-37's only show of compliance was to go on a winning streak. Thus far, he'd been using his calibrated mechanical limbs and analytical droid brain to control every throw of the dice perfectly, sometimes winning, other times losing on purpose. Now he scored one correct roll after another, and Anya watched with muted glee as horror seized the face of Rav's Deveronian lieutenant. During the past few evenings, Anya and her comrades had made a point to lose twice as much money as they won at Rav's casino and cantinas, thus assuring they'd be welcome tonight. Now AG-37 was clearly making it all back with exponential speed. Normally when high rollers started taking the casino hard, management would step in to distract them with free drinks or intimate companionship. Neither of those would work on AG-37, so the Deveronian had to try a different tack. Anya and Salk circled around the table close enough to hear the Deveronian say, I think you've done well enough now, Master Droid. Without turning from the table, AG-37 swung his lower photoreceptor sideways to look down on the Deveronian. I would prefer to continue gambling. You've done more than enough dice rolls, Master Droid. Perhaps you'd like a game of cards next. I familiarized myself with your protocols before visiting this evening, AG-37 said calmly. There is no prohibition on how long I am allowed to stay at a single game. I am doing well at this one and have no intention of interrupting my progress. Other patrons would very much like to try their hand. Be reasonable, Master Droid. Consider their interests. I am, as you have likely noticed, an assassin droid. While I have long surpassed the limits of my original programming, I can assure you that deference to organics was never part of my design. No mere organic could say it so calmly and so threateningly. The Deveronian gritted his pointed teeth, then ducked away. Anya quickly filled his place at AG-37's side. He'll bring help next, he warned. I am quite aware, said the droid. Was that not our goal? It was, Anya thought, and she wondered just how far Rev would go once he showed up. The longer they kept him occupied here, the longer Skywalker, J.O., and the others would have to pillage his secret storehouse. AG-37 kept on rolling, and he kept on winning. Anya had never known he'd had this kind of skill, and found herself regretting that they'd never cash in on his big score. Not that it mattered. They'd soon take Rav for more than they could ever win at a dice table. The Deveronian must have gone straight to his boss, because less than 5 minutes after he'd left, the fear and pirate himself came clomping into the casino wearing an angry smile. He had a couple of his own droids with him, old but refitted YV models by the look of them. Anya had no intention of messing with those, especially since blasters were prohibited in the casino. Like Salk, she'd left hers aboard free agent. Rav went straight for AG-37 and said with fake cheer, "Never in my day did I expect to see a droid dominating my tables. Thought you were made for other purposes." AG-37 lowered his dice hand and turned to face Rav directly where you constructed for your current purpose. The Fearin chuckled, "No, I suppose I was not." He still had the angry smile. "Listen, friend, I'm going to insist you cash out now. As I told your lieutenant, I reviewed the house's rules very thoroughly. There is no proscribed time limit one may spend gambling. The rules also say the house can refuse service at any time." Rav jabbed a green thumb at his chest. "I'm the house, and I'm refusing. I'm being generous now, cause you and your friends sold me something useful. I'm asking you to leave. Next time I won't be polite." Anya glanced at the two YV droids waiting silently a few meters away. The crowd around the table, thick a minute ago, had almost entirely dissolved in anticipation of possible violence. AG-37 stared down at Rav with both photoreceptors for a long, tense moment. Then he said, "May I try your sabak tables?" "I said you could cash out and go. Your lieutenant offered me a game at your sabak tables. Is that no longer valid?" "Is no longer valid," Rav growled. "The house says so." "I see. How disappointing." AG-37's top photoreceptor swung to Anya and Salk. "Are my compatriots also ejected? I believe neither has won a net game from you this evening." "You're all going back to your ship," Rav said. "Thank you kindly for your patronage, but please don't come back again." "I see. How disappointing," said the droid. "I had finally gotten the hang of this game." Rav growled again and looked around the room. "Where's that imp you brought along? I don't see him." "He went back to free agent early," Anya supplied. "Didn't like the atmosphere? Didn't expect him to?" Rav turned back to AG-37. "You're cashing out now." We agreed. There were ways to keep stalling Rav without pressing their luck. AG-37 tipped his head in imitation of a human nod. "We are agreed. Thank you for the entertainment these past few nights, Master Rav. It has been quite enlightening." "I'm sure it has." He snapped his fingers and the YV droid stomped forward. "Escort these bars to the cash booth, won't you?" The two droids chirped affirmatives. AG-37 turned and moved slowly for the door. Anya and Salk did too, acutely aware of the blasters pointed at their backs. Anya also noticed when the Deveronian lieutenant appeared. She didn't like the way he hurried up to Rav, nor the worried look on his face. He bent the Fearin close and whispered to him, and when he was done, Rav turned back to his high-rolling guests with a deeper scowl than ever. Anya decided they were in trouble. On second thought, Rav said, "Take our guests to level 31. Make sure they sit tight there. I'll be up shortly for a conversation." The YV droids chirped again. Anya knew what they had to do next and hated it. If she'd have had a blaster on her, she might have felt a little more confident, but only a little. All she could so was look up and whisper, "AG, I think it's time." "Agreed," he said. "Get down." An assassin droid, of course, was never without weapons. Anya and Salk ducked and covered their eyes. She didn't see AG-37 pulled out a flash grenade or hear it pop, but her eyes stung even with red eyelids squeezed shut. She felt AG-37's hard metal hand pulled her upright, felt it push her forward, and with eyes still half closed, she joined her friends in sprinting for the lift too. As she threw herself into it, as the doors hurried shut and the lift shot them upward, he fumbled for her comlink to tell Jo and the others their time was nearly up. Jo had been more or less expecting things to wrong at some point on this job, and when he got the call from a breathless Anya, he was actually relieved the wait was over. That lasted all of a second. Then he realized how much trouble they were in. "Sounds like Rav's on his way," he called to the others in the dark underground cavern. What does that mean? Asked Jerry. I don't know. Anya says they came under fire. She thinks they're onto us. Skywalker's response was a growl. J.O. looked around the cavern again. Since he and Kyra had descended to the bottom of the lift shaft via fiber cable, he and Skywalker had used the Force to move half the crates full of bullion over to the metal landing pad. Kyra, despite the clunky droid on her back, had gone to work attaching magnetic clamps that locked the crates to the industrial-grade cable Skywalker had brought down with him. That still left almost half the crates to secure, and they'd yet to destroy the ones containing Sith artifacts. The sight of all that bullion had dazzled J.O., but destroying the Sith material was still his main priority. He quickly took stock of their options. If Rav or his goons came down, their freight lift would slam directly on top of their crates. It would probably snap the fiber cable on the way down, too. There seemed only one choice. We've got enough, he told Skywalker. Let's set the charges to blow, then ride out of here before Rav catches us. Skywalker looked reluctant, but Jerry said, I agree. We've got enough, Cade, and we'll make sure Rav can't get the rest of it. Skywalker sighed. You gonna set a big boom? Jerry asked. The other man grinned weakly. You know me. J.O. took that as assent. Okay, let's go. Kyra, are those cables secure? The brown-haired girl he still didn't know what to make of her looked over the bound-up crates. I think so. I'll double-check. Skywalker hurried over to the pile. J.O. sidestepped to Jerry, who slung the bag of explosives off his back. What do you have in there? He asked. I packed a variety, the other man said. You want to do the honors on the Sith goods? Very. I don't want to make a big boom until we're all the way out of the shaft, you understand? Yes, but I'm still destroying those crates. Fine. Jerry pulled a metal sphere out of the back. Standard thermal detonator. Set for medium circumference, and you should be able to vape the Sith stuff without bringing the whole mountain down on us. Jerry held out his hand, but before J.O. could grab the detonator, a rumbling sound descended from the shaft and his heart creaked. They're on the way. Damn. Skywalker shouted. Kyra froze beside the cargo crates. What do we do? Are you the tech expert or something? Can't you shut that lift down before it gets here? The droid on her back muttered. Negative power, higher level. Great, Skywalker snarled. The hideous scrape of metal scraping metal sounded far above, and J.O. knew the lift was falling past the fiber cables they dropped from the 13th deck. They were probably seconds away from snapping. The only way those crates were getting out of this chamber was the way they were meant to, up the freight lift. J.O. realized that they might be able to pull this off yet, and he shouted to Skywalker, help me move the crates. We need to let it land. He extended a hand and reached further with the Force, grabbing the piled crates and dragging them across the metal platform out of the path of the falling lift car. After a second, Skywalker joined in, and together their minds worked to share the weight of the crate, dragging it onto the rugged stone floor of the cavern. With that done, J.O. released his grip, while Skywalker summoned the Force to move more crates, building a barricade in the middle of the chamber. J.O. instinctively looked for the 2 crates of Sith artifacts and watched as Skywalker added them to the top of the pile. Come on, we don't got time to blow him, Skywalker said. We'll use him as cover. Maybe we can pin Rav's guys inside the lift car and take him out. You got blasters? Just my lightsaber. I don't have anything, Kyra said, voice quavering. She was clearly having second thoughts about this. Fine, leave it to me and Jerry. Imp Yuki, you help defend. You, girl, Skywalker scowled. Just keep both your heads down. With the piled crates between them and the landing platform, they scrambled for cover. Kyra slung the broken droid off her back and bent low. J.O. could see her shaking and wished he could do something to calm her, but there was no time. The roar of the falling lift was almost on them. Skywalker dropped to his knees and leaned against a crate. You know, I really wish we had that assassin droid of yours right now. He's occupied, J.O. grunted and gripped his lightsaber tight. I know. Just saying is all. Skywalker took his double-barreled rifle, checked the charge, and nodded to himself. "Cark it. We'll roll with what we've got." As she crouched behind the bullion crates, bent forward so far her forehead touched the rough stone ground, Kyra cursed herself for being so stupid. She'd grabbed onto a flimsy hope and thrown her life away. She'd wanted escape from Rav's clutches. She'd never wanted to die. Beneath the pounding of pulse in her ears, she heard the rattle of the lift as it slowed for set down, heard Skywalker and Sin ready their weapons, heard Jael ignited the sizzling pure white blade of his lightsaber. She'd never seen one of his kind in action before, and in other circumstances she'd have stopped to gawk, but right now she was too afraid to look, to do anything except tremble in paralyzing fear. The lift cracked down onto the landing pad. She heard his door hiss open, and then the tang of laser fire, and the hum of a moving lightsaber. She made out the clack of metal feet, probably Rav's security droids, and a shout raised above them, probably Rav himself. When death didn't come immediately, she pulled up from her crouch and looked around. Laser fire continued, cutting over the rim of the crates and over her head. Skywalker and Sin continued to pump laser fire toward the lift, and Jael was on his feet, deflecting blasts as he tried to edge his way closer. She realized she didn't hear the thud of plasma bolts impacting on the crates themselves. Rav must have been afraid of accidentally destroying his own treasure and limiting his attack. Sin had plenty of explosives but was afraid of breaking the lift and trapping them all down here. It was an impasse. Then the chamber was filled with the pounding of metal on rock, and she knew the impasse was over. Two YV model droids slammed themselves into the barricade of treasure crates, knocking the top ones over. Kyra yelped and scampered aside, but a droid stomped after her. Her knee hit hard rock. Pain spread out and she rolled onto her back to see the YV looming over her. Kyra threw up both hands as if to throw the droid back. To her surprise, the thing staggered, as though it had been hit by invisible force. But it stopped for only a second, then continued its advance. And then Jael was there, placing himself between her and the droid. His pure white lightsaber moved in a deadly frenzy, shearing off the blaster attached to the droid's right arm, then his left, then separating head plate from thigh. As the droid toppled over, he made one more strike, severing head from shoulders. Elegant and lightning fast, he was like nothing Kyra had ever seen. She was struck with admiration and awe. Back at the remnants of the barricade, Sin was firing at the two droids and one Theorin who remained inside the lift car, all still popped out lasers of their own. The remaining YV droid outside the lift fired a few shots at Jael, easily deflected, then pivoted to shoot at Sin. Skywalker swore and tossed his gun to the other hand. Then a lightsaber appeared in his fist and a green blade shot out in an underhand grip. He howled, threw himself into the air like a projectile, and landed boots first on the droid's torso, knocking it off balance without tipping it over. At the same time, he swung his right arm like a punch. His first missed the droid's face, but his blade did not, slicing the ovoid heads in two. The droid still kept struggling, but Sin rolled onto his back and pumped a series of laser blasts that scorched his torso. It collapsed under Skywalker's feet, and the man remained atop it as he pivoted toward the lift, deflecting shots with his lightsaber while pumping his own out of the double-barreled rifle. Whereas Jael had fought with precision and grace, Skywalker was a feral animal, seemingly unstoppable. "Damn you, Cade!" Rav shouted from inside the life. "You're supposed to be dead." "Sorry to disappoint, you ugly old Murglak." Skywalker grinned like a hungry Panthac. "You want me dead, you're gonna have to come in here and get me. Except, oh wait, then you might ruin your treasure." "Damn you, Cade," Rav repeated. Jael crept back toward Sin and Skywalker, deflecting laser fire that still burst out from the droids inside the lift. He spared glances at the ground, at the crates that had been tipped over and spilled. He looked over his shoulder at Kyra, and briefly dipped his blade toward the floor, signaling for her to gather up the goods. After watching the bravery of the two Jedi, or whatever they were, she found courage to comply. Staying low, scampering on hands and knees, she hurried over to the closest spilled crates. She recognized black stone carvings, blaze weapons. It was the material Jo and Anya had sold Rav in the first place. Still on her knees, she scooped up the artifacts and dropped them into the 2 spilled crates. All the while Jo, Skywalker, and Sin continued to fight, steadily rising from behind their crates and pushing toward the lift. Rav could easily order the thing to rise back up, leaving them trapped down here while he gathered more reinforcements. Kyra was a little surprised he hadn't done so already. Any moment now the 3 of them would charge and fight, and she. Her eyes cast the reflection of light across something smooth to her right. Head low she looked over, felt out, and picked it up. It was one of those black pyramids Jo had shown Rav. In the clamor of the Golden Gorg that night she'd had a hard time hearing what they'd said, but it was clearly some kind of precious artifact. As she held it close, cupped within her palm, she saw light emerge from its edges, converge in front of her face, and assemble into the form of a woman with the hood covering most of her face. The woman said, "My name is Darth Treya. For what purpose do you seek my knowledge?" Before Kyra could think, before she could say a word, she heard Skywalker give another battle cry. She stuffed the black pyramid into her tool bag and scampered back toward the lift where the fight was joined in earnest. Sin hung back, giving covering fire as Skywalker and Jo charged the gates. Rav and his droids tried to use the lift's sliding doors as cover, but the Jedi cleaved through them, lightsabers burning molten seams through metal and slicing deeper. One droid sputtered after taking a cut through the torso. Another lost an arm. Then Jo and Skywalker were inside the lift, obscured from Kyra's vision. She rose to her feet and hurried toward them, rounding the crates, rounding Sleepy's torso on the ground, coming in behind Sin when he entered the lift. Smoking pieces of the droids covered the lift floor. Among them she spotted Rav's 3-clawed mechanical foot. Then she saw the Lord of Axetown himself, slumped in the corner, glaring up at them with one murder-filled eye. When it lit on Kyra, his scowl got a little bit deeper, and she felt a rush of triumph. Just because Rav was down didn't mean they had time to celebrate. Cade said as much as they hastily cleaned out the droid parts and began moving crates onto the lift, with their hands and with the Force. Rav was still pressed against the corner of the lift when he growled at Cade, "I made you, Buki. I can't still break you. You think you'll be safe anywhere in the galaxy after what you pulled? I'll have all your grandeur riches, so yeah, I do." Cade slapped the top of the nearest crate. "I claimed them, Buki. Those are mine. You stole them, Rav. You're a criffing pirate. Well, so am I, and now I get my proper share of the booty and then some. You're just a whiny little Jedi whelp, crying over his dear dead papa." Rav was trying hard to get to him, make him angry. Against himself, Cade felt it working. He bent down and grabbed the Theron by the neck. Skin and muscle yielded beneath his fingers, tempting him to squeeze harder. Rav reached for his face, but Cade's other hand came up, lightsaber blazing, and Rav withdrew the arm before it got cut off. More than once he'd wanted to kill Rav with his own hands. The thought tempted Cade still. It would gain final revenge for all the manipulations, the insults, the abuse. They only had to flit through memory to rouse his old anger. With anger was something new, a rush of power he'd never felt before when dealing with Rav. For so much of his life he'd been at the pirate's mercy, now the tables had turned, and it gave him dark and tempting joy. But the anger Rav roused was part of a deeper anger, one that sprung from the grief he'd felt when Rav had pulled him from space over Ossus and condemned him to live 10 years back. Cade was past that now. He was past Rav. Finally he could prove it to himself. "I've dealt with worse enemies than you, Muslimo." Cade shut off his lightsaber. With his hands and the Force he hurled the Theron out of the lift. His one-legged body went rolling across the rough stone floor, where there were only 2 crates remaining, both open. Cade took a deep breath and turned to the others inside the lift. Jerriah, Jo, that Kyra girl with half of a droid strapped to her back again. To them he said, "Let's get going. No time to waste." As Cade reached for the lift control panel, Jo said, "Wait, what about?" Jerriah slapped him on the back, laughed, and tossed the silver sphere of a thermal detonator to his friend. Of course I was going to blow it up, you dumb imp. Cade laughed. What do you think I am, a Sith? You set the yield? Jerry added. Just the right size of boom. Excellent. Cade armed the timer and shouted to Rav, better get crawling just in case. He threw the detonator underhanded, looping it right into the open crate of Sith artifacts. Then the door slammed shut, the lift shuddered to life, and they began their ascent. Over its clank and hum, they barely heard the detonator's explosive pang. Jerry knew his booms. It sounded big enough to atomize those two crates but leave Rav and his empty treasure cave intact. The lift stopped where they come down, deck 13. There was still a lot of cargo to carry out of here, and not enough hands. They set to work quickly. There was no telling when more of Rav's people would arrive, and they had to know by now that something was very, very wrong. Jerry and Kyra took a crate between them. Cade and Jo started moving theirs with the Force. They had to make several trips from the lift to the outer hatch to move all the crates, and as Cade hurried back to the lift, he pulled out his comlink and flicked it on. R2, he called, we're about ready to go here. What's the sitrip? The droid tweeted a reply, which Cade got more or less. Get that sled ready then, and move it up to the hatch. We'll start loading it up. R2D2 whistled affirmative. Cade switched fracks and said, tell me you're there, Blue. I've got Minox standing by for an extract. She currently had their ship parked on another butte 20 kilometers away. Great. We got the goods, Meshla. Now all we need is a ride out. Warm up your engines and get ready to dance. Cade rounded a corner and reached the lift. One more trip would clear it. He asked what happened to Free Agent. They took off with a couple of snub fighters chasing them. I lost track of him after that, but I think they pulled away Rav's air support. Good. Warm up Minox auto turrets just in case. Will do. After a tiny pause, she asked, you run into Rav. You could say that. I'll tell you about it later. Love you, Blue. Right back at you. Cade pocketed the comm and surveyed the cargo, 3 crates left. He realized he wasn't alone and turned to see Jo regarding him curiously. Cade remembered his last words to Delia, the lapse into tenderness. Not wanting the Imperial to think him soft, he said, cargo won't move if we just stand here. Imp Yuki. Think you can move 2 at a time? Jo nodded curtly. Can't you? Cade grinned. Kyra and Jerry arrived soon after and took a crate between them. Cade and Jo used the Force to levitate the rest down the halls until they reached the hatch. Jerry pushed it open, and there was the repulsor sled with R2D2 plugged into the controls, nudging the hovering flatbed closer to the hatch. You've almost got it, R2. Just a little more. Jerry called, and when metal clanked against metal, he shoved the first crate over, then followed it onto the flatbed. Jo and Kyra helped push the next crates over, with Jerry receiving. Over the clatter of moving cargo, Cade almost missed the sound of approaching feet. He grabbed his lightsaber and turned it on just in time to deflect a volley of laser fire that lanced at them from the far end of the hall. Finally, he shouted. I was starting to think Rav's crews really dropped off in quality since the old days. Just our luck? Jo grimaced and reached for his blade. Just move the goods, Imp Yuki. I can't hold him off, Cade said. It was a narrow corridor, barely wide enough to swing his lightsaber around in. The blaster fire was constant and heavy, but the Force flowed through Cade and he caught them all. He never understood how easily the Force could come until recently, once he'd been clogged up inside with pent-up grief and anger, but that was gone now, or mostly gone, and with his heart cleared up, the Force could move him and move through him the way it was supposed to. For a long time he'd hated having the Force at all, but that was another stage he'd moved past. When Jerry announced the cargo was all loaded, Cade backed his way down the corridor until he felt fresh breeze and heard R2's happy beeping. Without having to be told, the droid jerked the repulsor sled away from Crimson Axe and sent it shooting out through the night. Chuba and Kabunga. Jerry laughed as he clung hard to the sled's guard rail. We did it. Pressed against the flatbed with a face full of wind, Cade took out his comlink and called, "Hey, Blue. We're ready for pickup. See us?" "See you, Cade?" She sounded a lot less exuberant. "I see a couple of air-dash bikes coming toward you too." "Ah, Stang," Jerry breathed and crawled over to the control panel. "Give me helm, R2. This thing will maneuver like an old bantha." Kyra scowled as she struggled to sit upright. "Don't need it to get us far." Jerry rose up on his knees and began working the controls. They were holding a steady altitude, maybe 7 meters above ground and on level with most of the rooftops in Town. The speeder bikes were coming in behind them all right, and Jerry pushed them ahead as fast as the clunky sled's repulsors could manage. That wasn't much. The bikes would be on them soon enough. Cade scanned the sky for the lights of Minox's engines but found nothing. He was about to call Delia again when Jerry jerked the controls violently to the right, nearly tipping JL and a couple of crates over the guardrail. "Hey, watch it," Cade warned. "What are you doing?" "Going to make a straightaway across the plateau," Jerry said. "Tell Blue to scoop us up when we're out in the open." "Sure." Cade thumbed the comlink and said, "Could use a little help here, Meshla." "Almost there. Hang on." The bikes were getting close now, and apparently they didn't realize what precious cargo the sled was carrying, because they started pumping laser fire from their undercarriage cannons. Those weren't powerful guns, but they easily fried the sled and sent its passengers falling to their deaths. Cade pulled out his rifle and began pumping shots at the bikes, warding them off even though they were too nimble to hit. And then, without warning, both exploded into fireballs over the edge of Town. As their repulsor sled cut free above the butte's flat stony top, Cade looked around wildly, expecting to see Minox's familiar red form flying low. Instead, it was another ship, with a longer body and conical forward section. "Free agent to the rescue." "Well," Cade breathed, "I'll take him as they come." A few seconds later, Minox appeared as well. Delia knew exactly how to pick them up. She lowered the landing ramp on Minox's belly, dropped altitude, and swooped in from behind to scoop up the sled and pull it inside. It wasn't a soft impact by any means, even with Jerry working their helm. The sled's bottom scraped hard against Minox's deck and bounced them violently. His teeth cracked together inside his head, and for a moment Cade literally saw stars. Then the sled slammed into the rear bulkhead, knocking them about again and tipping a few crates over. As Cade struggled to clear his hurting head, he heard Delia's sweet voice over the intercom. "You there, boys? Are we okay?" It was Jerry who answered. "A-okay? Blue. Any pursuit?" "Negative. Free agent says they cleared off all their tails." "Are they all okay?" JL asked. "Best I know, sweetie. We'll rendezvous with them soon enough and count our hard-earned money." The deck seemed to swell beneath them as Minox gained altitude and made for escape velocity. Cade, sprawled on the flatbed, finally sat fully upright and looked around. The crates were all askew but intact minus, of course, the two full of Sith poodoo he'd atomized. JL looked dazed but intact. Jerry was getting to his feet. Kyra was too. The battered half-a-droid she'd been lugging around lay on the bed, photoreceptors still pulsing. Then there was R2-D2. The droid had still been plugged tightly into the repulsor sled's control socket and seemed less knocked around than any of them. As Cade slowly got to his feet, the astromech removed his utility arm from the socket and released a stream of beeps and tweets. He wheeled across the flatbed, around a strewn crate, and rolled right into the dented head of that beaten gold protocol droid. R2-D2 started bumping the droid repeatedly, beeping and tweeting all the while. Cade couldn't make out much, but it seemed like an ecstatic song of joy. He'd never seen the droid act like this, didn't understand it, but right now he didn't care. That electric warbling seemed the perfect note of triumph. Cade clapped the droid's blue dome and said, "You're right, buddy. We won." He grinned and breathed out long. "We won." Chapter 10. When Aslan went to the medical center that morning to see Ganner, she sensed something was wrong as soon as she entered the building. He wasn't in the quarters he'd been assigned in the observation level, and when she asked the nurse droid, she was directed to one of the evaluation rooms. As she hurried there, she reached out in the Force and sensed his presence, but there was something strange about it, something faint. She tried to nudge him and get a response, but none came. He didn't seem to notice her. Getting truly worried, she nearly jogged down the last hallway to the room where he was supposedly held. Standing outside the door were two beings she hadn't expected to see, Tree-Sind in his red armor, and brown-robed Master Solus, the elderly Jedi she'd met on Talos. They were speaking with a silver medical droid, and when they saw Aslan, she felt their surprise and wariness. Cautiously, she said, "I came to visit Ganner. Can you tell me what's happened?" Solus looked down. Sin fought a scowl. She insisted, "I know he's alive. I can feel him. Is he hurt?" "Physically, he is all right," said Solus. Aslan's hands tightened to fists. "May I see him?" The two masters exchanged looks. Sin said, "You can enter, but you cannot speak to anyone of what's inside. Not until I say so. I need your word, as an Imperial Knight." Aslan stiffened and held his piercing gaze. "You have it, Master Sende." "Very well," the older knight said, and tapped the button to open the door. Aslan stepped inside. Solus, Sende, and the medical droid were right behind her, but she went straight to the far side of the room. In an eerie echo of the room on Talos, Ganner and the Rhodian Jedi Kel Yobis were both dressed in white and laying on medical beds, side by side. They had no intravenous plugs attached to them this time. Both were awake and shifted upright to see Aslan approach. More medical droids flanked each bed, but either told Aslan to halt. "Aslan." Ganner sounded surprised. "I'm sorry. I forgot you were coming this morning. I tried to reach out to you just now, in the Force. Didn't you feel it?" "No." His eyes shifted over Aslan's shoulder to Sende. The older knight gave him a go-ahead nod. "Aslan, I can't feel the Force anymore." "What are you talking about?" "I can't feel you." She could, but there was something strange about him she couldn't describe. It was almost like she was peering at him through a dirty window, or uneven glass. "It happened to the Jedi Yobis last night," Solus said. He felt faint for several hours, almost feverish. When his senses cleared, he realized he could no longer use the Force. He slept overnight, but this morning he still couldn't use it. "I had a difficult sleep last night," Ganner said. "And this morning, I felt nothing." Aslan sensed for the Rhodian. She knew him far less well than Ganner, but there seemed something distorted about his presence also. Somehow these two had gone deaf to the Force. She looked at the medical droids. How did this happen? It must be something they did to them on Talos. The closest one said, "Require specification. Identify antecedent for adjective they." Sind ignored the request and told Aslan, "We're running in-depth blood work now. Surface scans show nothing wrong." Aslan hugged herself. It has to be something. They must have been poisoned or injected with something. Solus said, "The medical droids examining Knight Yobis and Master Krieg found single injection points in their arms where intravenous fluids were put into their bloodstream. Based on minute abrasions around the injection points, it's possible they were used more than once." "Something else may be the cause," Sind added. "Force users have been stripped of their power before. Some think it happened to an entire race with the US involved. The means of doing it are beyond us, but maybe someone's uncovered them. But they've been back on Coruscant for over a week. Why is this happening now?" Sin shook his head. "We can't say yet. Master Ray, I'm ordering you to keep this private until we discern the cause. If word gets out that Force users are losing their powers, it could destabilize the entire triumvirate." Aslan looked back to Ganner. Over the past week, he'd been stuck in a cycle of restlessness and anger, but now she saw deep dread. The unknown danger had revealed itself in a way they'd never expected. Somehow, someone had robbed both Knights of the Force and sent them back to their orders. It was a threat and a boast. But for Ganner, it was something far worse. She looked into her friend's face and read his thoughts clearly. He believed his world had ended. Shadow Veil's first hint that something big was in store for him came from his sister. After being orphaned at a young age, their lives had taken different turns, and he often thought Astral's was the more unlikely. Whereas Shadow had joined the Jedi Order, where his Force talents were allowed to flourish, Astral had stayed with the Imperial mission where they'd been taken in, and had risen in the ranks of that organization, promoting the peaceable, benevolent aspects of the Imperial machine. In time, she'd become a friend and confidant to Miragia Fel herself, and now worked for the Empress as an aide. They were both on Coruscant now, geographically closer than they'd been since they were children, but they still saw too little of each other. With everything else going on, he was surprised when Astral commented him in the morning and asked if they could meet for a cup of caf. There were places readily available for that in the lower tiers of the palace, and the two Twi'leks did not look out of place amidst the government workers catching something quick to get them through the morning. The Empress says the Triumvirate is getting ready to act. Astral was hunched over her steaming cup. It's going to be a joint mission, with people from all three parties. Shadow sensed anxiety from his sister, but nothing beyond what he felt himself. Ganner Krieg and Kel Yobis had been sealed away in the medical center for over a day. He knew Master Solus had been in and out to see them, as well as several other Jedi healers and probably some Imperials, but they were all guarding the specifics closely. Shadow hated that. He'd gotten repeated reassurances that Ganner and Yobis were alive and not in mortal danger, but beyond that, nothing. Perhaps the rumors were true, and they really had suffered some Sith brainwashing, but if so, they need to be kept in a prison, not a hospital. Do you know where? I'm only the Empress aide, Shadow. I don't get to sit on her meetings with the Triumvirs. Astral blew steam from her cup, then added, You've had a lot of experience working with Imperial Knights, Shadow. That was true. Not all of it had been good. If I'm a candidate for this mission, Grandmaster Kyra can tell me. I don't answer to the Empress. No, but I think the Triumvirate will want to pick agents they can all agree on. Astral, I'll do everything I can to get to the bottom of this. You can tell the Empress that. I'd even stomach her husband if she asks me to. What happened to Ganner and Yobis? It's got everyone on edge, especially since yesterday. He let his question stay implied. Astral shook her head. I don't know any more about what's happened to them than you do. But the Empress does. The Empress is the Empress. She knows as much about what's going on as anyone. No, Shadow said. Not unless she's the one that started this. Astral nodded grimly and took another sip. When they parted, Shadow went back to his quarters, but not for long. Astral must have went straight to the Empress. Less than 2 hours after their chat, he received orders from Kyra to report to the executive wing of the palace. When he reached the assigned chamber, he was surprised not to find the Grand Master waiting for him. Neither the Empress nor husband were present either. Instead, there was just a small table, with Azlyn Ray sitting at one side. When he came through the door, she looked at him in surprise, as though she'd been jerked from a stupor. Good morning, Azlyn. He tried to smile. I didn't know you would be here. I received summons 30 minutes ago and wasn't told much. Neither was I. He sensed thoughts churning inside Azlyn and her desire to share some of those worries with Shadow, but she kept her lips sealed tight. Shadow took the chair opposite hers. Azlyn shifted her gaze slightly so not to look at him. A minute of silence passed. Finally, he said, I talked with my sister this morning. Astral said the Triumvirate was looking to put together some joint mission. I've worked with Imperial Knights before, and you have connections with the Jedi. A mission to where? I don't know. I don't think she did either. I expect we'll find out. Azlyn nodded. Her gaze dipped down to the tabletop. She stared at it as thought looking for an answer. Though the Force yielded no proof, his gut told him that Azlyn knew more about what was going on in the medical ward. She'd been making daily trips to see Ganner as he was kept there for observation. If anyone would have been able to slip through the wall of silence, it would have been her. But he also knew that if he asked, she wouldn't answer. That would widen the wedge between them, so instead, they sat in awkward silence until the door opened again. 2 figures walked inside, both wearing blue and brown Alliance military uniforms. One was a tall Duros, instantly recognized across the galaxy. The other, not quite as famous, was a human woman with dark complexion and bright eyes. Shadow rose to his feet in greeting, and Aslan followed. He said, "Good morning, Admiral Stasi. It's an honor to see you again." "At ease, Master Jedi." The Duro waved a green hand. He and his companion took the remaining seats at the table. "I believe you both know Anj Dal, leader of Rogue Squadron." "We've met," Shadow said. "It's really because of Commander Dahl that we're here today. I'll give a short introduction, then let her explain the rest." Stasi folded green hands on the tabletop and let his gaze pass between Aslan and Shadow. The Jedi investigator looking into Knight Yoba's kidnapping on Nubia was able to obtain crucial information. "We have a recording of Yobis being assaulted by men in Mandalorian armor. When showed the recording, he admitted to having no memory of the events." Mandalorians. Never a good sign. It was, however, surprising. Though they'd done work for the Sith in the past, they seemed to have holed up in their home sector since midway through the Sith Imperial War and had stayed mercifully out of the recent conflict. Furthermore, said Stasi, Nubian Flight Control provided us with a thorough listing of incoming and outgoing craft, and we've identified one vessel of recent Mandal Motors manufacture whose coming and going seems to match Yoba's capture. Aslan said, "I thought Yobis was taken to Talus on his own ship, like Ganner." Master Krieg. "He was, but his kidnappers still needed their own ride to Nubia, and they probably didn't want to stick around after committing their crime," Shadow reasoned. "But Mandalorians, are we really sure?" "No," said Stasi, "and frankly, our intelligence there is limited. The ruling Mandalore, Yaga Archus, is very good at keeping other people out of his business. However, an avenue of investigation has opened up. I will let Commander Dahl explain in detail." Shadow and Aslan looked to the other woman. She seemed slightly embarrassed by the attention. From what Shadow remembered, she was informal and unpretentious, more at home in a cantina with her pilots than a high-level conference. He also remembered that she was more than an elite pilot. Rogue Squadron doubled as a commando unit, and his versatility had been key during the war against Krayt. "I don't think either of you ever met him," Anj began, "but in Rogue Squadron we used to have a man flying for us named Hondo Carr. Hondo was a good crack pilot and even better in a fistfight. He got along well enough with the other rogues, and he didn't let people get close to him, which spawned all kinds of rumors. One was that he used to be a Mandalorian, then ended up posing as a stormtrooper before hooking up with the Alliance. That one was true. Hondo's been all those things, but he was a Mandalorian first and forever, and toward the end of the war he went back to his people." "You mean he went to join Yaga Archus?" asked Shadow. "The dead opposite, actually." Anj gained a slight smile, maybe wistful. "Hondo and I went on a mission to Azim the Hutt's place on Nabdu, before the Sith vaped it. It was mostly going well until this Mando in gold armor jumped out and started shooting at us. The Mando was his wife Tez, and she thought Hondo had killed her father on Badajeff during their last battle there 12 years ago. Hondo managed to convince her that wasn't true, that Archus was responsible. They left Nabdu together to go take revenge on Archus." Shadow tried to process all that. "So you're saying an ex-rogue is an enemy of Yaga Archus?" "That's right. But Arx is still Mandalore." Aslan said, "You wouldn't be telling us this if you hadn't already made contact with Hondo Carr. Right?" "Right," Anj nodded. "We rogues do some commando and espionage work, and we have some very private, very secure comm frequencies that only we know about. I was able to use one of those to contact Hondo. He's still alive and still with his wife. They're working with a bunch of other Mandalorian dissidents who want to bring down Yaga Archus." "Do they know anything about what happened on Nubia?" asked Shadow. "That's what we're going to talk to them about. That's too confidential to do remotely, even on our private frex." "We," Aslan repeated, and looked to Stasi. "One Alliance, one Imperial, and one Jedi." The Admiral nodded. The Triumvirate represented. "This may be a long-term mission. You're to work with Kyra and do whatever's necessary to find the people responsible for what happened to Krieg and Yobis. Shadow hesitated, then decided to take the plunge. Admiral, I have to ask what did happen to them. They've been sealed in medical ward for over a day. No visitors and no information's come out. Jedi aren't usually gossips, but the whole order's full of rumors. Very stiffly, Stasi said, I'm sorry, but I won't comment on that now. This is a decision the Triumvirate reached together. Well, Shadow thought sourly, at least he tried. He asked Anj, where will we be meeting Kyra? Packless 3, she said. We've got an old YT 2400 freighter we can use, very inconspicuous. Return to your quarters, gather your things, and be back here in 2 hours. We need to get going immediately. Shadow nodded and glanced at Aslan. She avoided his eyes and shielded herself in the Force. Whatever she knew, she didn't want to share. Maybe that would change. They'd been good friends a long time ago, he, Aslan, and Cade. Whatever was happening, he hoped it didn't push them further apart. The final battle with the one Sith had devastated large swathes of Coruscant, and on becoming Empress Miragia had pledged to rebuild. She was following through with that promise the best she could, and had commissioned the construction of over 100 new buildings in Galactic City alone. Years after the battle, the debris had all been cleared away, and new towers were being added to the skyline. The area south of Champion was a forest of skeletal half-built skyscrapers and construction towers, with the most complete structures located on the district's northern edge. These buildings were government-funded and government-controlled. Most would go to housing those left homeless or displaced after the battle, but Miragia had made certain that some space was reserved for other purposes. The tower at which her personal speeder now docked was mostly used to house construction workers and bureaucrats overseeing the project, but a few levels were locked away from those without the highest security clearance. With only Tree sent to accompany her, Miragia made her way through the lifts and corridors, past the layered security doors, before she finally reached her destination. Before passing through the final door, she told Sende, please stay here. I'll call you if I need you. Of course, Empress. He stepped to one side. Miragia smoothed her white robes, then pressed the button on the door's control panel. She could faintly hear a chime sound on the other side. She waited 20 seconds and tapped the button again. The chime sounded, and she waited. She was about to input her override code into the panel's keyboard when the door opened. No one stood there to greet her. The Empress stepped through the threshold and the door closed behind her, sealing her in a spacious apartment. Broad windows looked northward, toward Champion's business district. This room was located relatively low inside the tower, but it was still a view many would envy. Sitting on a white cushioned sofa near the window, facing Miragia with her legs crossed and hands in her lap, was a single woman. She was on the far side of middle age but still thin and attractive, with green eyes and short blonde hair. Good afternoon, Empress, the woman said without getting up. You should have called ahead. Miragia ignored the last remark. She drifted to the middle of the room and looked around. Despite being well furnished, it had an empty quality. There were no decorations on the pale walls, no piles of habitual clutter, though its occupant had been here for almost a year, kept under comfortable house arrest. Well, whatever you came here for, I'm sure it was important. Do you want a drink? I can't play host. No. I think we should get down to business, Miss Calixte. Or would you prefer to be called Morgan Court? The older woman looked at Miragia appraisingly. The Empress did not often feel insecure beneath the gaze of others. The Triumvirs were exceptions, and so was this one. Call me Morgan Court. Calixte was never a person, she said. Just a fiction I used for a while. That fiction betrayed the galaxy to the Sith, Miragia said icily. That was never my intention, but yes. Court hid her shame well, but it was there. I did what I could to bring them down in the end. I know. Otherwise I'd have never let you live. Ah, living? Court looked around her comfortable, lonely apartment. Is that what we're calling this? Miragia fought to keep her mind clear of anger. This woman's machinations had pushed the galaxy into war. toppled her father from the throne, and contributed to his final, fatal fall into darkness. Antares and her uncle Hagram had recommended Cord be executed even in spite of her help at the wars, and Astral had argued for mercy. In the end, Meragia had made her own choice, the practical one. She'd kept Cord alive, above all, because she was a resourceful and talented woman who might be useful one day. Meragia hated it, but that day had come. She sat down in a chair facing Cord and said, "During the Sith Imperial War, the Alliance hired the Mandalorians under Chern and Ordo to defend the planet Badajeff. In the middle of the battle, Ordo was killed and Yaga Auchus took command. He withdrew his forces to Mandalore and has mostly kept them there since. At the time, you told my father that you had bought off Auchus and convinced him to retreat. Is that true?" "That's what I told him." "But was it true?" Cord looked around the empty room. "I thought it was a stupid idea at the time. Your father was already suspicious about me, but Darth Maladi insisted I take the credit when she, in fact, bought out Aux. My relationship with the Sith was almost exposed there, but they managed to corrupt the knight your father sent to Mandalore to investigate." Meragia knew exactly which knight, Eshkar Nine, one of her father's most trusted advisors who betrayed his oath, joined the Sith, and murdered her mother. He'd become Darth Havoc, and his death had never been verified. After the Battle of the Floating World, Meragia had personally inspected the corpse of every Sith, hoping to find her mother's killer. In her heart, she knew Darth Havoc was still out there. The thought of him terrified her, because she didn't think she could face him without being swallowed by black rage like her father. What did Maladi do for Auchus? I'm not sure. My understanding is that the Sith loaned some covert aid in securing Auchus' power base. Disappearing or brainwashing competitors, that sort of thing. But that's very vague. Maladi didn't share her secrets with me. It's my understanding she was your primary contact with the Sith. She was. She told me only what was needed be useful in her machinations. Corda's eyes narrowed. Is Darth Maladi dead? Her death at the Floating World was never confirmed. Just like Darth Havoc. I'm not surprised. She was never a frontline warrior. Besides, she was much too smart to fall into Darth Ray's trap. Corda's face relaxed into a self-pitying smile. Nina Calixte was quite the manipulator. Veed, your father, the Mav Council. She could handle them all. But Maladi, keeping ahead of her was the real challenge. The smile tightened to a frown. Empress, what's going on? Meragia leaned forward, elbows on knees. Morgan Cord, on my order, you are going on a mission. You're going to find what's left the Sith for me? Cord stared, face blank, thoughts shielded from the Force. After a long minute, she said, "Excuse me, Empress, but I'm going to make myself a drink." She got up and went over to her kitchen without asking the Empress if she wanted one. Meragia listened to glass clink against glass and waited until Cord returned with the tumbler of amber liquid in hand. "All right," Cord said. "Tell me." A little over a week ago, a Jedi Knight on Nubia was kidnapped by a squadron of Mandalorians. He was tracked to a medical facility on Talos and recovered, along with one of my Imperial Knights, who was abducted from Belgarath. Neither has any memory of the incident, and the best Force healers in the Jedi Order have failed to piece their minds back together. I believe we were meant to find these men, that they were left for us as a message. By the Sith? I don't know, but I'm treating that possibility with absolute seriousness. Cord sipped her drink and considered. What happened to the two knights? Were they hurt or altered in any way? Meragia swallowed. This was a secret the Triumvirate had pledged to keep close, but she'd come here deciding to betray that trust. It was the only way to assure help from Cord. At first they seemed utterly fine, barring the memory loss. As of yesterday morning, however, those knights have lost the ability to touch the Force. Cord frowned. What does that mean exactly? They can't do it. I'm told others can feel them in the Force. They're not like Yuuz and Vaughn, and they still exist in it, but they can't sense it at all. Cord gave a bitter grin. Then they're stuck living like 99% of the galactic population. How terrible for them. We're facing an enemy who can strip us of the Force. The entire existence of the Imperial Knights and the Jedi may be at stake. She leaned a little closer. I know what you were, Morgan Cord. Your first husband was a Jedi, and your son. Both dead, she said bitterly. I was told you loved them. Do you want to see all they've stood for vanish from the galaxy? No, she allowed. Do you want Darth Maladi and her Sith to have unchallenged dominion over the Force? Of course not. Good. Then you will use all your knowledge and resources to hunt them, all the little secrets I'm sure you kept from our interrogators. You will answer to me, and only to me. Do you understand? Cord swallowed a mouthful of her drink. I suppose I have no choice. You don't. Of course not. Her smile was tight and wry. You don't come to visit me very often, Empress, but I must say, each time you do, you seem more and more like your father. Marajia bit the inside of her lip, gathered herself, and said, I'll provide you with a ship and equipment, including weapons. You'll be given every scrap of data we've gathered about suspected Sith activities over the past 2 years. That's very generous. Cord leaned back into the sofa's cushions. Though I admit, I'm surprised. It almost seems like you trust me. Never. I didn't think so. But you're giving me all that. And then what? How do you know I won't just fly your spaceship off to the outer rim somewhere, disappear, and start a new life? I've done it before. You won't be going alone. I'm sending an agent with you. Cord sipped her drink, probably already considering ways to dispose of her keeper. You will not kill or betray this agent. You will not trick this agent either. I've selected someone who knows all about your machinations and will never, ever fall into the trap of trusting you. Well, now I'm really flattered. Who have you given this vital task to? Your daughter, Marajia said. I know Gunnar Yage is a pilot, but I understand she was given intelligence training, including field work, by Nina Calixte. Corda's face went slack in genuine surprise. It was a glorious sight to see, but she recovered quickly and took another sip from her glass. I was wrong, Empress. You're much more crafty than your father. There may be hope for you yet.